Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Nithyananda. I welcome all the participants back for a brand new day of Nithyananda Yoga. Thank you all for joining us, and we will be starting this brand new day of Nithyananda Yoga with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tatvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Now, after we have invoked the presence of the divine, let us chant the Shiva Moola mantra 11 times internally. As the beautifully Paramashiva has revealed in Akash that Devas are mantratma, like how a soul is for the human beings, the mantra is for the Devatas, for the higher energy beings. So let us invoke the soul through the chanting the Shiva Moola mantra. Let us invoke the presence of Paramashiva. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now, from there, let us do the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. As Swamiji reveals, Nithyananda Yoga is a ritual to connect to the divine, as revealed in the Agamas. So now, let us ritualistically cleanse the 3 units in our body. Place your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, the shape of a cow's ear, and at the end of each of the following mantras, sip the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe the upper and lower lip 2 times from right to left while chanting the following mantra. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram. Now with your middle index and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram. With your thumb and index finger joined together of the right hand, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, your right chest, your left chest, and with all the fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, your right shoulder, left shoulder, and heart center. Let us now from here enter into the chanting of the Sankalpa Mantra. Over here, each of you are going to be creating a conscious resolution. A conscious resolution to manifest not just health, not just mental wellness, but to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. So now sit straight, place your hands in the Sankalpa Mudra, your right hand over top of the left, placed onto your right knee. ॐ ममोपात समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्रीलक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ कुंभमासे शुक्लपक्षे सप्तम्यां शुभतिथौ गुरुवासरयुक्तायां भरणी नक्षत्र ब्रह्मयोग गरजकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत समागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्तृ श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रया नगीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त विरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्याधि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् वृषभध्वज स्थापक दैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ प्रणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदि पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु Shri Kailasa Punaruddharaka, Shri Kailasa Paramacharya, Srimad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Varya, Satchidananda Pranava Swarupa, Shrotriya Brahmanishta, Srimad Jagat Guru, Shri Lashri, Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacha, Swaminam Prityartham, तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यविजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणामभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षचतुर्विधफलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गलावाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवप्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatra. Om Apaupasprisya. Now, let us now move into the actual yoga sequence itself, starting with the first asana, which is Sukhasana. Now sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line in a comfortable cross-legged position. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with your index and thumbs joined together. Place it on the top of your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clenching your perineum in the Mula Bandha, and tucking your chin towards your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. Do the Samana Kumbhaka for the first set of asanas. Visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the japa of Soham in your throat center. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana, bring your palms together, raised above your head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव पर्वतासन मंगलम यत् कृत्वा अस्त्ररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. The next asana we'll be entering into is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of you. Hold your left hand by the right, place your forehead onto the ground in front of you, behind your heels. Engage all the three bandhas, gaze towards your nose. Halipavasana. Purvam vidiyahu me jano ubhe pagtali samputithano pishtipache dau karalyavo dachinakaraso vamugahavo. The next asana is Nagipavasana. Now, keep the soles of the feet together, remaining in the same position. Place your cupped palms onto the ground, forming a hollow as you bring your forehead towards your feet. Gaze towards your nose, engaging all the three bandhas. पूरा भविधि परिया गाने नीचो हो ईकहोनी फनास्यो लगाई हाथा गाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो हाथ की अंजुली करे. Now raise yourself up into Kokilasana. In Kokilasana, holding your big toes with the index middle fingers in the Prana Mudra, stretch your legs straight out and upwards, cross them onto the opposite thighs. Lean forward onto your elbows, engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself as a bird. अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्येन सिद्धो भवेन् नरः कस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. The next asana is Nithyananda. Now place one ankle on the top of the opposite knee, holding your opposite elbows. Engage all the three bandhas, rotate your arms in a circular motion. As you gaze towards your nose, engage all the three bandhas. Godam bava padikhi akh mahili soya dachicharan ko varalo tapari gulpa samoya vamapaduko mahilo bahura gulpa jujana tapari goda dachiki ankh chaha bahar livana. The next asana is Gajasana. Now place your palms onto the ground and raise your hips up high into the sky. From here, now scooping your body forward and down again and again, Visualize yourself as an elephant engaged to Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Nyubjam padagre bhumau kritva lambi bhuyat mastakagre hasatalau nidhaya nitambamurdhamunnamaya nabhilaksham bhumau nasika maniya. Now stop that motion as we start another motion of alternate pressing the heels of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Again, continue to engage the Udyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bear in Vrikshasana. Ekaikam padama kuncha gajasanam kuryad Vrikshasanam bhavati. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us continue into the next asana, which is Vaishyasana. Now here, stand straight and bring your hands towards the heart center with your index, middle, and ring fingers joined together in the Hridaya Mudra. Raise tall onto the top of your toes. Continue to engage the Udyana Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेद धूमुकः अथवा ईशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. The next asana is Urdhvajanukarana. Actually, we'll be entering into a Karana over here. In this Karana, now stand in the Armandi position, your heels touching, toes facing outwards. Keep one knee bent, keep your knees bent, and both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel towards the ground. Twist one knee towards the center, raise it up and back across the body to the original position. Simultaneously follow the movement with the respective hand. Repeat this on the other side. Now from here, slowly relax as we enter into Balalingasana. Now here, interlace your fingers from outside in the Sarvava Shankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself caressing a baby in Balalingasana. Ekam janurasya lingya sthathavyam balalinganam bhavati. The next asana is Padapidanasana. Now, put your foot back towards your body, holding it with both hands. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, engaging all the three bandhas. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनं पृष्ठे संस्थापयत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. The next asana is Natarajasana. Now, lean forward with one hand in the Bindu Mudra, index and thumb joined together. Simultaneously kick, pulling the other foot back and up while leaning forward. Visualize yourself as the Lord of Dance, Nataraja, in your inner space. Tanapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashta Prasarane. Now repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Ekam janurasya lingya sthathavyam balalinganam bhavati. Repeat Padapidanasana on the other side. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनं पृष्ठे संस्थापयत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. And lean forward into Natarajasana on the other side. Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashta prasarane. From here, let us enter into Ardharechita Karana. So now stand tall in the Aramandi position, keeping your hands at the chest level. Extend the opposite arm out and wide like a pendulum, bringing it back towards your chest. While the arm swings, move your fingers one by one inwards while you cross your right ankle behind the left. As the arm swings, move the fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now, touch your nose and uncross the ankles, repeating this on the other side. Next is the skeleton dance. Now, here we have two simple steps to completely cleanse your muscle memory. So visualize yourself as a skeleton, as pure bones without any of the other components, as you shake your entire body vigorously, intensely. This is a beautiful technique that Swamiji has revealed for us to cleanse all the patterns from inside our muscle memory. So shake intensely now as you visualize yourself purely as a skeleton. Now slowly relax as we enter into the Katichina Karana. Now continuing to remain straight from Aramandi. In Aramandi, bring your hands above your head, your hands crossed on top of the head. Now open your arms completely out towards the side, bringing it back on top of your head, simultaneously moving the hip to one side and come back to the beginning posture. Repeat this on the other side. Now we'll be entering into Tadasana. Tadasana, stand tall in the tips of your toes as you raise your hands above your head. Engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself as a palm tree. Tadasana. Mahamudra Baddha Konau Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinottanam Sada Kurya Dantalvatni Patipriya. The next asana is Uttanasana. Now here, from a standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat onto the ground. Engage all the three bandhas as you bring your head towards your heels, towards your knees in Uttanasana. महामुद्राबद्धकोनौ सारसंविभेदकान् विलोत्थानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वर्तीप्रिया. From here, let us enter into the next asana, which is Tarakshvasana. Now, here, lean yourself back into a plank position. Lean yourself into a plank position. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as you switch your chin from the left to the right. गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षं सर्वकुक्षं नये तरश्वासनं भवति. The next asana which we will be entering into is Bhujangasana. Now here, lay flat onto the ground. As you lower your entire body, keep your hands next to the chest, raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Open your mouth wide, inhaling through the hollow of your throat as you visualize yourself as a cobra. Angushthanaviparyantam adho bhuma vininyaset karabhyam ch dharam dhritva udhashishah phanivahi. The next asana is Shashasana. Now bringing yourself to the Gajasana position, alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest, back and forth. Gajasana samsthitau janudvayama kuncha varam varam kartavyam Shashasanam bhavati. Next is Rathasana. Alternate bringing one foot between your hands, jump the foot backwards as you switch your feet, visualizing yourself as a chariot. Here, do the japa of Shivoham, Shivoham in your inner space. Gajasana samsthitau ekaikam padam puramargena bhramayitva karthavyam rathasanam bhavati. The next asana is Virabhadrasana. Now here, bring one foot forward at a 90-degree angle, bending the knee, the other leg back, keeping the knee straight. Raise your arms up parallel beside your ears, pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Lord Virabhadra in your inner space. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Vasishtamatakaundinyam modhakukkutameva chashta vakramathotthanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side. वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मोधकुक्कुटमेव चाष्टा वक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतु बन्धनम्. Yes, from Veerabhadrasana. Now let us transition into the next asana, which is Vrikshasana. Now in Vrikshasana, bring one foot towards your inner thigh as the other foot is out straight. Place your palms in the Anjali Mudra, keeping them above your head. Raise your elbows straight. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze forward as you visualize yourself as a tree. वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next is Garudasana. Place one foot at the opposite hip, the raised foot. Bring your palms together in front of the heart center. Keep your standing leg as straight as a rod. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Garudasana Nithyananda Sambhavi Sarvadossadvinirmukto Bhavatiha Mahabali. The next asana is Vrikshasana on the other side. Raise your hands up. Vamoormooladeshe Yamyam Padam Nidhayato. And repeat Garudasana on the other side. Garudasana येन ध्यानं स्त्रम्भवी सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. From here, let us enter into Garudasana. Now, into Trikonasana. Now, stand step one leg far back, keeping your front toes pointing forwards, back toes facing sideways. Keep your arms straight, bringing the front arm down towards the ground beside your foot. The other arm extends towards the sky. Trikonasana. Tanapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashthasarane. And repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashthasarane. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch, the brief interruption we had. Let us continue into the next asana, which is Nikuttaka Karana, actually, which will be entering into a beautiful Karana. Now, bring yourself into the Aramandi position, the half squatting position. As you bring yourself into the Aramandi position and alternate switching your legs one by the other. Alternatively, as you bring one up and the other down, keep your hands parallel to each other in front of your chest and switch the movement of your hands too. This is the Nikuttaka Karana. Now from here, let us enter into the Angushtasana. Now sit down on the top of your heels with your knees facing forward. Bring your hand into the Anjali Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize the supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space. Here we will be having a beautiful new Kumbhaka, which is the Brahmari Kumbhaka, where you will be buzzing subtly like a bee inside your deep inside your throat. And a new japa of Sadashivoham will be starting here. Angushtasana. कबन्धासनमित्याहुः घोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा. From here, now stretch one leg forward into Saurasana. प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्. The next asana is Vidhunanasana. Now lean forward with your hands in the Prana Mudra. Clasp the toes, engaging all the three bandhas. And bring the other foot towards the back of the opposite heel. Gulphasitau padamekam prasari tatpadagram sansprishe tatkarena. The next asana is repeating Saurasana on the other side. Stretch the other leg forward. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapya tvekapadakam. And lean forward, clasping your toes into Vidhunanasana on the other side. Gulphasitau padamekam prasari tatpadagram sansprishe tatkarena. The next asana is Brahmajurankushasana. Now keep your toes on the ground, sitting on top of your heels. Gap between your legs, back of your hands resting on top of your knees. Bring your head into the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze through the gap between your palms. Do phana pani hoy vaise, edi do guda nivese, korapag thalyanki mahilya ismahira shemili. The next asana is Kapilasana. Bring your knees towards the ground. As spread wide apart, hands on top of the knees. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni as you gaze towards your nose. उभय पग तली समट हरावे तुनको माहिली कोर मिलावे. The next asana is Bhadrakurasana on the other side. Switch your gaze towards your third eye, remaining in the same position. दो पग थली संपुट करे कोरवारली भू परिधरे. Next asana is Yasana. Now raise your knees off the ground as you bring your hands in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers joined together, the thumbs joined together. Raise it right above your head. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards the gap in the palms as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Edi do gudatariyane phana pani bhaitak punithane. The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with your toes flat on the ground, the perineum on your heels. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth. Visualize yourself as a frog catching the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra. Mandukasana. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानि युग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयन् Mandukasanam. From here, let us enter into Uttana Mandukasana. Now bring both your hands towards the opposite shoulders. Continue to visualize yourself as a frog as you gaze towards your third eye. Mandukasana adhyastam korparabhyam dhritam shiraha etadhekavaduttanam etaduttana mandukam. The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles behind you. As you keep your knees wide, fingers spread on top. Open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue, exhale forcefully as you gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this again and again, visualizing yourself as a lion. Dakshinam savigulphena dakshinena tateteram hastau jajanvo samsthapya swangulishcha prasarya cha. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit on your heels, bringing your knees wide apart from each other. Cross your hands behind your back, holding the big toes in the Prana Mudra. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze towards your nose. Gulbhau Chavishnasya Sivanyaf Pashva Yokshipet Pada Pashvataman Bhyam Brahmadvas Nischalam. And the next asana is Kakusatyasana. Now bring yourself to a squatting position. Feet flat on the ground, knees open wide. Bring your arms in and around the back. Interlace your fingers behind as you gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in the hands of the Parashmudra. प्रथमे वे सुकृटाने दो हाथ पगाम विचाने तिनको मोड़ी नल्या परल्यावे पिछपचे कांकसी करावे. The next asana is Kani Pavasana, bringing your palms flat onto the ground. Bring your knees towards the back of your elbows as you raise your legs off the ground, leaning forward. Balance there in Kani Pavasana. Asana ko guna ashi dushita hoi to achi hoi. The next asana is Kapalyasana. Now bring your forehead to the ground. Raise your feet wide above, tall above your head as you balance yourself on your hands and on your head. Gaze at your nose. Kapalyasana. शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे पगथली आकाश दिस सनमुशराशे दो हाथा की हथेली. The next asana. Now you can relax slowly from there as we enter into Paramashivoham. Now bring your knees to one side of your elbows, both your hands on one side, as you align each elbow with the knee and hip respectively. Now lean onto your arms, balancing. Extend your legs towards the side as you gaze towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Paramashivoham. Kuryan Mayuram Dandanamakan Kuryan Mayuram Pashvabhya Mayura Pashvanamakam. Now let's repeat Paramashivoham on the other side. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Dandanamakam Kuryan Mayuram Pashvabhya Mayura Pashvanamakam. The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now here, bring both your hands onto the ground as you bring one foot around the other hand. Visualize yourself as Lord Kalabhairava in your inner space, gazing towards your third eye. Bhairaganathasana. Asana kau guna piti jai. The next asana, repeat Bhairaganathasana on the other side. Asana kau guna piti jai. Next, let's enter into Unmukha Pithasana. Now bring your forearms to the ground as you raise your hips high into the sky, gazing towards your third eye. Bhunyastau januni hastau chatushpadama vangmukham uthapitangri gala katisthalam abhiruka. From here, let us enter into Vasishthasana. Now, bring your body onto one of your hands and raise the other hand towards the top in Vasishthasana. Raise your hips, gaze towards the sky, visualizing yourself as sage Vasishtha. Urdhva kukkata vasishta marichi hala matsakam parivrittim chodarasya vividam dhanurasanam. And repeat Vasishthasana on the other side. Urdhva kukkata vasishta marichi hala matsakam parivrittim chodarasya vividam dhanurasanam. Next asana is Anjani Asana. Now, bringing yourself into a seated position. Legs stretched, toes pointing upwards. Bring your hands underneath your, sit on top of your hands, palms facing upwards. As you keep your spine straight, elbows towards the body. Tuck your chin into the chest as you gaze towards your nose in Anjani Asana. Do karke bheteli korvarli mele bheli soagane bhuparidashe mahane anguli milirashe. The next asana is Paschimottanasana. Now sit with your legs stretched out and bend down from your waist, holding the big toes with the index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Bring your chest to the thighs, head towards the knees as you engage all the three bandhas in Paschimottanasana. Dhyano parilatanto paschimam tanamuchitena kena prakarena sukham dharyam chajayate. The next asana is Ugrasana. Now keep your legs straight apart, clasp your hands from behind your head in the Parashamudra, lean forward bringing your forehead towards the knees, engage all the three bandhas. Visualize Devi Kali in your inner space. Ugrasana. Sopanibhyam dhiram dhritva janu parishironya setasana ogramidam proktam bhavedanila deepanam. The next asana is Marichi Asana. Bring one foot inwards towards the groin. With the knee pointing upwards, lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back around the knee. As you bring your forehead towards your knees, visualize Sage Marichi in your inner space. Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricham veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashta prasarane. From here now, let's repeat Mahamudra. Let's do Mahamudrasana. And now bring your knees towards the ground as you lean forward, clasping your foot. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze towards your nose. Davam palki edi joy sivani animaga vesoi. Now let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricham veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashta prasarane. And Mahamudrasana on the other side. डावा अंकल की एड़ी जोई सीवनी आनी लगावे सोई दक्षिण पद लांबोज पसारे तामे आने कांक सीठाने. The next is Bhadrasana 2. Now, bring both your feet together in front of your body. As you bring your hands towards the feet, press your knees towards the ground, gazing towards your third eye. Gulbhaut Vishnasya Sivnyaf Pashvayokshipet Padapashvetapanibyam Dhiram Bhadva Sunischalam. The next asana is Valipavasana. Now here, bring your hands towards the respective knees as you lightly place your arms there. Engage the Jalandhar Bandha and gaze towards your nose. Purva Charapati Chauka Kahyo Soi Vahi Vidhiyo Kiji Soi. Next asana is Joni Asana. Now bring your hands towards the inside of your feet and bring your elbows towards the ground and your forehead towards your feet. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your space as you gaze towards your nose. दो पगथली संपुट करे एढ़ मेढ़ के ढिंग धरे अर्धात को अंतरराशे लागट पगथल्या मुंह पर दाशे. Midiki Pavasana. Bring your arms flat on top of your knees, elbows stretched out as you gaze towards your nose. Purva Vidhi Pari Pagthali Samputisholi Edi Milira Shadiam Sulag Mahili Kora Angutha Ki Sadi Sud Jode. The next asana is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now bring your hands in from underneath your knees as you bring your palms facing upwards. Gaze towards your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. दो पगथली संपुट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे अंगुला ठंतरो राशे एड़ी को ऐसे विदिधाशे. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Now bring yourself up and place your hands underneath your feet as you open up your knees, feet like a book, facing towards the sky, pressing down on your knees with your elbows. Gaze towards your nose, Chiniki Pavasana. Do the japa Paramashivoham in your inner space as you do the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhalations more longer than your inhalations. Do pagaki edi dharti magiva medh lagave. The next asana is Charapati. Now bring your hands towards your knees, pushing your knees down as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, gazing towards your third eye, Charapati Chokasana. दो पगथली संपुट धारे आगा नेकर जोर पसारे घोड़ा भूषा लगता राशि हाथ घोड़ा परिराशे. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now bring both your feet together, lifting your heels up, bring the toes down towards the ground, knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha as you place your hands on the knees in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. Gulpho Sampirya Chanyonyam Vitkaminoti Tamshane Janvo Pashvakato Hasto Dandavad Bhairavasanam. The next asana is Samanasana. Now, bring one foot towards your perineum, and as you bring the other foot towards your chest, holding it with both your hands, gaze towards your third eye in Samanasana. Samanasana Vakshe Siddhamantradi Sadhana Teka Padamaro Dattva Guhyonyalinga Vaktrake. Now, the next asana is Apanasana. Bring one foot over the top of the respective shoulder as you raise your other foot upwards and straight. Keep your hands on the ground, gazing towards the third eye. केवलं पादमे कञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेद दण्डवत् प्रभो. The next asana is Samanasana. Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Samanasana Vakshe Siddhamantradi Sadhana Teka Padamaro Dattva Guhyonyalinga Vaktrake. And repeat Apanasana on the other side. Samanasana Vakshe Siddhaman Apanas. केवलं पादमे कञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेद दण्डवत् प्रभो. From here, let us enter into Gomukhasana. Cross one leg over the other, aligning your knees at the center of the body. Keep your feet at the opposite hips, both your hands on the stacked knees, gazing towards your nose. Visualize the face of a cow. Savye Dakshina Gulphantu Pashtapashve Niyojayet. Next asana is Anusuyasana. Now bring your hands towards your toes in the Prana Mudra. So visualize Rishika Anusuya in your inner space. Visualize yourself with golden skin as you gaze at your nose. Dachina Godo Nicho Thane Vavanta ke upar aane. Next asana is Anusuyasana 2. Now clasp your hands behind your back in the Parashamudra. Continuing to gaze towards your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Anasuya as you bring your nose towards the ground in front of your knees. Jimana Goda ki sandhi uparida va goda ki sandhi mila airashe goda sole pagthalyalo adva isu dharashe. Sorry for the brief interruption. We'll be continuing with the next asana, which is Anusayasana 2 on the other side. Lean forward, placing your forehead onto the ground. Jimana goda ki sandhi uparida va goda ki sandhi mila airashe goda sole pagathalyala vadava isu dharashe. Now let's move into Garudasana. Now bring one foot again, one heel against the perineum, the other foot in front of that. Keep your spine tall as both your hands reach onto your respective knees. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Davam Bagamodi Edi Mahilo Gulpamulekari Nite. The next asana is Naradasana. Bring both your hands clasped behind your back in the behind your neck in the Parashamudra as you bring your elbows outside the raised knee. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada gazing towards your third eye. The japa of Om Nithyanandoham in this asana. Pishtijuvam Pagthali Keri Boparita Hilagave Peri. Let's go into Matsyapitakasana. Bring one foot towards the opposite thigh. Wrap that arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight, holding on to the respective two with the index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize Matsyavatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Vamena Vamangushtantu Grihitam Matsyapitakam Yoni Vamena Sampidhya Medhradupari Dakshinam. The next asana is Gomukhasana. Now visualizing the face of a cow in your inner space. Cross one leg over the other and repeat Gomukhasana on the other side. Savye Dakshina Gulpanto Prishpashve Niyojaye Dakshinepi Tatha Savyam Gomukham Gomukham Yatha. Now let's repeat Anusayasana on the other side. दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचे उठाने वाबुंता के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आधा पुनिपदे संधि पसारी. And from there repeat Anusayasana 2 on the other side. जीमना गोड़ा की संधि उपरिड़ा वा गोड़ा की संधि मिलायरा से गोड़ा साले पग थल्यालो अडवै सुधारा छे. Now from there let us enter into the next asana of the sequence, where we'll be doing Garudasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as an eagle, as the vehicle of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Davam pagamodi edi mahila gulpamuladwari niche de. Let's repeat Naradasana on the other side. Visualize Lord Rishi Narada in your inner space. Pishtijuvam pagathali keri bhuparita hilaga veperi. And repeating Matsyapitakasana on the other side. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतमत्सपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्राधुपरि दक्षिणम्. From here, let us enter into Matsyendrasana. Now over here, place one foot towards the opposite side, opposite foot on the ground on the far side. Twist, bring your elbow outside the raised knee and keep the arm by the neck. Turn the head back, gazing towards your third eye. As you visualize Lord Matsyendranatha in your inner space, gazing towards your third eye. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. From here, switch your arms around as you gaze towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana. Asana kauguna jholo jaye. Bring both your hands straight onto the ground in Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendra Peetham Jatra Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. From there, let's repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Udaram Paschimabhasam Kritva Tishtati Yatnatah Namrangam Vamapadam Hi Dakshajanoparendyaset. And Kubasana on the other side. Asaniko Gunajholo Jaye. Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Matsyendra Peetham Jatra Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram Abhyasa Kundalini Prabodham Dandastratum Hitadhati Pumsam. Now let us move into Padmasana. Now engage all the three bandhas as you bring each foot towards the opposite side. Gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as Lord Paramashiva in your inner space. Asanam dvidham proktam padmam vajrasanam tata urdhva rupache datte ubhe padatale yatha. Now from here, let's move into Padmasana 2. Cross your hands, clasping the toes in the Prana Mudra. As you gaze towards your nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati. Uttana ucharana krita urusansthav prayatnatah. The next asana is Kukutasana. Now place your hands in between the thighs and the calves as you lift your body up into the air, visualizing yourself as a rooster. Padmasanam samsthapya nanudoran prekarau nivesha bhumava tishtet vyomastha Kukutasana into Bhadrakeki asana. Now place your palms on the ground, back facing backwards as you raise yourself onto your knees. And now rest your navel onto your elbows, lifting your feet off the ground. Here you will be visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Directly from here, we will be entering into another balancing asana, which is Mayurasana, where you will be visualizing yourself as a peacock while you stretch your legs out. So Baddhakeki asana. Dharamavashtabhyakaradvena tatpur paristapita nabhiparshvaha. And stretch your legs out into Mayurasana as you visualize yourself as a peacock. Atha Vakshe Mahadeva Mayurasana Mangalam Netritva Asirup Nipatyasto Dvau Purparo Paridehakam. The next asana is Makarasana. Now lay flat onto the ground. Bring your hands behind your head in the Parashamudra and stretch your feet out apart, face the feet pointing outwards as you visualize yourself as a crocodile. Adhyashyate hridayam nidhaya bhumau cha padau cha prasaryamano. And from here, let's enter into Shalabhasana. Bring your palms by your chest. As you raise your feet off the ground high, visualize yourself as a locust. Shalabhasana. Adhyashashete karayugmavashtam bhumimavashtabhya karayostalabhyam. The next asana is Uttanasana. Bring your feet, clasping with your hands, and push it outside of your hips, visualizing yourself as a camel. अध्याशेते पदिग्मस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय पिधृतं कराभ्याम्. Into Dhanurasana, now lay down on your stomach. As you clasp your hands, kicking your legs back up, pulling your feet towards the sky, lift your chest off the ground, gazing towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow. Dhanurasana. Prasarya Pada Bhudanda Rupa Karocha Prishte Dhruta Pada Yukmam. The next asana is Bhagasana. And now bring yourself into a seated position, your knees pointed forwards. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Place your palms down on top of your thighs and knees as you gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your space. Bhagasana. उलटा मोड़ी पावदो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे वैसे पावन महिला घुलपज हो कुलापाशतीला वैसो. Now from here, bring your head onto the ground as you raise yourself into Gohyasana. Now in Gohyasana, visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism balancing on your head. दो हाथ की कहूनी जोई पुनः कलाई जाने दोई. The next asana is Shirasasana. Stretch your legs up above your head. विपरीतम अंडलम च द्विदैव विधिरामिनः दंडासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने. The next asana is Kodhyasana. Now in a seated position, sit with your hands behind your calves, stretch your legs up, bring the forehead towards your knees and come to a vertical position. Do the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, forcefully exhaling. Doing the japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. दो हाथ पण बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे कांक सीठाने. Into Parighasana, remaining in the same position. Bring your hands towards the shoulders, visualizing yourself as a mace as you lean back, gazing towards your third eye. उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसारितं भूमौ स्पृष्ट्यास्ताभ्यां कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिघासनं भवति. The next asana is Naukasana. Keep your elbows and palms down on the ground as you extend your legs up, visualizing yourself as a boat. उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमवष्टभ्यस्तौ नितम्बं निधाय. Next asana is Rudrasana. Now bring your feet towards your chest. As you keep your spine upright, gazing towards your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the ferocious form of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Pagathali samputikari hatasya paga uchai. From here, let us enter into Unmukha Pithasana. Now lay flat on your back with the feet on the ground, palms down, fingers touching the back of the heels. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground as you tuck your chin towards your chest, gazing towards your nose. ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शैद्वोद्मुखं तथा. Now let's enter into the final asana of the first 108 Pratma Vinyasa Krama sequence, that is Shavasana. Lay on your back, completely unclutched from any micro movements as you completely lay flat. Let your body remain dead. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism is liberating you. अथ शवासनम् उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. Just relax there for a few moments.
Paramashivoham.
Now slowly move your hands, move your legs. Move your hands, move your legs. Rock yourself up into a seated position. You have all successfully completed the first 108 asanas. Let's take a short break before we enter into the next 200 asanas left to go for the Dvitiya Vinyasatama sequence. Do take a break, drink some water, freshen up yourself, and do come back for the next 200 asanas. Now with that beautiful sequence we just completed, we'll be entering into the first asana. Please test to experience as we enter into the Yathasana. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with your index and thumbs over the touching each other. Paryankam Tatsma Chatam Yathasam Sthaya. The next asana is Samasana. Now in Samasana, bring yourself to cross-legged Daniel Parvinina Yoga. The next asana is Mukha. Now remain with one foot in front of the other foot on top of it. Visualize the next asana is Siddhasana. The next asana is Dhyasana. Now remaining in the same gaze to the ground. Engage all the in Rudrasana 2 now. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra. As you pull the third eye, visualize yourself as Mount Mudra. Vamasarina Paridasmira. The next asana is Sanpadhanasana. Now sit in the same position and put your gaze towards the nose to embody tranquility. Asana Kavara Maniki Sansrata. The next asana is Siddhasana 2. Bring one hand over the other. Visualize Swamiji in your head. Rijikaya Samasina Siddhasana. The next asana is Bandhayoniyasana. Now bring your hands feeling underneath the lower left index finger of your head. Closing the nostrils, your index finger. Yatra Vajremaha Bandhayoniyasana. The next is Virasana. Now, place one foot on top of the other and touch your thumb and index finger to your body. Visualize yourself embodied, brave. Into Varnasana. Now bring your left foot to the right. Right foot to the left. Dava Pagati Pagati Pranam Dishi made next asana is Yoni Mudra. Visualize the Yoni Mudra and gaze towards Bama Pagati Pagati into Yoni asana. Now just Yoni asana. Next asana is now bring both feet together in front of you. The next asana is now in the same position where you are with your face as the left hand is the Paramashivoham. do the Abhyanta Kumbhaka as it helps you right now for an exhale. Visualize yourself as a slowly gazing towards the sun. Then bring your feet together, place your elbows on your heels. Visualize yourself as a female elephant getting water against the Jalabanda. Vali the next asana is Paramashivoham. Now raise your knees, arms beneath the thighs, and place your fingers between feet of the mat. Gaze towards your nose. Parasana. Yoga Pradipika Bhakti Harti Amri Doi Vasana. Into Gopi Kandasana. Interlace your fingers around the palm out. As you bring your heels towards the chest, keep your toes at the base. Turn your hands to the towards the nose. Embody the statement space on the feet. Pura Bhajiti Pagata Bhuta Ki Thapa. Udarasana. Now bring your hands from underneath and half the leg and bring your feet towards the chest and your chin over the chest. Udarasana. दो कविताएं स्थाने स्थाने. The next asana is Vishishtasana. Now touching your feet, bring your feet towards the top. Visualize yourself exhaling and दो कविताएं थोड़ी The next asana is Bhutasana. From underneath the knee, tuck your hands as you visualize yourself Bhujasana. The next asana is now wrap your hands behind your back and look at your breath. Visualize yourself as a beautiful दो हाथ from here left and right. Now take one foot on top of the other while you bring your feet first. Place your hands on the opposite feet and now slide your legs foot out from underneath your body. Keep walking hands on top of the feet. Visualize the crown your knees. Now into Matsindra. Place your right foot on the left and left foot on the right. Bring your left hand behind the back. Hand, three steps to the left side. Vamajangaka Parijaka. Uncross, untwist yourself and a big toe, lean your forehead down. Also in Matsindra. Prathamaji raise up now into Guru Asana. Keep your hands clasped together in the Mudra as you place it on the feet of the engage all the three better as you say come to Guru Asana. Uru Mule Itara with that, let's Pankata on the face. Vama Padam So bring your feet into Matsyendrasana. Twist your body during repeat Matsyendrasana. From here, let's Guru Asana. Get all the Guru Mule. The next asana. Now bring holding your gaze towards the third eye. पादतले भूमौ निधाय now into body Shavasana. Now in the same position, bring your chin towards the knee. Visualize as the board of bliss and gaze at the from here, bring the now place on continue this taking with the Purugata asana kalya doha goda now maintain your bring it over back to level into a gaze towards the navel visualize Muladhara now let's enter it. After that, flat on the ground and we bring it fingers in Vishnu all the three bandhas. Danda Padmadhara now lean forward into our now the next is zero. Now bring your hands together underneath the you raise the slightly and bring your feet down towards the Bhedokasana. Prathama base. The next asana is Balandri Padasana. Now bring your feet to knees as your palms face upwards. Feeling towards your nose. Though yedi nine se bita next asana is Urdhva. Now bring your towards the back. As you lean forward, now lean back flat with your leg behind your head. With the opposite hand, hold it straighten up your body. Let it move endless. Now visualize it complete as you roll on let's now raise both we need what we have to do. Drisha. Now raise your head from back to the Lean back and on the other side. Uttanasai roll on the side. The next asana is Yoga Nidra. Now here what you're going to be doing is stay on sit your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold your hands behind your back to gain first to move. Yoga Nidra. Bring your hands Prathama. The next one is Gopika. Now leaning back. Exhale on steady breath. Low heart to feet up. Here will be ending in now to do this behind your back, please hold it. Now you're going to be facing your head up. In the little bit to work, one knee bend, in the little bit, two knee both in your head. Hari Vishnu repeat this on the Hari Vishnu the next one is Vipalati. Now lay on your back, bend your feet back up. Hold your ankles, lifting your feet hips up, gazing towards visualize yourself in the other. Reality the next one is Paramashivoham The next asana is Mudra. Now, lay on your back, knees towards the chest, keep your hands on your shoulders, move your hips to the chest. Place yourself on the graceful dog on it. The next asana is the breathe. Now, in between the family, engage with the under banda. भूतले धत्वा repeat viparita karma. Lay on your back and stop the movement. Karini viparita the next asana is Dangana. Now, lay on your back, lift your hips over your feet over the head, toes on the floor behind you. No. In Langana. Griva contains movement. The next asana is Matanasana. Now, lay on your back, bring your hands, touching the feet. Visualize one of the 84 now, clapping your toes, spread your feet wide out across your head. And keep your hips close to the floor. Next asana, bring both your hands towards the ankles. Heel in. The next asana is The next chapter is now in this case, keep your feet together with your hands. From here, let's enter into Mudra. Now bring your legs flat onto the ground behind your Matsyasana. Mukta Padmasana, Krishna Uttana Now in Paramashivoham, bring one in your arms over each प्रथम करें घोषा लगता है so bringing your hands to the back below your hips. Visualize Swamiji in your space, engaging the Jagannath. Sarvangasana. The next asana is now lay on your back, bring one foot towards your and both hands your fingers. Repeat. The next asana is Vrishakana. Now lay flat on your back and bring your off the ground. One leg on the other knee, also knee again like a bicycle. Uttanam the next asana is Marottanasana. Now laying on your back, lift your legs one by one. Both palms now lay on your back, bend your knees and raise yourself up into bring come back down to good. Stand up and sit down. Let your hold. Vrikasana. Asaltanam Shayanam Krishna. The next asana is Mithasana. Now over here, you're going to be doing like a back. Lay on your back, keep throwing the legs above your head. The next asana is now bring yourself into a prone position. on the ground. Now bring your hands to my side. Contact your lips, making a sound like a Nubdashayanam Sukhana, Vidya Doma, Osho Nimili Vena, the next asana is Dehan. The next asana is Sakyasana. Now, bring your hands towards your feet. Walk forward in the this asana. Visualize yourself as a sister on white. As a Sakyasana, must be the next asana is the next asana. Slowly get the asana in which put yourself into the Aramandi position and keep your hands to the chest level, moving the arms across your body. The next asana is now stand straight in a position. Keep your body like a rock. Arms by the side, visualize the single baby cross the body. Other Sarvasana must be the next asana is now bring your hands down towards the feet as you place your feet on your respective hands. Walk forward and backward, looking like a camera. Next asana is Asana. Now, in the same position, move and Mushti Kanishika. The next asana, now in a standing position, the interlace fingers and pull it down towards the top of your back. Visualize it as a tiny bird. What is the asana? Adhikali Bhumani Bhai. The next asana is another bringing yourself to the open it out, lean forward. The next asana is Chakras. Now, in a standing position, bring your hands together, bend forward. Visualize our rhinos in your image. Khadgasana. Nidasarkana. Next asana is Utthana. Now, पुनः पुनः the next now bring your hands above your head, jumping up and down because you visualize the name. Paramashivoham Level-1 Next asana is now from a standing position, pull the sole of A comparison. Next answer is Parshurana. Now, stand keeping one leg slightly bent. Let and lift the opposite knee to a bit. Pointing the toes downwards, keep the arm moving. Let the opposite hand downwards. Here, let's move into Paramashivoham. Now, do a pistol squat, but visualize yourself as Paramashivoham, the sound of as you raise one leg forward. AK the bring one foot, bring the foot into the inner. Visualize yourself being blessed with Brahma. Brahmana asana the next asana is Garuda. Now, in a standing position, tap one leg over the other. Cross the receiving arm underneath the other. Bringing the palm and Kurma Peeth. Next asana is Ekapasana. Bring one foot to the opposite side. Stand relax by the knee. Daksha and Himba. In Dhruvasana, the 200 asana sequence, after two and the Mudra is 50 degrees to the side. Relax the broad form right? The next asana is Trikonasana. Raise one foot towards behind your head as you alternate between standing Griva and now let's see. The next asana is Pandavasana. Visualize yourself safely lower down. एक पेड़ Bring your foot to your inner side. Brahmana. Repeat Ekapada. Repeat Bring the foot behind your leg. On the other side. Griva and Padam. From here, let's enter into stand tall, sit tall, and relax. Now, that's me what you have visualize not visualize in your inner space. प्रथम ये हुए हुए भागों के और next answer is contract. Now, in the squatting position, put your hands in flat on the bar. Squat down, hold your hands over Madhyana elevation. Now bring it and hold your hands behind your दो प्रकार की कौन मिला in Varaha. If you're far away, back, visualize the ball one of the yes, Varaha. Pagthali ki mangli the next asana is Tripithasana. Now, here hip as you have visualize Swamiji here. The next asana is Bakasana. Knees on the back of the visualizing yourself slow in Bakasana. Astabhyam. Listen to it. Bring your forehead to arms straight to support, raise your body, like this, Padmasana. Shankapali Asana. The next asana is Uttanasana. Now from here, let us now in this asana, raise yourself up into a as you gaze towards the left knee. The next asana is with Bhuasana. Those are the 30 the next asana. Now bring yourself into prone position on the ground. Body focus off the mat, down and up again. Matsyasana. Nubjam Shayanam. Now let's start. Actually, the first point to the left to the right. You like to move like Parmasana 2. Yugam now lay Arabia. Next asana is now push your legs back, bringing your palms on the floor. Bend your knees, an umbrella. Now lean back, but flat on the ground. Gazing towards visualizing the weapon of Danda Padmabhaya Veeravatsana Samani. The next asana is Meshasana. Now bring your chest to the back. All the way to the ground with your opposite foot. Experience the sense of power. Meshasana. Gajasana Samsayakam Bahu Mota Meshasana Bhavati. Now lift your legs up, lowering it up slowly, your foot down, touch the ground. That is how to unburn. Gajasana Samsayakam The next asana is Dhanasana. Now, sit on your heels with your legs together. Interlace your feet around the Take your hands in the respective towards your nose. Pura Bhaviti Bhagavati Hat. The next asana is Angamot. Now, interlace your fingers. Put your hands forward to the backward, giving them a to the weight. Muscles in your body. Hasta Yoranguli Bhadra. The next asana is Bandhasana 4. Now, sit on top of your heels, feet turned outward. Keep your spine straight, hands on your knees. Lower hand up. Vishnu Mahalakshmi in your back. Jambhur Bhyandharam. Bring your hands towards the back. Let your knees out wide. Expand the base part, face the component on the Panchana. The next asana is Pandasana 2. Knees wide, hands underneath the knees. Bring your hands to the knees. Krishna Sampiri will The next asana is Narasana. Now place your palms and keep your toes up on the mat. Yes, Dog Pranasana હોય Next asana is Bhrishtasana. Now sit on your toes, place your feet on your knees. Take your knees sideways, place on the ground. Make a hold on the top. Keep your thumbs up. Keep floating left, gazing towards the left, left nose into the mouth. Realize this is a daily overall. The next asana. Now bring your elbows and your elbows, bring your right. Visualize the Bagathali. The next asana is Vajrasana. Now stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together. Bring your knees off the floor, wide apart. Hold your elbows behind your back. Visualize the stand like for you and your The next asana is Bhajanasana. Now keep your torso and cross behind you. Take the palm of muscle gazing towards your nose. Bhajanasana. Cross your feet, place the cranium on the back. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Touch your hands on your knees. Gaze towards the nose. You take a circle in your inner space. Gulbha Javisha just remaining in the same position. Your gaze visualization towards gaze. Gudam Niyamya Gulbhavya Mukramya From here, let's move into Vijoga. Stand on your knees, crossing your ankles behind and hold your palms. Visualize the turn of oneness with the Guru as the gaze towards the third eye. Godam Bama Ubhay Hoi, Goda Adera, Vedoi, Tachad, Ushtrasana. So in a kneeling position, bend backwards, holding your ankles with the lifted hand. Keep your arms straight, push your hips forward, pushing your head backwards, and lift yourself with the camel. Ushtrasana 2. Meru some people take command photo. Now bending your knees, lay flat onto your back, and slowly bring your elbows to the ground. Feeling yourself as a lotus blooming. Tatyasana. The next asana is Viratasana. Now slowly, using your without using your elbows to support and possible, raise yourself off and down, gazing towards the nose in Viratasana. Jangham Prati Tomo Nidhai Viratasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Kapotasana. Now in bringing your knees, keeping your knees on the ground, bring your forearms on the ground behind and your head between the feet and push down. Kapotasana. Mayaru The next asana is Varasana. Now bring yourself onto your knees and hold the opposite elbows to the hands. Visualize the bones of the bones of Paramashivoham gaze the nose. Varasana. Jani Next asana is Paramashivoham 2. Now keeping your knees together, lean forward, bring your elbows to the mat, your head on the ground. Visualize yourself as a board, one of the 10 insights in the Paramashivoham. Suryam Chandram Bhekta Yasanati Patyante Kusam Bhova Apis Pashi Sambir Apis Varasasana Savati. The next asana is Mundasana. Now kneel down, placing the crown on the head. Lift your knees up and raise your body upside down. Visualize yourself as a log created gaze towards the wall. Adho Mundasana मध्ये Sarve Chakrani now. Relax now. The next asana is Anjasana. Now kneel down with your head between your knees, elbows at the knees, hands holding your head as you gaze nose, which exhale through your mouth. This asana is good for curing night blindness. Next asana is Viparita Salabhasana. Now lay on your belly with your arms extended. If your right arm is stretched off the ground, let the locus in your inner. Salabhasana Bheda. The next asana is Savasana. Now lay flat onto the mat. As you lift your feet off the ground, bring your pelvis down. Set yourself as a skull. Kapalam Bhova Nidhayo. Now from here, bring your feet over the top of your head. Place it on the ground in front of your face. Set yourself as a free and open back line in Akasa. Ushrasana. Now kneel down and sit your forearms on. Be steady as you visualize yourself. Next asana is Vrishtikasana 2. Keep your hands and elbows on the mat. Take your legs. Exhale, towards your head. And hold it. Like a scorpion. Vrishtikasana. Vristiva Mandika Nidhaka. The next asana is Vrishasana. Visualize yourself as a bow. Place your left foot outside the finger of the right foot. Your hands on the mat. Vrishasana. Resemble a bull. Yame Vulpeka Mule Vavabhami. So place both your palms flat on the mat. As you raise both feet off the ground, Chakras in your asana. Place your palms flat on the mat. Lola asana. Lola asana. Next asana is Vrishasana. Repeat Vrishasana. The bull. Yame Vulpeka Mule Vavabhami. The next asana is Balaguna. Now, here, place your left toes on the ground. Sit in the heel of the left foot. Right foot back on the ground. Knee raised towards your chest. Palm on the wrist, knee as you maintain an upright. Visualize Balaguna, one of the 54 siddhas in your inner space. Asana Kavana Tanati. The next asana is Graha. Now raise into the feet, starting from the hip. As you bring your hands beneath your shins, as you hold up your ankles inside out. Visualize planet yourself as a planet in your space. Grahasana. Padadale Bhumo Samstati Dhanamati Grahasana. Now let's repeat Balaguna. Visualize Balaguna in your inner space. Asana Kavana Tanabika Vidhai. Now from Uttarasana. Raise yourself, sitting your heels on top. With your knees pointing forward, please note the cancer. Because the next is Vajrasankharasana. Now raise yourself onto your heels with your knees pointed outward. As you place your hands behind your back, touching your elbows, visualize Swamiji in your inner space doing the Antaranga Kumbhaka in your inner space with Santa Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Vajrasankharasana. प्रथम पणापानी हुई जैसे दो एड़ी गुदा निवेश घोड़ा उभा रखे सीधे आड़े तेजी तो आने की The next asana is Anurasana. Now here, squat or sit with your feet hip width apart, hands under the soles of the feet from the inside, palms downwards onto the ground. Stepping on top of your palms, keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel as you gaze towards your nose. Visualize you're able to live, consume off of air alone. Though how the bhumi parishani, bhumi tarna bhula aapne bhula to aise vihi kare, jise yanki pariji hai. Now from Anilasana, the next asana which is Adhika. Now place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing towards the body. Tap your feet on the top of your hands and hands wrapped around the feet. And start to walk around, front and back, over, around on the mat. As you visualize yourself walking across the length and breadth of India wearing Paduka. Hastatalor, Padakale, Satvat, State, Padukasanam, Bhavati. The next asana, which we will be entering into, is Kukutodana. Now place your palms flat onto the mat and raise both your feet upwards with the eye, keeping it up, and let it fall back down. Repeat this again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster. Hastatale, Bhumo, Krishna, Padakale, Urdhvam, Uddhanam, Krishna, Bhumo, Kute, Sampanapana, Kurya, Kukutodanam, Vavati. The next asana is Viparita Nrityasana. Now raise yourself into a handstand position. Raise your legs upwards and move around on your two hands as if dancing. Feel yourself become free of all inhibition. Viparita Nrityasana. Hasatala Abhyam Bhumi Vashnavi Udhaparave Hasatala Abhyam Natara Vashnavi Viparita Nrityam Bhavati. From here, the next asana is Kunjarasana. Now, separate your feet standing downwards. Place one palm down on the mat with your arms straight and bring the opposite hand towards the head. Remain stable in Kunjarasana. अथवा क्षे महादेव कुण्डरासनमुत्तमं हरेण इत्येन पादाभ्यां भवतिष्ठतिरः. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. As you switch Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing. Right firmly in your inner space. Separate your feet, place one palm on the mat, the other palm towards the head. अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुण्डलासनमुत्तमं करेण पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् करः. The next asana is Padambasana. Now keep your feet flat onto the ground with your heels close towards the body. Hold your respective ankles, lift your feet off the ground. Visualize yourself as a Padambasana, 5 feet promoting long legs. Padambasana. पार्श्वभ्यां भूमवस्त्रहस्तत्रयेण धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कदम्बं भवति. The next asana which we will be entering into is Pavanamuktasana. Now, sit with your heels at the perineum, hold your knees with your hands, swing your knees towards your chest. Visualize any excess vata in the air, any imbalance in the air being balanced with you. System breathing in Pavanamuktasana. Pavanamuktasana, dvayoः सुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्तमितं भभ्रातकरबन्धनैः एवं विधि तत्र वायुमुक्तासनं भवेदेनेन सुधीर्मलस्थवाम्योऽन्तनम्. The next asana is Orasana. Now sit lifting one leg behind your head. Place both your hands flat onto the mat. Extend the opposite leg up, the knees straight. Lift your entire body off the ground, keeping your chin up. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. In Akorasana, gaze towards your third eye. पूर्वतानां चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनस्था भुजङ्गामपि दृष्टम्. The next asana is Dhanurasana 2. Now, sitting on the ground, hold the left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Pull the foot towards the left ear. Extend your right leg out, keep straight, holding the big toe again in Prana Mudra with the right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराक्षसकायुक्तं धनुरासनमीरतम्. The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now, in Ashtavakrasana, lift your one leg on top of the shoulder. Bring your other foot cross and hook it on top of that foot. Lean forward and down while lifting up your head and chest. Find your balance. Extend your legs out. Visualize yourself as a flying plane. वासिष्ठमकौण्डिन्यमोधकुक्कुटमेव The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now here, place one foot on the left side and bring your left foot flat on the ground. Having arms flat on the ground, visualize you are immortal, able to take this body solely. Other gaze at your third eye in Pranasana. एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति कामरः एकपादं एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदाय मूले समारोप्य धृत्वा संपर्ककारये. Now, in Paramashivoham Level-1, the master of Hatha Yoga, bring your right foot to the root of the left hand, bring the left leg back side of the leg. In this posture, hold the left leg by the right body, remaining steady. As you visualize, gaze towards the third eye. Ashwati. Now let's repeat. Sit, lift one leg on your head. Take good part of that on the ground. Extend your opposite leg up to the knee straight. Extend time or your off the ground, keeping the as you begin the powerful shot of the knees towards the third eye. Purvatana Pitham Atyasana. The next asana is to hold your right shoulder, fingers from the extend the left leg out, slide your shoulder in पादाङ्गुष्ठौतपाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वाशवनावधि धनुरासनाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्. From there, now let's repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Lift your right leg over the shoulder, step across, putting the top of the right foot, lean forward and down, extending the leg to the right. Lift your head and chest to find your balance. Then yourself as a slide. Vasishmatakamalinyam Mudukupputameva Mayuram Seti Badhalam. The next asana is Pranasana on the right foot on the left side. With the left foot flat onto the ground. Have your left shoulder underneath the raise the your spine. Visualize your amount of taking slowly from Pranaloha as a gaze towards the third one, Pranasana. Etat prabhedam vakshama bhagavati The next asana is Parsvamottesthasana. Now repeat Parsvamottesthasana on your roughly the side of the and twist the body remaining as you visualize the great stage in yoga mantra gazing towards the third eye. Next asana is one leg straight and twist the other knee. Knees by the side, press forward and down, clasp your foot, the hands and bring your head towards the knee. Ekam padam prasari, ekam padam Stevenitampi, Dadya Hastasvaya, Padam Gritva, Danu Parimasakam Yate, Tadam Bhavati. The next asana is Savantasana. Now place the right ankle outside to the right. Hold in the sole of the left foot and lift the leg up towards the forehead. Keeping your knees straight, gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Savantasana. Vasishtamatthondinyam Mudukupputameva Ashtavakramathopa Now from here repeat on the other side. एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादाय शीनासीतनीति चतुर्द्वयेन प्रसारितं धृत्वा. The next asana is Pravanasana on the other side. वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यमोदुपुत्रमेव च अष्टावक्रमसोत्तरमयूरं चेतुदक्षिणं पानपादं क्रौञ्चं च महिषं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च चित्राङ्गश्चक्रसारथि. Now from here, let us repeat. Let's move on to the next one, which is Swastikasana. Now in Swastikasana, place one foot on top of the other. As you bring your hands towards the side, visualize a swastika in your inner space, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Do the Jiva Chalakupata Mula Bandha in Swastikasana. Janurvo Orantare Sundale Ubhe Next asana is Ghorakasana. Now in the same position, cover your heels with the respective hands, tuck your chin towards your chest. As you gaze towards the tip of your nose, engage the Jalandhara Bandha and visualize state Gorakdasa in your inner space. Gorakshasana. Janurva Orantare Pada Uttano Vyakta Sumkhito Ulbhota Adhyastabhyam Uttanabhyam Prayatnah. The next asana is Bhagasana. Bring your left heel towards the perineum, the right foot on the left side. Close your eyes with the index finger, nose with the middle finger, ear to the sun of the Shanmukhi Mudra. Gaze towards the third eye, meditating upon the Arihanta, the Lord in Bhagasana 2. Vamapashnau Gudam Sthapya Vamapashnau. The next asana is Yogasana 2. Now place your feet on top of the opposite knee, hands on the ground. Keep your spine straight as you gaze towards the nose and visualize yourself uniting with Lord Paramashivoham. Uttana Uttarana Prajna Samsathyopari Januna Asna Upari The next asana is Kukutasana. Now from Padmasana, place your hands flat on the mat beside your body. Put your hands into the mat and lift your knees off the ground. Here, visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukutasana. Vasishmatram Linyam Kukutameva Cha The next asana is Siddhara. Now In Siddhartha, in between the knees and place them onto the mat. Do not lift body up, just stay seated and homogeneous. Moving into the Paramashivoham, where inhaling through your tongue and tube and exhaling through your nose. It's Siddhartha. प्रथमं पद्म आसन को करें, धरती को गौरव धीरे धीरे गोधरी रखें और हिंदी में रखें. The next one is Hamsasana. Now from Padmasana, raise yourself up into the Kukutasana. So we bring your knees way above. Visualize yourself as an gaze. Hamsasana. Kukutasana was Paryantam Hamsasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now place your hands between the butt, reach backwards and cross your hands to your body mudra. Interlace your fingers, bringing the forehead to the floor. Gaze towards your nose. Paramashivoham. Visualize yourself and not प्रथम पद्म आसन को करें, द्वारा संधि में ही धीरे. The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Now in Kurmasana 2, visualize yourself turtle, a stable body, trying to lift for hundreds of years. As you bring your hands underneath the head and calf, bend your elbows, holding the respective the hands. Balance that in Kurmasana. बामी जंघ को परिकल्पना पर जंघ को परिकल्पना क्या है? पहले अंग The next asana is Granthi Bheda. Now continue the Kapha. The next asana is Uttanasana. Now place your hands out and roll onto your back. You turtle laying on your back. As you gaze towards your nose, lay on your back, holding your shoulders up. Kukutasana bandhasana kara. Chandrukasana. Teecham kurmavadutta. Uttana kurmakam. The next asana is Angu. Now raise yourself up into the Padmasana. As you bring your hands, place one hand flat on hold it with the other hand. Here, lift the body up off the ground. Hold that. Let yourself Kukutasana Sthitva Ekena Hasena Anyana Manubandham Dhritva Klena Bhavam Angu Kukutam Bhavati. The next asana is on the other side. Place the other hand between the back to the side. As you raise yourself up onto your hands. Kukutasana Sthitva Ekena Hasena Anyana Manubandham Dhritva Klena Bhavam From Padmasana, placing your fingers as you visualize one, they are all the next asana is Padmasana. Now, keep your left foot on the right side. Put one hand over the other. Keep your spine straight and relax. Swami Uttana Uttarana Vidhana Yogi Rasa the next asana is Padmasana. Now remaining in the same position, bring your hands towards the spine straight as you gaze to the nose. Relax Lord Paramashivoham. Etat Padmasanam Prajna. The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now, from Padmasana, put your right lift your elbow and feet, go back. Place your left hand. Left Athanyasana Vakshe Pura The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now cross your arms behind your back. Inhale to your tongue, straight in your back. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize your sun as remember to engage all the perineum. Karmuka Asana Katya Udare Puri Ayuda Sukyati Kasini Sukma Vayuna. Remaining in the relax the bandhana into Dridhasana. As you visualize the action karma with third eye. Anything which comes to you, right? Gaze toward the third eye, the hands to Pranamudra. Orubhya Mukhaistapya Padayugman Prayatna Yes, in Dridhasana, sit back. Orubhya Mukhaistapya Padayugman Prayatna. Now from Dridhasana, so in Nagrasana, visualize gaze towards your nose, Now, lay flat on the back in Kandasana. Now, in Kandasana, bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your forehead towards your chest. Visualize yourself as a ball. Roll your body in Kandasana. Vetra, Sane, Sava. The next asana is Urdhva Pavanasana. Now lay flat onto your back, knees raised together, big toes evenly together. Keep your hands interlocked underneath your head. Gaze towards your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. प्रथमे सूर्धोत्सयन करवावे गोड़ा उभय रात मिलावे गुलभमा हिला अंश दोई करे कसा मेल रसोई. The next asana is Paramashivoham. Lay on your back, bend your knees, keep your feet flat onto the mat. Place your upturned palms underneath the heels and lift your hips, automatically engaging the Jalandhar Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakashithasana. उत्तान शयनं पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्तं नयेत् मरकटीकं भवति. The next asana is Uttan Shikipikasana. Now in the same position, raise your hips. Support your hips with the hands placed at the waist, elbows bearing the weight of your body. Keep your chin pressed at the throat as you gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Uttanishkipittakasana. Janghorbalahi Uttanishkipitkam Apramatprakurvita Bhuktefragvijitendriyah. The next asana is Narakasana. Now lay on your back. Raise your hips and legs up, elbows and hands extended on the mat below. As you raise your feet up straight, visualize yourself blissfully traveling to hell unscathed. Narakasana. Griva kanthena bhumi vishtambhapada ghadva modhamutrayet narakasanam bhavati. Tiryanavkasana. Now just lean your legs out downwards onto your palms on the opposite side. Visualize yourself as a boat. Naukavat sthitva urdhvam padakradvayam naye tiryanavkasanam bhavati. And now raise your place your hands flat onto the ground. Visualize KAILASA's flag distributed all across all nations in Dhwajasana. Tiryanaukavat griva kurparaihi bhumavashtabhyamastakalakshena padagradvayamurdham naye Dhwajasanam bhavati. Now from here, lay flat onto your mat in Mritasana. Visualize your body is dead. The supreme point of Hinduism is liberating you. You are completely liberated, laying flat as if your body is completely dead. Atha Shavasanam Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shamaharam Vishantikarakam. Lay here. Do the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Visualize the energy, the awareness traveling through every part of your body. Slowly. Now, slowly rock yourself up into a seated position. Move your hands, move your legs. Bring yourself into a seated position now. Congratulations to all those of you who are here with us. We have all successfully completed the full 308 asanas. And we have a new life starting today, a new day, as we now get the energy of Swamiji to flow through us throughout the full day, to be our fuel to run the whole day today. So with that, let us offer our gratitude at Swamiji's feet. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands together in the Anjali Mudra. And let us end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Namasto. Om Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. Today is the day of glimpses of Paramashivoham Level-1, day 6. And we are going to working on the chakra, 7 chakras. And with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start our sessions with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit with Atmanjali Mudra and start chanting with me, along with me. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Tandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The chakras are the most widely spread, most known across the world. And chakras references you can find in many of the scriptures. Today, we are going to learn more about the chakras and how learning about these, working on these, helps us to manifest Paramashivoham, helps us to live our peak possibility. Chakras, learning about the chakras is understanding our emotions. How each chakra is associated with one emotion and how actually these chakras are formed. And what is the relation between body, mind? And we are going to work on 3 levels. First, understanding about these chakras clears up our conscious part, and whatever the unconsciously we did emotions, the shrunken chakra, how to unlock that chakra and how to continue to open the chakra. So these 3 parts for each chakra we're going to learn. And you will see visible difference, the way you feel, the way your body feels, the way you think, and many more. So it leads to completion. So Swamiji used to conduct this program as Ananda Spurana, the flowering in bliss. Ananda is bliss, Spurana is flowering. So when all these chakras are unlocked, what we experience is the flowering of bliss. So let's start learning about this introduction to chakras. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, everyone. Thank you, Madai, my Swami. Yes. So begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Satrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Welcoming all of you to Glimpses in Paramashivoham Level-1, Day 6. Today is a day where we will be entering into learning about the energy flow in our body. Many of us would have heard the references about the chakras, even with the various mantras, the shlokas that we chant. The Mooladhara Chakra Adhipati is Ganesha, right? Similarly, we have all heard about the different chakras in the human body. The scriptural references are immense with reference to the chakras. What exactly are chakras? Chakras are the energy centers that exist in our system. If you were to dissect a human body and look for it, like how you would look for a heart or the kidney or the spleen, you would be disappointed because the chakras do not have a physical existence. There is no anatomical existence of the chakras, but they exist in the metaphysical plane. Nevertheless, the chakras' presence has been clearly documented with a system of photography that has been developed by a Russian scientist. Not that we have any kind of a doubt about its existence, because the Vedas can never be wrong. But for a human mind, a logical human mind, the Kirlian photography has proven beyond doubt the existence of these energy centers called chakras. Let us move on to understand which are all the various chakras that exist in us. In the very first session today, the 7 energy points, the 7 chakras in our body, starting with the Mooladhara chakra located at the root of the spine, 2 inches above the Mooladhara chakra. In the spleen area is the Swadhisthana chakra. Then is the Manipuraka chakra, which is located in the navel center, the stomach area. The Anahata chakra is located in the heart region. The Vishuddhi chakra in the throat region. Agnya chakra at the brow center between the eyebrows. And finally, the Sahasrara, which is located at the crown on the top of your head. These are the 7 major energy centers in the body. The same chakras have been depicted here in this diagram. At the very root, the Mooladhara, the Swadhisthana, 1.5 to 2 inches above the Mooladhara, then the Manipuraka, the solar plexus at the level of the navel, Anahata in the region of the heart, Vishuddhi at the throat region, the Agnya at the third eye region, and finally the Sahasrara. Each of these chakras are the major energy points through which the entire energy in your system is flowing. Now let us all come to the space of listening to internalize deeper truths on these chakras. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. In this program, you will come to hear many deep truths, but if you are not listening, you will miss all of them. So let us take a moment to consciously decide and declare to ourselves to be in the space of listening. What exactly is listening? See, hearing is different, listening is different. Hearing means sound gets into your ears and creates different emotions, greed, fear, etc. In hearing, you are busy with some thoughts and ideas in your head. You are too busy in your inner space. And that kind of hearing is what we call default listening. In this mode of default listening, you will make your own meaning of the things that I utter. What is heard and what is cognized becomes completely disconnected. On the other hand, listening leads your system from sound to silence. When you're in the space of hearing, every word that is falling into your ears is only going to generate more and more noise inside of your inner space. On the contrary, listening leads you to silence. Listening means sound enters into your system and gets absorbed into your system. It leads you from sound to silence. True listening is hearing with the right cognizing. Bhagavan always says, the program doesn't start when I start speaking. The program starts when you start listening. The Mandukya Upanishad starts with a very beautiful hymn. Om Bhadram Karnepi Shrunuyama Deva Bhadram Pashenma Akshabhir Yajatraha, which means, dear shining ones, may we, through our ears, listen to only that which is auspicious. May we, through our eyes, see only that which is auspicious. Essentially, it is saying that we have to train our ears and eyes to listen. Any idea that stays in the mind is just a philosophy. Only when it becomes part of your life does it become meaningful to you, isn't it? What is it that makes great truths relevant to life? Making great truths work in life. It is listening. The first truth of life is listening. It is only with listening that thinking starts. Only when you authentically listen, life starts. Only when you listen, you start having a relationship with life, and spirituality starts with listening. With listening, a new being will be born in you. In fact, masters who have happened have attached so much of sacredness and significance to listening. Listening itself is a great spiritual quality. When you are listening, you are actually being a complete, true, genuine seeker. J. Krishnamurti, a great enlightened master who happened, goes on to say, listening is God. Whether a child wants to be an engineer, architect, lawyer, doctor, whatever it is, he has to start listening. When a child, whatever it is that he wants to become, he has to listen to that, isn't it? If all the truths have to flower in you, you have to listen. Listen with awareness. If we don't listen, we can sit here for 2 days, 21 days, 21 years, however much time, it is not going to be useful. It is like immersed in an ocean of nectar, but not allowing even a drop to enter you. There are 3 important aspects to listening, the 3 important Vedic concepts when we listened to deep truths: Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. If we are not listening, without listening, what happens? Because you're not listening, the truths are not understood. When you do not understand, there is no practice. Without practicing, they are not lived. Without living, there is no clarity. Without clarity, there is no experience. And without experiencing, they sound empty, isn't it? Anything which has not become your experience already, even when you talk about it, it will be so shallow. They will be so empty. They start sounding empty. We miss out on the truths. Emptiness, Bhagavan says, is poverty in feeling. Loneliness, depression, confusion, perversion, they are all the various expressions of emptiness. In Vedic literature, the spectrum of listening is divided into three: Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. Shravana means listening. Manana is internalizing. Nididhyasana is living. Yes, I see Karuna Karaya, Ma Rose joining in. Welcome, both of you, to Paramashivoham Level-1 Glimpses. Today it's all about the chakras. So we started with listening, the truths about listening. The first aspect, the spectrum of listening is Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. Shravana is all about giving your listening. Manana is internalizing the truth. And Nididhyasana is living the truth. The Shastra Pramana comes from the Bruhadaranyaka Upanishad. It says, Bhavati Atma va are drashtavya shrotavyo mantavyo nididhyasitavyo maitreyi Atmano va are darshanena shravanena matya Vijnanenedam sarvam viditam. Yajnavalkya is a sage, recommended to his wife Maitreyi the form of sadhana which consisted of darshana, shravana, manana, and nididhyasana. Darshana refers to seeing and realizing God or Brahman. He told her that the first stage in the spiritual quest is Shravana. The translation from these two lines are from 112 Upanishads, page number 299. The translation goes, Lo, verily it is the soul, the Atman, that should be seen, that should be listened to, that should be thought on, that should be pondered on, O Maitreyi. Lo, verily, in the soul's being seen, listened to, thought on, understood, this world, all is known. It is only when you listen that you can actually realize. Usually, many teachers say, how much ever you listen, only when you practice you will achieve it. But I say, how much ever you try to practice, only when you listen, you achieve it. We often say we are trying to practice, but without listening, we will only try to practice, but not actually practice. So just important, understand, we cannot emphasize the importance of listening adequately, because that is the only thing that we need on when you're sitting to internalize these great truths, to be in the space of listening. Bhagavan goes on to say, right listening is a great way to clear your inner space. See, if the pond is dirty, if you put a little lime powder, the lime powder will take the dust and settle down. In a few minutes, the pond is clean. Like that, when the right listening is sprinkled on a chaotic mind, the mind which is full of words, right listening a sprinkle, it will take away all the dust, which is words and thoughts in your mind, and settle them on the ground. We have to be aware how much non-listening has become a part of us. A regular practice for us is that wherever we go sit, the body is sitting there, but the mind is wandering somewhere else, isn't it? After 5 minutes, we turn our ears off. We start thinking of business, the son's wedding, etc. We start thinking actively. Now, let us recognize deeply how much non-listening has become a part of us. We all go through two states of non-listening. One is the sleep and semi-consciousness. Sleep is when the mind is disconnected from perception and we do not listen. That is acceptable, fine. Semi-consciousness is when the mind is still connected to perception, yet we are not listening. We are thinking of something else. It's just a way to escape from sleeping and yet not be present. When either of them show up, stop them. While here in the session, when sleep tends to take over you, become aware, stop it. Be here in the complete space of listening. At the same time, just sitting here, being connected to perception, but still not listening is semi-consciousness, isn't it? You're sitting in, the body is here, but your mind is wandering somewhere else. You're thinking of something else. Even then, become aware. And when either of them are showing up, stop them. Now, how do we see if you are listening? If your eyes are closed, be very clear, you are thinking about something else. If you are processing the words, your eyes will blink. Whenever you're processing, the thinking itself, it will be seen with the number of times that you blink your eyes. You might have noticed there are some people who are worrying all the time. You will see that the rate of blinking of their eyelids will be at a very high frequency. Similarly, if you are internalizing the truths, your eyes will simply freeze. You are neither blinking nor are your eyes closed. When the truths are being cognized, the eyes will be frozen. It is the inner chatter in our mind that stops us from listening. Now let us understand how does the inner chatter get there. What stops us from listening are the incompletions. For those of you who are new to the terminology, what are incompletions? The definition of an incompletion is, incompletions are incidents, memories, wrong cognitions from the past that are occupying the present and are affecting our future. I repeat, incompletions are incidents, memories, wrong cognitions from the past that are occupying the present and affecting our future. For example, if you go to a beach and you see someone getting hit and there was a bloodshed, you may decide that the beach is a dangerous place. You will be afraid to go to that beach again, isn't it? As a small kid, you were having a nice walk on the beach by the sunset, enjoying the beautiful breeze, holding your mother's hand or your father's hand, and suddenly there was a chaos and this kind of a very gory incident you witnessed. the trauma that it would have caused in that young child, even witnessing that bloodshed, you would have experienced so much of fear, isn't it? At that point in time, that as a child, you made a cognition, an immature, wrong cognition that beach is a dangerous place. So next time, whenever the thought of even going to the beach comes up, what is the first memory that will come up in your inner space? Oh my God, beach. That is the place where that murder happened, isn't it? See, just that one thought of beach can trigger that memory of the past instantly in the present moment. In the present moment, that past is sitting and occupying your present, and it's going to impact your future also. Now, this is exactly what an incompletion is. The past incident is restricting us. It is affecting our decisions of the present moment and also impacting the future. That is exactly what an incompletion is. Yet another example which most of us would be able to relate to. Let's say a girl is in a history class and the teacher asks, who's the first president of India? The girl jumps up in all her excitement and she says, Subhash Chandra Bose, while the correct answer is Rajendra Prasad. And the whole class laughs at her. Nithyananda Maya, Karunakaraya. Nithyananda, yes. So she feels ashamed. She's afraid that she will always make mistakes while she talks in public. Many years later, she will still be afraid to talk in public because she is always afraid of making a mistake and others laughing at her. She is going to recreate the same past in the present is what is the cognition that she is carrying. Just because she made a mistake that one day in class, she wrongly labeled her as, I am a failure. I always make mistakes. She will never speak at work. She will never speak up in public. And how is it going to impact her life? She will not do well, even though she may have all the technical knowledge, she may have the skills, but she is not going to speak out in a meeting. She is not going to stand up and talk in the public. Obviously, that's going to affect her grades, isn't it? Was it right in assuming that just because she made one mistake, she will always make mistakes? No. So, incompletions always come from wrong cognitions, wrong understandings. The sad part is that the incompletions create more incompletions. For example, if you had a fight with your boss at work today, you'll be carrying that same grumpy mood, that bad mood when you come home. And in that bad mood, you may end up fighting with your spouse, with your wife or husband, isn't it? So, let us understand, how does incompletion stop us from listening? The incompletions leave a running conversation in our heads about our past. We are constantly thinking about what happened in the past. Now, these create an inner chatter and stop us from listening in that moment. I may be sitting here and talking all this to you, but if your mind is caught up in the past, how much of what is being shared are you even going to listen to? Forget internalizing and forget living those truths when the very first step is not happening. You're not absorbing everything that is being delivered like a sponge. Because of the constant inner chatter, it's not really going to be a time that is well spent, isn't it? What happens in the mode of inner chatter that's going on inside you? You will make your own meaning of the things that I utter. What is heard and what is cognized becomes completely disconnected. We may also have an incompletion with the person who's talking to you. And this will always stop us from understanding exactly what that person is saying, because we will always interpret their words in a different way. You already have a certain idea about that person. Oh, look at this lady sitting here and talking all this. I know what she did 6 months back. You know, those kind of things. Even though I may be talking so much sense, I may be giving you techniques and the truths that you really need for yourself to live your life, make your life better, because you have a certain incompletion with the person who is talking, you will not take in those truths. There again, you're missing out, isn't it? Some techniques start to listen when we find out that we are not listening. Understand? The first thing about learning is knowing that I don't know something. When I know that I don't know, that is half the battle won. Are we clear? When I know that I don't know, I will be ready to know. Similarly, when you know that you are not listening, you can actually get prepared to start listening. Skip back, not forward. When you read a book, for example, imagine when you don't understand a sentence, what do? You may jump it and go to the next sentence. Soon what will happen? You will not even understand a few other lines, and after a few pages, you will start losing the theme of the book, and very soon you will stop reading. You will say, I don't know, I'm not following this, and you'll just keep the book down, isn't it? If you don't understand a sentence, don't jump it, rewind, look back. There is no progress in skipping forward. Many a time you think you will waste your time if you're going to go back, but understand the chances that you will just stop reading that book is very high if you don't make an attempt to go back, rewind, and understand the sentence. You may, gain a few pages, but don't call that progress. There is no progress in skipping forward. When you are progressing, you are moving forward. But that does not mean skipping forward is progress. So, completely, fully listen. Whenever you can't understand, please indicate, raise your hand. We will stop. Understand and then move forward. Are we clear about completion? Sorry, incompletion. How incompletion, yes, of the past will have that inner chatter occupying your inner space in the present and impacts all your decisions and your future. So completion is what will lead to right listening. Now, after skipping back, the next step is to understand what is stopping you from listening. This is usually an incompletion, a wrong cognition from the past. We just need to complete with the past incidents. How do we complete is the next question. We will be teaching you completion in a great detail in the course of the Paramashivoham Level 1. But for now, it suffices to give you the intellectual knowledge. Completion is nothing more than reliving the past with a new cognition. That's it. In the instance of that girl who made a mistake in class when the teacher asked a question, if she has to come out of that incompletion, all that she needs to do is revisit her past moment, she might be 20, 25 years of age now. And that incident might have happened when she was 7. She has to go back in time, become that 7-year-old child, and relive the whole incident as if it is happening to her right now. It is not remembering. Be very clear. Reliving the past with the right cognition. What was the wrong cognition that she had? I always make mistakes. No, she made a mistake only on that one occasion. It is okay. Making a mistake doesn't make you a failure. Not getting up makes you a failure. Falling is not wrong. Not getting up is wrong. So, with these kinds of mature cognitions and understandings, when she relives the past, what happened that day? Teacher asked a question, and I, in that moment, answered, the President of India is Subhash Chandra Bose. That is all what happened. Beyond that, all that emotional drama that happened inside her, when she felt ashamed, she cried, and she gave herself a wrong word about herself to herself. All of that has to be erased with the right cognition. That is completion. We lived the past with the wrong cognition. If we relive it with the right cognition, then the effect of the past incident will go away. So, we will teach you later how to do completion, but for now, to go into the flow of the whole intellectual understanding, that much is enough. So let us know more about right listening or authentic listening. J. Krishnamurti says listening is God. Buddha lists right listening as a part of his steps to end suffering. Right listening can happen when you are ready to listen to anything. With authentic listening, we are hearing without any interference from incompletions. It has to become a practice, not just here when we are in the session. Even when you are interacting with the people in your life, catch yourself. Your spouse is talking to you. Your child is talking to you. Your friends are talking to you. Your colleagues are talking to you. How much are you really listening? Even when that other person is talking, inside you, you are already preparing your dialogue, the words that you will be talking when that person stops. Isn't it? We are all never in the space of true listening. When you are in that space of right listening, true listening, authentic listening, all the words that the other person is talking will just fall into your inner space. The person who is talking will be healed. Actually, start practicing this with the people in your life. You will see that relationships itself will become so beautiful when there is no interference from incompletions. When we listen without incompletions, it's like a binary code, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, like in the computer, hearing, cognizing, hearing, cognizing. However, with an incompletion, it becomes extremely chaotic. 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. See here, the hearing and cognizing is not happening. It is just the hearing, or you are making your own understandings of what is being spoken without even listening. the person can either just let the words fall on empty ears or go on a chain of wrong conclusions without even hearing the other person. How many times you can catch yourself playing this game, not even listening, but drawing your own conclusions about what is being told. With right listening, everything that echoes in your system reverberates in your inner space, leads you to silence. All the words will just lead you into a deep silence, and that is when you are actually listening. In the Vedic tradition, we use sound to transmit not just ideas, concepts, or knowledge. It is used to transmit the experience of energy also. The possibility for right listening happens more in the presence of a living master who himself has experienced the anahata dhvani. Understand, the master's words carry the energy to transform you, raise your consciousness to a higher level. Many a time, even if you do not understand the language that the incarnation is communicating with, just sitting in that deep silence with feeling connection with the master, the intended effect, what those words have to create in the listener will happen so beautifully, because the master's words are the energy which can transform you. It is being delivered from the space that has experienced the anahata dhvani. Swamiji comments that he has the ability to make anything that you want in life as reality: health, money, great relationships, happiness, peace, enlightenment. He knows the science and he can make it a reality. So let's all commit to be here in the space of listening. The only thing that he asks from you is listening. Why? Because listening is the wiring between you and Swamiji. He uses the words to transmit the energy to you. Again and again and again, the emphasis on right listening is put because it is an independent, intelligent technique which can lead you to a higher space and higher reality. So are we all listening? Can I have an acknowledgement? How much of the listening is happening? Yes, thank you, Aya. So let us all take a resolution to listen now. The first resolution that you should take is Shravana, listening. I declare I am in the space of authentic listening. For the next few days, I decide to be in the space of authentic listening. Let us all make this sankalpa for ourselves to be in the space of authentic listening. So, how many of us now understood that incompletion is nothing but a negative hangover of the past incident, influencing the present moment and impacting our actions and emotions in the present, including our listening? Do we all understand that? Can I have a thumbs up? If you did, thank you. We know now that you will be able to listen only when there is nothing that stands in between the speaker and your listening. That means you cannot have any other thought in your head at the point when you are listening. Only when you bring completion in your inner space does listening happen. Incompletions of the past stops the listening. When you begin completing your past, your ability to be in pure listening goes up exponentially. Even if you have incomplete about the person to whom you're listening does not against me, then drop them now. We will work on a lot of powerful methods that will assist. Along with those techniques, continuously take on only this one spiritual practice of listening. Let's take a vow for the next few days. You will be in the space of listening, 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 and listening. Just decide. You will be in the space of listening. Have you all taken that sankalpa now? To be in the space of listening, a conscious decision. Okay? So with this, I will now move on to introducing the chakras to you. A small story. After a war, the departing soldiers from near a remote tribal area left an aeroplane behind as it was too difficult to move it out and fly. The villagers, when they felt safe to scout the area where the soldiers were amazed to see this contraption as they had never seen anything like that before. They looked at the wings, the propeller, they climbed up and went into the cabin. However, they recognized one thing is on this strange thing. It had wheels, and so did the bullock cart in their village. They said that this was a very special bullock cart that God had sent them and celebrated and started using the aeroplane as a bullock cart. Some time later, a local boy who had gone to study in the nearest town went inside the cabin and started pulling at the various controls. Suddenly, the engine rolled into action and he heard this sound before in a tractor. He managed to move the plane by engaging its gears, and he explained to the amazing villagers what a tractor was. There was great celebration, and now the plane started getting used as a tractor. A while later, a war veteran passed by the village, by now prosperous with that tractor. He saw the plane being used as a tractor and he was shocked and explained to them that this machine could fly. The villagers wouldn't believe him. When he persisted, they panicked and they did not want to fly. It was simply too dangerous. Finally, he managed to convince them to let him fly the contraption, and with bated breath, the villagers watched as he took the plane up, circled the village, and landed. There was uproar and celebration. Bhagavan says we are all like the tribal people. We are all flying machines. The body is just like a machine that can be molded. It is an amazing machine. It can be like a bicycle. It can be transformed into a car. It can also be transformed into a plane. What kind of machine you want it to be, it is in your hands. If you are happy with it being a bicycle, it's up to you. If you're happy making it a car, it's up to you. If you want to make it a plane or a rocket, that is also up to you. The truth is that we neither know our own potential nor possess the knowledge to activate that potential. Even when someone tells us of our potential, we disbelieve him immediately, often chase him out. We panic. When someone dares offer us the know-how to make us fly, we call him a madman. We seem happy using a flying machine as a bullock cart or quite often a pulling cart. Most of us would rather crawl like a snail and be safe rather than soar free like a bird. Since we are scared, we may risk breaking a wing. By now, it's well established that we use less than 10% of our brain power. The rest we call unconscious or subconscious energy, and its use is considered esoteric and strange. Biologists tell us that less than 5% of our biological system is ever used. The rest is standby. Exactly like how the villagers were using the aeroplane like a bullock cart is how we are all running our lives. One of the biggest misuse of resources is that of the human system. We have 72,000 energy centers and pathways, of which we at best use 14,000. The rest is never used. There is no greater misuse of the available resources than the way we misuse the resources of the human system. Really, what a waste. In the meditation techniques that we teach you in Paramashivoham Level 1, they are all the know-how that the pilot has to have in order to fly the machine using the chakras, which are the engine and the transmission system. Even if we do not wish to utilize the full potential of the powerful machine that we are, for even a reasonable performance, we need to keep the chakras in a good order for our well-being. Understand that most of our ailments, physical or mental, are all a result of the blocked chakras. It is essential to keep the chakras in good order, even to enjoy a basic good health. In this program, we will study about the 7 major chakras, the energy center. Each chakra is associated with an emotional state and is blocked by the negative emotion in that state. For instance, the Mooladhara chakra, located at the base of the spine, is linked to the base emotion of survival, such as lust, anger, greed, fantasy, and is blocked by excesses in these emotions. Since 85% of our energy is located in this chakra, a blocked Mooladhara chakra saps one's ability to live. Re-energizing the Mooladhara can be done through a meditation technique that reduces these negative emotions. The Yogashika Upanishad describes the chakras and their positions. Verse 168 to 175 talk about the chakras and their positions. Deham Shivalayam Proktam Siddhidam Sarvadehinam Guda Medhartha Rasasthalam Mooladharam Trikonam Shivasya Jiva Rupasya Sthanam Taddi Prakashate Yatra Kundalinama Parashakti Pratishtitaha Yasmad Upadyate Vayuras Asmad Avinaha Pravartate Yasmad Upadyate Bindur Yasmadanna Pravartate. Similarly, we have 5 more verses, all from the Yoga Shikpamani Upanishad. I will read out the translation. For all those who have a body, their body is the temple of Shiva. It can give them unimaginable powers. The triangular area in between the ears and the penis is called the Mooladhara. This is the place where Shiva lives as a life-giving force. There, the Parashakti called Kundalini lives. From there, the wind is produced, the fire is also produced from there. From there only the sound, Hamsa, and the mind are also produced. This place, which would give whatever is asked for, is called the Kamakya Peetam, the seat of passion. In the edge of the anus is the Swadhisthana chakra with 6 petals. Near the belly is the Manipuraka chakra with 10 petals. In the place near the heart, the Anahata chakra with its 12 petals exists. And, hey Lord Brahma, this is called the Purnagiri Pita. In the depression of the throat, the Vishuddhi chakra with its 16 petals exists. Hey Lord of Lords, that is the Jalandhara chakra. In between the eyelids is the Ajna with its 2 petals. Over that is the Mahapita called Uddiyana. The Advaya Taraka Upanishad says, it is well known that in the middle of it, there exists the Kundalini, which is as bright as crores of suns and as thin as the lotus thread. The man who sees that with his mind's eye attains salvation by getting rid of all sins. The Yoga Chudamani Upanishad says the 6 chakras, the energy centers, the 6 support the 3 kinds of vision, the 5 kinds of ether. He who does not know these in his own body, how can there be success for him? Thus, all references point to the knowledge of the chakras and Kundalini as the ultimate way to success. These secrets have been hidden in the Upanishads for a long time, and today we are going to learn about these secrets. Are we all ready for the secrets? You will find that almost all our needs can be classified into 5 specific categories. Look in. You will be able to categorize it in one of these 5. One is physical well-being, mental well-being, interpersonal relationships, material well-being, and spiritual well-being, isn't it? In order to achieve all these expectations that you have, your body, mind, and spirit have to work synchronously. Whatever it is that you want to achieve, it is essential that your body, mind, and spirit have to work synchronously, whether it is in the physical realm, mental well-being, your relationships, your material well-being, or your spiritual pursuits. Only a person with a good physical health can have a sound and a healthy mind. Body and mind are intimately related. A combination of a healthy body and a healthy mind helps in effective interpersonal relationships, which in turn helps in whatever endeavors that we undertake. Isn't it? Financial success automatically will follow when you have a healthy body, a healthy mind, a supportive human resource structure around you, your relationships with people, all of that. With this, when you work authentically, you work hard, the smart work follows that, financial success will automatically follow. What we are about to share with you in this program is how to develop a healthy body and a healthy mind that leads to material success in life. Even when we enjoy all these positive effects, we will still feel that something is missing in our lives. Quite often, what is missing in our lives is contentment, fulfillment, and a sustained joy. All of us are joyful at some point in life for a certain reason. It is not that the joy continues to remain, it is not sustained. And that is what is the missing that you experience, the contentment, the fulfillment. And we keep searching everywhere for these elusive experiences. You start thinking, oh, if I had a better job, then I would be happy. If I had a better house, I would be happy. If I had a better spouse, I would be happy. But these experiences will continue to elude you in your pursuit. A small story about how a man was searching at dusk for something below the street lamp across the street from his house. A friend passed by, curious, asked him what he was doing. The man said, he's looking for a gold coin that he had lost. Friend, being a good friend, also joined his search, and soon, like it generally tends to happen, many other people also, the passers-by, they chipped in. After a while, the friend asked, there seems to be no coin here. Where did you lose it? The man says, I lost it inside my house. Angry, the friend shouted, don't you have brains? Why are you then looking for it here instead of searching inside the house? The man said calmly, because I have no light inside my house, I thought I looked for it under the street lamp. Stupid it may sound, but this is what everybody does. Why search for something outside while it's still inside? This is what we do all our lives, searching for the bliss within everywhere, but inside. Why? Because we have not lit our inner self. What we hope to do during this program is to provide you the light that helps you find that what is always within you. The gold coin that is lost inside the house has to be looked for inside the house by lighting the lamp inside the house, not looking out for the elusive experiences which will never give you fulfillment and contentment. So with this, I will now move on to the next segment, where we will be learning the truths about the Mooladhara Chakra. Nithyananda Sangita, Rose, it would be nice to see you on camera. Nithyananda. Yes. Okay. Let us go on to understand deeper truths on the Mooladhara Chakra, the training from Bhagavan Paramashiva's messages directly from KAILASA, revealed by His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So let us begin with the Mooladhara Chakra. The Mooladhara Chakra is the root center which is located at the base of the spine. In Sanskrit, Moola Adhara. There are two words. Moola means the root. Adhara means the basis, the base. So Mooladhara means root and the basis of existence. All right. Just waiting for Ma Sangeeta to settle down. All right. Thank you, Ma. So the Mooladhara, the root center, I reiterate, the Sanskrit word Moola means root, Adhara means base. It is the root and the base of our existence. The Mooladhara is located at the base of the spine. What locks the Mooladhara is fantasy, imagination, and expectation. See, the Mooladhara chakra is concerned with sex. It is the chakra that is the base and the root of all the creative energy. All of us exist because of the energy that is in the Mooladhara chakra. The whole universe has come into manifestation because of the sexual energy at the Mooladhara chakra. Now, this Mooladhara chakra is blocked when you live in fantasy and imaginations, which can never become a reality. When you're not in tune with the reality of your life and always having a certain imagination of how it should be, your Mooladhara chakra gets locked. Especially all the greed-based incompletions. It is blocked when we are not connected with the reality of our life. The major thought flow that can influence this chakra is pleasure. Pleasure is not just limited to physical sex. It can exist in the mental and the cerebral level also. This chakra is connected with sex, fantasy, and imagination. Is it clear? Are all the concepts clear for all of us? Yes, thank you. The Mooladhara chakra gets locked by fantasy, especially greed-based incompletions. You're not connected to the reality and you're having a certain expectation which cannot be fulfilled. Your Mooladhara chakra will get blocked. It's not just connected to the physical pleasure of sex. The pleasure can exist at both the mental and cerebral layers also because of the fantasizing and imagination. Now, what unblocks this chakra? This chakra flowers when you drop your fantasies and welcome reality. The Dukkha Harana meditation will open this chakra, and what keeps it alive is practicing authenticity. We will be explaining all these concepts in a bit. The Mooladhara chakra is concerned with lust. As we saw before, this chakra is the base and root of our creative energy. Understand, no man is totally male and no woman is totally female. We are all both male and female energies inside us, isn't it? We have both energies. We have happened as a union of the energy of the father and the mother. So obviously both energies are there inside each one of us. In fact, each man is just 51% man and 49% woman. Similarly, each woman is 51% woman and 49% man. One man asked me, why has the concept of single man for single woman that was exhibited in Ramayana failed? And I told him jokingly, in the Ramayana, Sita did not see Hrithik and Shah Rukh. Understand, Sita was not under the load of any images. Now, this is very important for all of us to internalize. There is a gap between imagination and reality. See, the fantasizing that starts happening about your partner in life starts at a young age, where children are exposed to too much of this media, where they will start chipping out pieces of the various celebrities. Yes, I'll come back to that, Aya. So it is just that each one will start chipping out parts of all the different celebrities and put all those jigsaw pieces together and create your fantasy ideal partner for the future. My wife should have Aishwarya Rai's eyes. She should have Shilpa Shetty's physique. No, somebody else's height. She should be as fair as this person. She should be a daughter of Ambani, because that way I will get wealth also. She should have the wit of some person. She should have the charm of somebody else. She should be as intelligent, as accomplished as somebody else. Imagine all these things that you put together to create your ideal partner for the future is just a figment of your imagination. Does that kind of a person really exist in your life, in on this planet Earth? No. So obviously, when the real person happens, just imagine what a big letdown it's going to be for all the people who have put together all their fantasies together as their ideal dream partner. So that is exactly what this story illustrates. Sita was not under the load of any such images. And that is why one man, one wife. The only image Sita had was of Janaka, her father. And there was not much disparity between Janaka's image and Rama's image. You know what? Janaka was an enlightened king. So obviously the only person that she has always, the other man that she has always looked up to in her life was her father. And that is why not much of a disparity. Karunakaraya is asking, wasn't Sita's marriage a Swayamvar? Yes, it was, Aya. A Swayamvara, which was not like any other ordinary Swayamvara. It was a cosmic play. At the end of the day, Rama was the very incarnation of Vishnu. And who Sita will marry, who's again the incarnation of Lakshmi herself, is decided by Paramashiva, where the avatar of Vishnu has to come and lift the Shiva Dhanus. And that is the person who will marry Sita. Obviously, who else but Rama had to do it. So, continuing with this story of, or rather the truth of when the gap between reality and imagination increases, the tension starts. When this gap is reduced, the tension reduces. When tension mounts, the chain even breaks. That is why so many marriages are collapsing. Swamiji says it is like, you have all these imaginary things in your head, and you'll keep scouting, looking around for that ideal dream partner of yours. Obviously, you will lose so many years looking, because there is never one in the real world. And suddenly you will see one person who will say, not exactly there, but somewhere okay. Something about her is fine. And then you decide to get married to that person. After the marriage will be the honeymoon, that short phase where each one is putting their best face forward, trying to impress upon the other person. And things seem to be going good for a bit. Then finally, you realize that, hey, when I got married, this I thought was dark green, but actually this is light green. It's okay. Things happen in life. I'll adjust, and you move on. With time, you will see that that color is not even green, it is red. You understand, like how you had your imagination about your partner is also having a imaginary fantasy partner in her head, which she has looked for and finally made some settlement and said, okay, fine, it's somewhere matching. But when you start living together, the honeymoon phase is over and all the drama starts unfolding in your life. Because initially, what you thought you wanted for yourself was a circle, for instance, okay? And after the wedding, you realize that what you have is a square. So what do you do now? You take out a chisel and a hammer and you start carving out or chipping out all the edges of this square to form the circle which you thought you wanted. And the chipping out is all the noise that happens in the marriage, the fights that happen in the marriage, because each one feels that the other is not exactly what she wanted or he wanted, and you're trying to carve your spouse to your needs, to your requirements, to your necessities. There is no acceptance of the other as he or she is. Swamiji says jokingly, first year of marriage, wife talks, husband listens. Second year of marriage, husband talks, wife listens. Third year of marriage, both talk, neighbors are listening. Rather, both shout, neighbors are listening. So this is the whole process of marriage. Sadly, not even saying accepting is a very cheap terminology. Welcoming the other as he or she is the success of any marriage. Are these truths clicking with all of us? I see people are enjoying because you can so connect with the whole narration. Married people know this is the whole drama of marriage. So the gap between the reality and imagination increasing, the tension starts mounting so much that the chain itself breaks. Now, how does the masculine or feminine energy get suppressed? Swamiji says, see, the age between 0 to 28 is very significant. 0 to 7 is one phase, 7 to 14 is the second phase, 14 to 21 is the third phase, and so on. At each level, there is a certain suppression that happens. Like I said earlier, we are a union of both the masculine and the feminine energies. When we live both energies, we will feel so complete about ourselves. Sadly, once the baby is born, the first few years, ideally, earlier it used to be 7 years, but now we are seeing that the age is dropping much further. A child lives intensely in the whole body. There is no separation of right, left, face, feet, nothing of that sort. Don't you see how kids will have the whole mouth in their hand? They will enjoy that part. They will have the foot in their their mouth, and they will be salivating like crazy. Anything that they see that excites them, they are not like miserly like us, adults. Even if the best happenings, at the most we'll manage one, that artificial smile, which will just show some 2 or 3 teeth. But a baby will get so excited. The whole body is so excited when it sees something, enjoys it in all its intensity, in totality, isn't it? That is the first few years of life. Yes, Saya, Karunakaraya. I see that. So there is no identity of the body with respect to male, female, nothing. In fact, they don't even carry an identity of I. When you talk to children, They will never say, I want this, I don't like that, nothing of that sort. They will refer to, once they start talking also, it will just be Pranav likes chocolate. There is no sense of I also. And when Pranav is given that chocolate, the way he will eat it with both his hands all over his mouth, face, everywhere, it is smeared on, isn't it? There is no kind of suppression in that child. But as the child grows up, there are various suppressions that happen. Let us understand. See, when the child starts eating, for instance, child uses both the hands. For any activity, the child wants to use both the hands. Whether it is somebody says, give me a handshake, he'll come out with the left hand. When you offer the child something, he brings out his left hand to take it. But what do? We'll tell, no, 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 bad manners. Give your right hand, take with the right hand, isn't it? So when you do that, see, topographically, the right side of the body is connected to the left side of the brain, and the left side of the body is connected to the right side of the brain. When you keep suppressing your left side of the body as inauspicious, what do? The right brain is suppressed. When the left side of the body is suppressed, you suppress the feminine energy and you make a wound. Likewise, the left side of the body is suppressed. When we suppress the right side of the body, the masculine energy is suppressed. Till age 7, the conditioning happens. Swamiji says, you don't bring up children, you just bring them down. Because of all these nonsensical conditionings that we go on doing. To a boy, we'll say, you cannot cry because you're a boy, isn't it? Even a boy cries, they'll say, what is this? You're crying like a girl. So the boy will start believing, I'm not supposed to do these kind of things. So a lot of suppression starts happening at this age where you are not allowing the total energy to express itself in a child's body. And thereby, you're not bringing up a child, you're actually bringing them down. When a child, it is whole, when it is born, in the process of bringing up, we make it half. Suppose the child was living in a 10-acre body, a land. By doing this suppression, you will reduce that to 5 acres. Are you understanding what's being shared, Ma? Sangeeta? Yes? The child is living in a 10-acre land. When you do the suppression, left half, right half, you are reducing it to 5 acres. At the age of 7, our unconscious teaches us as male or female. We start understanding that we are half, either male or female, but actually we are both. But we start believing, I'm a boy, I'm a girl. These kind of understandings start happening. Between 7 to 14, the child turns outwards. Why? Because I believe that I'm only half. I have to complete my other half, isn't it? I have to make myself whole. So what do? I look out. And mostly it is the parents and the near and dear. Their early models are their parents. In the search for the lost self, the boy child turns towards the mother and the girl child to the father. If this connection is severed, there is trauma. Don't we see this happening all the time? Boys are more closely attached to the mother and the girls to the father because we are trying to reclaim that energy inside of us, which has been suppressed. And if you sever the umbilical cord connection here, then there is trauma, says Bhagavan. At the age 7, we start missing, our one half is missing. So at this age, we start looking up for our missed feminine or male energy. From 7 to 14, if we are male, we start getting attracted to mother, and a female starts getting attracted to the father. Now, this is where sex starts. At this age, the physical presence of the father or mother heals the wounds of the root center. Only between 7 to 14, relationships happen. Swamiji says, if kids do not have the nearness of the father or the mother in their future life, they will have dissatisfaction no matter what they have. Please understand, at this age, between 7 and 14, where the child is seeking out the half which has been suppressed inside of it, it is very, very necessary that the reassuring presence of that parent is there in her or his life. The child, Swamiji says, should be growing around with the parents. They should have the physical touch of the parent. The child should be sleeping in the mother's lap, in the father's lap, being hugged, being cuddled, sleeping in the same bed. All of that till 14 years of age is very, very necessary to have that emotional and physical relationship in the form of touch, and a loving hug and a cuddle is so important at this age. If a child is denied of it at this age, no matter what you find in your future, you will be deeply dissatisfied because that craving has never been fulfilled. And he also goes on to say, if at this age you put your child in a residential school where he is not having that presence, the physical presence of the parent, be very clear, in your old age, you will be dumped in an old age home because you have not given the child what was so necessary for him or her at that age when he so badly craved for it and needed it. If you send your child to a boarding school at this age, what you're asking for is an old age home later. In the Gurukul environment, all children of all varnas and both genders were taught the Gayatri mantra at 7 years of age. If by 14 they had a spiritual experience of some kind, they were taught the Brahma Sutra. Those who did not have a spiritual experience were taught the Kama Sutra to become good grihasthas. If before 21 they were enlightened, they were initiated into sannyas. If not, they were taught the yoga shastras. So this is how in the Vedic civilization, children were guided to the various paths of sannyasa, grihastha and brahmacharya. So let us understand this whole process, what happens after 14. See, from 14, the child becomes mature to become a father or mother themselves because of all the biological and the physical changes that happen in the body. The father or mother nearness is not available. At 14, the kids start looking for nearness in the outer world. They are ready to engage with the opposite sex, to marry, but they are rarely allowed. So they start collecting and cherishing imaginations and dreams of the opposite sex through the media. Kids continuously collect imagination from all sources, and during these years, we collect ideas from movies, TV, etc., and build up an image of a perfect man or woman. The truth is that media people are actually dream sellers. We keep buying and eating these images, and the load on the Mooladhara chakra will start increasing. So during this time, from each person, we collect the best nose, best eyes, best personality, and create our own ideal person. The stage of building up our image of the ideal person lasts around 7 years, till from 14 to 20 or 21. By then, these ideas are already deeply rooted in our minds. Then a fresh search begins to find that perfect person in our real life. Now, this is where expectations start. What happens with expectations? Your Mooladhara gets blocked. For the next 7 years, this search continues. Sometimes after a long search, we find a person who seems to match our mental image from a distance. The picture in our mind is green, and the person, the image that we see also seems to be green. Then all is greenery. The match seems to be found. And what happens at this point is what we call falling in love. This is the science behind falling in love. A small story. Ram Gopal was a painter by profession. He was recalling to his friend, this girl who walked in with a blue-black chip and wanted me to paint a model house with the same color. I thought I would give up my profession in trying to match it. Nothing seemed to satisfy her. The friend asked, "Did you match it?" Gopal continued, "Well, lucky for me, she got a call on her mobile and I quickly painted the chip while she was talking. Finally, when we get close enough to the person, we find that the green has faded into white. The fantasy and the reality are totally different. From up close, we realize that no living person can live up to the image that we carry in our minds. We end up feeling cheated and exploited by the other. We blame other for that, but it is our own imagination that we tried to force on the other. At least at this point, if we accept the reality, there is no problem. But we try to change the other person to suit our mental image, and this is the most damaging thing in any relationship. We try to possess the other, convert them into matter. We degrade everything into matter. And here starts the problem. Chisel each other. We think we are a couple living together, but actually, there are not two people in the relationship. There are 4 people living together. Who are the 4? The husband, his mental cutout of an ideal wife, the wife, and her mental cutout of the ideal husband. So, real relationship will never happen. Real relationship can happen only between 2 people. How can there be a relationship with 4 people in bed? Ultimately, the sheer load of expectation leads to disturbances in the Mooladhara chakra, and that is why this chakra is blocked. A 90-year-old man used to sit every day at the beach from morning to evening watching the people go by. Another man who noticed this went up to him and asked him, "What do you actually do sitting here every day?" The old man replied, "I'm searching for a woman to be my wife." The man was simply shocked at his reply and asked him, "Why did you not search for in your youth?" The old man replied, "I've been searching since I was 30 years old." The man was astonished and asked him, "What sort of a woman are you searching for?" He said, "I'm searching for a perfect woman." "And you haven't found one?" asked this guy. "I found one woman who matched what I had in mind, but it didn't work out well with her," replied the old man. The man asked why. The old man replied, "She was searching for a perfect man." Now, this is what happens when we try to get a perfect match for the image that we carry inside us. So this is how the Mooladhara chakra gets blocked with all your fantasies and imaginations. So what is the way out? How to unlock the Mooladhara chakra? The way to unlock the Mooladhara is drop the image, drop the expectation completely, accept the reality as it is, and this chakra opens on its own. Are we all clear about these understandings? All right. Thank you, ma'am. When two people live together, there will be peace. When three people live together, there will be a village-like atmosphere. And when four people live together, there will be a city-like atmosphere. Now, what does this really mean? When a husband and wife drop their images inside them and live together, there are only two people coexisting, and hence there will be peace. When only one of them drops the image, there will be, in effect, three people coexisting, and the atmosphere will still be relatively calm, like in a village. When neither of them drops their image, there will be, in effect, four people trying to coexist, and the atmosphere becomes chaotic, like in a city. Ma Sangeeta cannot agree less. She's so yes, ma'am. Both husband and wife need to drop their images so that there are only two people in the house and not four. Now, this problem is not only between lovers and couples, but in all relationships. Wherever we have a fantasy template that we try to fit the other person into, be it your parents, your children, your friends, your boss, or worker. Those who accept reality are always fine. Those who live with fantasy only suffer themselves. Isn't it? It is only those who mix reality with fantasy cause damage by trying to carve others to their fantasy image. Fantasies can also be about ourselves, understand? Our body, our intellect, all of which can cause too serious a damage to relationships. When you are not in acceptance with your own intellect, with your own body, you are creating a gap between yourself and your body. No wonder your body gets into such serious issues. Understand, these truths apply to not just spouse, not just your couple, in all the relationships in your life, and also your relationship with your own self, with your own body. The Mooladhara chakra has a reserve of energy in itself. See, your 100% of your energy, 80% is in the Mooladhara. It is not equally distributed among all the chakras. 80% is in the Mooladhara, and the remaining 20% is what is divided between the other 6 chakras. It is not like the other chakras where we have to create energy in them. With this chakra, we only need to cleanse the energy in it and take the energy upwards. If this chakra is in a healthy condition, clarity will set in automatically in you and good health will prevail. Chronic, fatal diseases like cancer, stroke, etc. have their root in this chakra. Be very clear. If we understand this chakra completely, we can maximize our biological, psychological, and spiritual energies. How to awaken the Mooladhara chakra? Awakening is by dropping your greed, fantasies, lust, and anger. Do not try to control them. When you try to suppress It'll only take another form. It does not get uprooted totally. Now let us understand and internalize all the greed-based thought currents. Now this chakra is connected to thought currents related to greed. Let's look at a little more into this. We may think that all our thought currents are based on the past, but it is not. Let's say it is Friday afternoon at the office. What is the mood in the office? It is light. Why? Because people are looking forward to the weekend. They are in a good mood, even though it is still a working day, isn't it? Don't we all see this happening? Yes. So, but on a Sunday evening, their mood has turned from happiness to one of seriousness as they start thinking about going back to work the next day, which is a Monday. So many of our thought currents are based on what may happen in the future. It is very much a greed-based thought current. Do you all agree? The thought current is more about the future and greed-based. Mooladhara chakra is blocked by fantasy, especially when it is related to greed. Now let's understand what is fantasy. Whenever there is a mismatch between what is happening on the outside and how you perceive it on the inside, you are no more living life in reality. You are living life in fantasy. And the energy in your Mooladhara chakra is blocked. Are you catching the point? What is happening on the outside versus how you perceive it on the inside. When there is a mismatch between the two, you are living in fantasy. You are not in tune with the reality of the happening, and the energy in your Mooladhara chakra is blocked. Unfortunately, almost 99% of your life you spend in fantasy. There is almost always a constant mismatch in your inner and outer worlds. Why? Why is it so? Why is there always a mismatch? How are fantasies created? Let's look into this further. It's very necessary for all of us to have these understandings. For the very first time, you are actually dissecting it into such great detail so that, when that clicks for you, it will be very easy to walk out of these self-inflicted bondages that we have caused for ourselves. So let us look into two aspects. There is a thee world and my world. If you look closely, two things are happening continuously. One is what is actually happening in your life, the incidents, situations, that is what we call the world. The other is your cognition or understanding of what happened, the way you see what is happening in your life, and that is called my world. Let me give you an example. You went out for a social gathering, say a wedding, and a relative just passed by you and probably didn't acknowledge your presence there. What actually happened? Mr. X just walked past you. Is the happening of the world. But what is happening in my world? Oh my God, look at this guy. He ignored me. He just he didn't offer his respects to me. I am I'm belittled with this whole experience. That is your cognition. For all you know, Mr. X had 100 thoughts running in his head about how he's going to address the board meeting in his office tomorrow morning. You understand? There is something that has happened, but your interpretation of that happening is my world. In the world, there is a happening. My cognition of the happening is my world, where I am giving all kinds of understandings based on my perception. The first is a fact. The second is a perception. Mr. X did not acknowledge you, did not say hello to you, is a fact. How did you perceive it is the second thing. He disrespected me, is your perception. Perceptions are based on your cognition or interpretation of what happened. Now, this is completely determined by your past experiences, knowledge, ideas, biases, concepts, etc. For example, let's say that a dog is running around on the road. How will a person react? This will completely depend on that person. A dog lover may try to play with the dog. He'll go, kuchi, 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 what a cute dog, come, let me give you a biscuit, you want to come home? He will ask if the owner of the dog is somewhere around, he'll pick up a conversation. What have you named him? You know, the conversation will go like that. Someone else may try to see if the dog has a collar or is lost. Now, this will be based on his own past experience, where he probably lost his dog because he had not put the collar, and the corporation guys came and put him in a dog van and just took him away. Are you getting the point? A person who has been scared by a dog or bitten by a dog will run in exactly the opposite direction. What is the happening of the world? A dog is running on the road. What is the happening in my world for each one of us? Each one of these three people is so totally different because it is based on their own perception, their concepts, their ideologies. So who is right and who is wrong in this whole scene? No one is right, no one is wrong. Each person has a different reaction based on their unique past. But the incident is exactly the same. A dog is running on the street. That is the world. Are we clear? Yes. Similarly, we are constantly processing every incident through the filter of our cognition. And this is completely controlled by our belief system, what we are taught when we were kids, what we experienced in our life, our country of birth, where we have lived, what religion we follow, all of that. Some are borrowed from our parents, some are made on our own experiences. See, anything that is happening, we are processing that information with a certain filter. You are looking at a world with your own filter. And that is why each one has a different understanding and experience of that happening based on so many conditionings of the past. Sometimes our perception of an object depends on whether we have it or not. When something is in the hand, our desire for it drops. How many of you can relate to this truth? When you don't have something, how much you'll be wanting it and you'll do everything possible to get it. But once it comes to you, it's just a matter of a few minutes or seconds, a few days after that, it's all gone, isn't it? Till it becomes possible, we wait for it. We almost die for it. And after it becomes possible, we die because of it, not for it. Now, this is called the honeymoon effect. We die for the other person before honeymoon and die because of them after the honeymoon. The honeymoon effect, as it is called. Ramana Maharshi says, before achieving anything, even the mustard seed looks like a mountain. you need, and without it, you cannot breathe. That is how desperate you will be for it. But after achieving it, even the mountain will look like a mustard seed. Sadly, this is the story of all of our desires. Now, were we born with these ideas? No. We started adding these ideas to us little by little over the years. Slowly, these ideas have started clouding our idea of what reality is. Very soon, we start thinking that the thoughts and ideas in our head are true, and we start making every decision in life based on it. We live as if our thoughts are true. Now, this is how we get totally out of touch with reality. We slowly think that only my world exists. We do not even realize that there are other ways of looking at it, and reality is completely different from all of them. Is the thought trend in tune with all of your experiences? Isn't it? You start believing that only my world exists. You're not even ready to look at it from a different angle. Why is this person in my life? This person has happened in my life only to torture me. Will be the understanding of my world. That poor guy himself will be going through so much in life. It is just that your lives have crossed paths and each one is trying to figure ways out of it. But you will not see his side of the story. You will only look at it from your perception, your angle, your frame, your filter, that this guy is there to torture me. End of the story. Reality is completely different for each one, the way you look at it. So now let's look at our cognition about ourselves, our image of ourselves a little deeper. Understand, all of our cognitions are associated with identities. Let us look at how and when these identities are created. They were created in a situation in life when you felt inadequate or powerless. Looking at the genesis of identity. For example, let's say a child is playing in the rain. She's enjoying the rain and how she feels, twirling and playing. Suddenly the mother runs out and shouts at her, "You stupid girl, why are you playing in the rain? You never listen to me. You're always doing the wrong things." So, in that fit of anger, the mother is shouting. Suddenly the girl cannot understand why the mother is shouting. She does not understand her anger. So she assumes that something is wrong with her. She may assume that she is stupid, or she may assume that she is always doing wrong things. That becomes her inner image. She does not want to admit that she is stupid. So she may give her mother a very defiant face and say, "I knew that. I can do whatever I want." But this is her outer image. She is projecting a face to cover her inner image. Deep inside, when the mother starts shouting, the tender age, the girl doesn't understand why the mom is shouting. But the incident itself would have created a certain powerlessness inside her, because she is so vulnerable at that age, isn't it? Where she will give the wrong words to herself, saying that maybe I'm doing something wrong. I am doing something wrong. I'm so stupid. That will be her inner image. But on the outside, she will be telling her mother, "I can do whatever I want. I knew." This is the image that she is projecting to cover her inner image. Understand, the inner image is always a low cognition about ourselves. The outer image is always compensating for the inner image. In Sanskrit, there are terms to describe these images, the mamakara and the ahankara. The mamakara, the inner image, is what we think about ourselves in the deepest recesses of our heart. Nobody else will know about it, but only you know about it. It is usually something that we feel about ourselves when we are in tough situations. For example, I am good for nothing. I'm a fool. I'm lazy. I always make mistakes. I'm unlucky. I'm not loved. I'm not cared. I can't do anything. I am a failure. These kind of negative cognitions that you carry about yourself inside you, the words that you carry about yourself inside you, is the mamakara. The ahankara, on the other hand, is the outer image. That is how we project ourselves to others. That I am brave, I am a nice person, I am not timid, I can achieve anything, I'm always very successful, I am a leader, I always get what I want, I'm extremely smart, I can do anything. These kind of projections, that powerful projections that you show to the world, is your ahankara. What is inside and what is outside is so totally different. Now, this gap is one of the major fantasies that we have in life, and it dominates our life. The gap between the two is not always bad. It is bad only when it comes out of unconsciousness and when we fall into powerlessness. Not falling into powerlessness due to the gap between the four identities is completion. Swamiji is saying that it is not that the gap between the two is always bad. You may have those kind of words about yourself inside, and you may be showing yourself as something else outside. It's okay as long as it is not coming out of unconsciousness and not coming out of a powerlessness. You're not falling into powerlessness due to the gap. When that happens, then you are in completion. The Mooladhara chakra can be opened with the Dukkha-harana meditation. But to keep it open and alive forever, we have to start working on reducing the gap between our inner and outer identities. So what is the way to make it happen? At the end of the day, the words are nothing but your thoughts, isn't it? The thoughts, when verbalized, become the words. When you start living authenticity. Authenticity is having the highest possibilities for yourself in each of those images. That is when you start reducing the gap between the inner and outer images. Authenticity is the key. Authenticity is you being established in the peak of your capability and responding to life from who you perceive yourself to be for yourself, who you project yourself to be for others, and what others expect you to be for them. Living the peak of your capability in your inner image, outer image, and others' image is authenticity. What is the best inner image that you can have for yourself? The best outer image that you can show? And what is the best others image that people can expect from you. Living in the peak of all that is authenticity. Let us look at our image of ourselves. The first of our identities is the inner image or the mamakara. The experience, the idea, the words that you carry about yourself inside you. It could be, I am healthy, I am ugly, I am intelligent, I cannot tolerate hard work, I love people, etc. You carry many such inner ideas about yourself, isn't it? Right. Unfortunately, the idea you carry about you is always less than what you project yourself to be for others. The mamakara will always be less than what actually is the factuality. The reality is something else, but even for a fact of matter, okay, if your reality is this, your mamakara will be somewhere here, less than what is actually it is. Whereas your ahankara will be above the fact. It's not even it's not in alignment. Your mamakara will always be less than what is really it is, and what you show as yourself is always higher than what it really is. The second identity, the ahankara or the outer image, is what you project yourself to others. You may try to project yourself as powerful, talented, honest, helpful, whatever. Unfortunately, what you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. Please understand, all these identities that you carry are actually thought patterns that you carry about you. Even others' image about you is an idea that you have created in them, isn't it? How the other perceives you is also what you have created in them. Are you getting the point? So you are the creator of all your identities, your mamakara, your ahankara, and the anyakara, what others' image about you is. Now, when one identity is fighting with another identity, how can your thinking be focused? Is it even possible? See, at the end of the day, everything is you. And there is so much of a clash that is happening inside of you or between your four identities. Then how can there be a focused thinking? All of your energy is going to be used in reconciling your fighting identities. When all your identities or images are in tune, all of your thinking will be aligned to one direction. It will become clear and sharp like a laser beam. With this, with authenticity happening, you will awaken the power of thinking. Your thought process will all be aligned in one direction. It will become clear and sharp. With authenticity, there is no more space for unconscious thinking and living, because you will always be aware of the causes and effects that are playing in your life. Are you catching the crux of the matter, ma? Yes. When you're thinking, the power of thinking is awakened, there is no more space for unconscious way of thinking and living, because you will become aware of all the cause and effects that are playing in your life. Usually your inner image will be much lower than the identity that you project outside to others, but understand this very important truth. If you can project a higher identity to others, it means that the higher identity is already there in your visualization space, in your thinking space. And whatever you can think of as yourself, you already have the capacity to make that into reality. It's a very important, empowering truth. Please internalize this. You may believe that you are a fool inside, but you're projecting yourself as a very intelligent and a capable person. It means that that visualization is already there. That higher identity is already there in your thinking space, means you have the capacity to make it into a reality. Isn't that good news? You don't need to fall into guilt. It is okay. That is why he said, it's okay even if there is a gap, because when you understand that this gap can actually be used from the right cognition, and you can work towards becoming a better individual. You can actually really live and actualize that higher identity, and there is no space for powerfulness. Then again, there is completion that is happening in that space. Okay, now let us do this very important exercise now to align our inner and outer images. Please take out your books and your pen. Pull out a paper and pen. Make 2 columns in your workbook titled Inner Image, Outer Image. In the first column, make a list of your top 10 inner images, the beliefs that you have about yourself, like I am weak, I am friendly, I am unlucky, I can do it, whatever it is. It's not necessary that all the time it will be a negative word only. You may have a good thing to say about yourself. So please start writing it all down. 10 at least. Okay? Start your exercise. As you pen down each of these ideas that you have about yourself inside you, in the second column, write the corresponding outer image that you project to others. For example, you may project yourself to be strong, friendly, and lucky. Whereas inside you're saying, I'm weak, friendly, and unlucky. It's okay, perfectly all right. Just start penning it down. This exercise is very important for us to align our images. And with that, the power of thinking will be awakened. You will start living the cosmic principle of authenticity. So please do it sincerely. Now, compare each inner image and outer image that you have noted down. Whatever is aligning, good, let it be. Wherever there is a conflict, start tuning your inner image and outer image. What you perceive as you and what you project as you to others by always choosing the higher idea. Like inside you are feeling, I am unlucky, but outside you're projecting as, I am lucky. Tune your inner image to, I am lucky. For example, when your outer image is higher than your inner image, decide to tune your inner image to the outer image. Don't reduce what you project yourself to be for others. Instead, increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. I am afraid can be your inner image, but to the outer world, you project yourself, I am very brave and courageous. So what do you do now? You will raise your inner image to being brave and courageous. Don't pull down the courageous image to align to your, oh, I'm afraid. No, don't do that. Align yourself to the higher identity wherever there is a mismatch. Okay. Now repeat this for each point. Compare both identities. Whatever qualities are best in both, choose those. And draw a star against all your best. Draw a star against all your best outer image. If there are some great qualities in your inner image, you need to raise your outer image to match that. If there are some great qualities in the outer image that you project, you need to raise your inner image to match that which you project. Continuously to tune yourself to your peak image. Now, identify the obstacles that stop you or distract you from achieving what you want to be, who you want to be, and how you want to be. You want to be that, but there is something that is stopping you. What is that? One of the biggest obstacles for most people is self-doubt, which is a negative thought pattern that happens because of the memory of past failures. Oh, just because I say I am brave and courageous, will I become brave and courageous? That is self-doubt. And this is stemming from a negative thought pattern from a past incompletion, past failure, memory of past failures. So let us work on evolving our images. Whichever thought is in alignment with your peak possibility, encourage it, enrich it, and entertain it. Whichever thought is not in alignment with, complete with it. Consciously, decisively complete with that pattern. Go on completing every day with those patterns which are stopping you from achieving your peak possibility. When you start living authenticity, you know the right way of thinking and will use your thinking to achieve what you want in life. In Hindu spiritual practice, this is the second step known as manana or authentic thinking. We spoke about Shravana already. Now, this is manana, where your thought process will always be aligned to your peak possibility, the highest positivity and possibility that you can live in your life. When we are authentic to the current image we have about ourselves, a new higher image is revealed to us. This is the beauty. When you get authentic to the current image, the cosmos will reveal your new higher image to you. When we are authentic to that image, higher and higher images are revealed, and authenticity will take us progressively to higher peak possibility. And this is how authenticity will manifest success in your life, in all your endeavors. Let your thinking be established in authenticity, continuously expanding you towards your peak possibility. When you achieve a powerful clarity in your thoughts that makes whatever you think into success, you have unblocked your Mooladhara chakra. The Vedic references for the Dukkha Harana meditation. The main aspects of the Dukkha Harana meditation come from the Bastrika and the Omkara meditation. The Bastrika comes from the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, a treatise on yoga, pranayama and kriyas. Omkara meditation is from the Mandukya Upanishad. Om Ityetad Aksharam Idam Sarvam. Om, this imperishable syllable is everything. This meditation will bring out all the suppressed emotions in you. Many masters have employed this technique before. It takes totally 30 minutes. Breathing is the bridge to the universe. It is the system with which you are living your mind. If your thinking is calm, your breath will be relaxed. If your thinking is aggressive, your breathing will also be aggressive. You first need to control your breathing in order to control your mind. Presently, in our repressed state, most of us are half alive, half dead. In the first part of this meditation, chaotic breathing is carried out in order to create chaos in your repressed system. Your mental system is made fully alive by the increased intake of oxygen. It becomes more vital. Your cells will get more energy and will create more bioenergy. This energy will melt all the repressed emotions like melting ice. Okay. Just give me a minute. We'll possibly be doing this meditation at a later point in time, but for now, it would be suffice to know that we do have the meditation technique that can actually take you beyond the blockages of the Mooladhara chakra. We'll now go on to understand suppressed desires. Your mind and body will be angry and aggressive, and this causes your body to release an acid. When you are unable to react to this acid, it gets suppressed in your body. Imagine when you are on a two-wheeler at a traffic signal on the road, a car pulls up next to you. You feel a sudden desire to possess it. This desire gets suppressed due to non-fulfillment. So many such desires and emotions are suppressed in you. Then, how can you enjoy bliss? Isn't it? Suppressed emotions will never allow you to be blissful. Okay. With this, I come to the conclusion of this segment. Whatever powerful clicks and understandings that you have received, you could please go ahead and share it as a Sakshi Pramana of your experience to encourage your friends and family. share whatever that you have received as a click, as an understanding, where you had that wow moment. Yes, this is the truth. I can be using this to transform my life. All of those kind of understandings, you can go ahead and share it on the Facebook with the hashtag Paramashivoham, hashtag KAILASA, and hashtag Nithyananda, so that you can encourage your friends and family to enroll for the session, which will be starting full-fledged from the 17th of this month. Okay? All right, ma. Thank you, ma Sangeeta, Karunakaraya, ma Rose. Please put your hands together for the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Thank you, ma. Nithyananda Mas, Daime Swami.
Nithyanandam, everyone. I hope Nithyanandam, Sangeeta, and Karunakaraya. Yes. Yes, now we'll resume with power manifestation of third eye. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Visualization can be manifested. Imagination cannot be manifested. A conflict-free visualization is in tune with the inner space, brings enlightenment and gets manifested. So beautiful, ma. So now please sit straight. Let's do the third eye power manifestation. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Bring your awareness to your third eye and fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. And any thoughts that are coming, just let it come, let it go. You be in the space of unclutching. And start chanting the Mahavakya with the space of unclutching. and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. So I'm going to project the picture now. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, now please go ahead and share whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Okay, I'm projecting the picture now. Okay, so here is water, we see. Okay. So we have been learning about the 7 chakras, 7 energy centers, how they are related to our emotions. Isn't it? So now let's understand the more details about emotions, that energy that put your chakras in motion. Let's understand from Swamiji's one of the earliest talks. During he himself used to conduct this program.
"26 people are following me." Did you raise your hand? Oh, because you are all second. From all over, people are attending first time. Please see, from all over the country, 26 people are gathered here. And there are some people who are attending 4th, 5th program. Yes, 4th program. How many are 4th and 5th? Yes. These are all 4th. I think Geet Chettiar knows much more than me. Because he comes everywhere. Geet comes for every program. Understand? We'll start with a small story. One guy fell sick. He asked one of his colleagues, "Please suggest a doctor." The colleague suggested, here is a Dr. Pill, go to him. Surely he will heal you. He will heal you, but he is little costly. For first visit, he charges $500. For next visit onwards, you need to have $100. Even though he is little costly, he will heal you. This guy wanted to go to the same doctor, but somehow save little money also. So he went to the same doctor and told, "Doctor, I have come back." The doctor was not even duped for a minute. He quickly diagnosed him and told, "Please follow the same prescription which I gave you last time." When you want to retain something, hold something, you will not get the total result. So understand, only when you put your whole effort, you get the total result. Water becomes steam only in the 100th degree, never in 99.9. So, if you say, "Swamiji, I put 90% effort," that is not going to work. Please be very clear, 90% effort is not going to reap 90% result. Either you get the result or you miss the game. Here only, win or lose, that's all. No between. Please be very clear, either you win or you lose. So no, I put 80% result, Swamiji, I put 90% result, Swamiji. No. So put your whole effort. People who are coming for second, for them. Now please, people who are attending first time, please don't listen. Never think you know already. If you think you know already, you will miss the whole show. If you really listen, only then you understand how much you are missing every time. I may be speaking same words. Sometimes just I'll repeat exactly. Not even a word will be moved from here to there. It is not that I can't speak something new thing. People think that Swamiji memorized all these things. Even, you see, I have a crew member, people who travel with me continuously. Even they thought, before I came to the States, in India only ASP I conduct. I don't conduct everyday discourses. They thought Swami has memorized a discourse and he speaks that is the same thing everywhere. But only coming to the States, then they understood, oh, Swami can speak even different subjects. So don't think I am speaking the same thing because nothing else can be spoken. These are the cream of my wisdom. That is why I am using the same words and same ideas. If you really open up your being and listen, you will understand the different layers of meanings. Don't think the words have got the same meaning. If you have grown up, if you have become mature, same word will give you a different meaning. My discourse, if you listen first time, you will understand in one way. If you listen second time, you will understand in a different way. If you listen continuously, you will come upon new meaning. Many people come and report to me, Swamiji, I know there is the same audio CD I am listening, but many times I feel that I have missed something. Something new is clicking. Some more new understanding is dawning on me. Something new is happening to me. So understand, never think just because you are attending 6th time, 7th time, you know everything. Then you will feel only bored. So don't join the board club or board members or board committee. Understand very clearly, everything has got something new. Depending on your growth, words also will give you new meaning. You will have a different meaning. So be very clear. At least this time don't miss. At least this time don't miss. Catch. Never think you know already. Everything is new, unknown. And I'm going to especially do these new twists so that you will not have that idea that I know. Because there are almost 50% are people who attended. So be very clear, this will not be the usual ASP. Either techniques or discourse, anything may change at any time. So attend fully. Don't think, oh, we know this, we can miss one session. Because now it is like Ramayana Mahabharata. You know the whole story. Even if you miss one session, nothing wrong. You see, I have seen in India, the reciting the Ramayana is a great merit. The preacher will be sitting and continuously reciting, and the people will be sitting and sleeping. Because the whole crowd knows the story. Rama only is going to go to the forest, and Sita will be kidnapped, and Hanuman will go to Lanka. Again Rama will go to Lanka. Ravana will be killed. Rama will get into the throne. The whole story everybody knows. Even if you miss one session, it's not much. Nothing much is lost. It's not a big thing. Everybody knows the whole story. Even if you miss one session, nothing much will be lost. Like a TV serial. One day if you miss the story, nothing will be lost. Next day onwards you can pick up. People who are doing second or third time, for them it will become almost like a TV serial. Don't think it is TV serial. So, it's going to be totally different experience. And in meditation, nothing is old. Every day meditation is something new. Because every day you are exploring a different dimension, different depth of your being. You are going deeper and deeper. If you feel every day your meditation is same, don't meditate. Really I tell you, if you feel that every day your meditation is same, something seriously wrong is happening. Then you are not got the right technique. Your mind is cheating you. If you really meditate every day, meditation will be totally new. How can even meditation be old? It can never become. Put your effort totally. Sit as if you are sitting for the first time. Then you will understand a lot more new things. You will listen a lot more new things. 3 ways you can relate with me in this class. 3 ways you can use this class intellectually. If you attend this as an intellectual session, you will get enough of knowledge. But that is not enough. You may get enough of knowledge, but knowledge itself is not enough. Just intellectual knowledge is not going to help you. Sometimes it is dangerous because your head will become more heavy. Head weight is the greatest danger can happen to a human being. Knowing without knowing is what I call head weight. Thinking that you know without knowing, without having the experience, just having the that you have experience. So understand, knowing without knowing is no way going to help you. Just an intellectual knowledge is not enough. Second, with a little bit of effort, half of some way, little this and little that. Again, then you may have one experience in some one meditation, but that also is not going to help you. If you get one experience in one meditation, it's not worthy spending 2 days. One experience. After going from here for 1 week or 10 days, you will be the high mood. Even that is not enough. Put your whole effort 100%. you will see these 2 days will become a life transforming experience. You may think, how can this transform my life? Just 2 days. See these 26 guys. Talk to them after this class. There will be an interval. Talk to 26 guys. When they came, what they thought. After attending, what happened. Talk to them. Share their experience. Then you will understand it can really transform your life. I have seen many people coming and telling me after the program, Swamiji, I never thought it is such a great thing. If I would have known little bit, it's a great program, I would have put my effort little more. Then I had some more result. When I came, I took it very lightly, Swamiji, because when you see my age, I am very clear, I am very open, frank. When you see my age, it is very difficult to accept as a guru or a master or a Swami. And second thing, even if you accept, okay, you must have studied little here and there, then now you started speaking very nicely. So never think first way and then never think the second way. Of course, if you think in the first way and second way, it is not I am going to miss something. It is you who are going to miss something. I never give this type of introduction in the first session. First session I always be very light and without touching much I leave. But this time I thought I should be very clear giving introduction, because when you miss introduction, you miss the whole thing. If you miss the attitude of putting the whole effort, you will miss the whole thing. That is why I tell you, never think what these 2 days can transform. Even now your mind will be telling, alright, the Swami says let us believe, that's all. But if you really understand, if you really talk to these people who have done this 2 days course, talk to them, and you guys who have done ASP, at least talk to 2 persons who are newcomers. Just share what you had, what experience you had, what you thought when you came, what you thought when you left. That too is enough, so that they will be inspired to put their effort. Everywhere I am tired of listening the same story. When they come with all their head, intellect fighting with me. When they go, I should have been little more understanding. I should have dropped my head little earlier, then I would have had some more experience. So don't miss. One thing, these guys, even if they have missed, they are coming here. At least Ohio last program is here. If you miss now, there is no more program. Actually, directly I am going back to Brazil and Bangalore. So you cannot even take chance. Let me go there and attend. You cannot even take the second chance. So don't take chance. Put your whole effort. At least these guys had a chance. They could come second time. For you, no second time is possible. So put your whole effort so that you go to the deepest levels of your being. You get a solid experience which can transform your life. Just to have an intellectual knowledge, you don't need to come here all the way, sit in front of computer without sleeping. That is more than enough. That is more than enough. But that is not going to totally help you. Even here, if you just sit with a little bit of alertness, you will have the intellectual knowledge. Of course, people who are sleeping, for them I have a special story. Small story. May not be for your sake, at least for my sake, please don't sleep. You may ask why. Yesterday I was telling a bus driver and a priest. Both of them died and went to have the judgment. Saint Peter gave the judgment. He sent bus driver to heaven and the preacher to hell. The preacher asked for a justification. Give me justification, otherwise I will sue you. Must be from America. Anyhow, the preacher asked for justification. Saint Peter said, you see, here up in the heaven, we don't bother what you do. We bother only what is the result. When this guy drove, people were all praying for their life. When they were preaching, people were all sleeping. So, if you sleep, when I go there, I will get the hell. So, may not be for your sake, at least for my sake, don't sleep. Sit totally and listen. Next thing again, if you put half of effort, some chakra will be open and some will be closed. So there is some more danger. Some more danger. That's why I tell you, put your whole effort. Don't bother. My mind is wandering here, my mind is wandering there. Mind means it will wander. Don't worry about it. The very nature is mind is wandering. Somebody came and told me, Swamiji, my wife is not listening to my words at all. Then what do you mean by the word wife? The very word means not only she will not listen, she will have her own views. If she listens, whatever you say, then take her immediately to the psychiatric doctor. She needs treatment. Something seriously wrong. Take her to the doctor. She needs treatment. So, naturally, mind means it will wander. You know, don't bother, my mind is wandering here, wandering there. Whatever effort you can put it total. That's all. I am not telling you to be perfect. I am telling you to be total. When you meditate, put your whole effort every moment. Sometimes you will forget you are supposed to meditate and your mind will be wandering somewhere. When you remember, don't have guilt. Immediately bring the mind and fix it. That's all. Immediately bring the mind and fix it. Don't worry that my mind has gone here, my mind has gone there. Oh, I am not cut for meditation. I am not trained for meditation. Don't decide before starting itself. Put your whole effort. Don't bother about perfection. Perfection cannot happen, but totality can happen. So, put your total 100% effort. Nothing else is necessary. I always tell one more thing. Whenever we listen something to do with our body, the physical things, medical things, if you go to a doctor, the doctor says, if you have pain in the knee, it may be the symptom of arthritis. If you have continuous pain in the neck, it may be the symptom of spondylitis. Immediately what you do? Even if you don't have neck pain, you just check once. May not be touching the hand, just mentally you check. Do I really have or not? You diagnose yourself mentally. When it is a physical things, you diagnose yourself, you compare with yourself, you work with yourself. If it is a spiritual thing, if you go to a spiritual discourse, that Swami says, you must have a little bit of adjustment and compassion in your life, only then you can be happy. What immediately you think? My husband should listen all these things. My wife needs this advice. I should bring my mother-in-law next time to the class. Whenever it is a spiritual thing, immediately you think of the other person. You don't compare with yourself. I have seen many people, everyone comes and complains to me about the other. He is doing like that, Swamiji. He is doing like that, Swamiji. The common way I will tell, I understand. Don't possess me. Don't be too much possessive. Don't be violent with others. See the divine in everybody. Just I will finish my discourse, immediately they will come and tell me, Swamiji, I am seeing divine in him, but only he is not seeing in me. If you really see the divine in the other person, will you complain about him? Never. You will never complain. People always think I am speaking for the next person. I am speaking for the next person. Please be very clear. I am not speaking to the person who is sitting left to you, or who is sitting right to you, or who is sitting backside you, or who is sitting in front of you. I am speaking exactly to you. I am speaking exactly to you. So whatever I say, compare with yourself. If you feel it is not applicable to you, then raise your hands and talk to me directly. Don't think that, oh, this is a generalized statement. I think this is not for me. I am not so bad. As Swamiji says, I am little bad, that's true, but not so bad. Once Mullah Nasruddin was weeping. Her wife was in the deathbed. His wife was in the deathbed. He started weeping. Oh, you are leaving me and going away. What will I do? He started weeping. You are leaving me and going away. What will I do? She started shouting even in the time of deathbed. She's in the deathbed. Any moment she may die. But she started shouting. You fellow, I can't believe you. I know you don't weep like crocodile. The crocodile shows like weeping and never weeps. Don't weep like crocodile. I know the moment I die, you fool, you will marry once more. Nasruddin says, I agree I am a fool, but I am not so fool to do the same mistake once more. We always think we are not so fool. We are not so much. We are a little bit, but we are not so much. Never think. There is only two categories in the world. Buddha or Buddhu. Buddha or Buddhu. Shiva or Shava. That's all. Buddhu means Murg, the fool. Either you are enlightened or you are fool. There is no between category. So don't satisfy yourself that you are middle category. Don't satisfy yourself as a between category. Either you are enlightened or fool. So understand that there is no middle category in between. So don't think you are middle. But all of us, almost every one of us, 99.99% of us think we are middle category. No, I am not enlightened, that is true, but I am not last category, I am middle category. We always think we are middle category. Don't think you are middle. Be very clear where you stand. At least you can start your next steps. Just understand and look into yourself with every statement. Don't look into others. These are few things, just 3 things. I am speaking to you. Put your whole effort and understand whether you are first time or second time to put the whole effort. If you are first time, put 100% effort. If you are second time, put 120% effort. Because your mind has become now mature even to leave the meditation. Meditation is like a pesticide. And you know, agriculture people, they say, if the pesticide has not died, if the insects, if the insects are not died for the first time pesticide, they start learning how to live eating the pesticide. So next time you need little more dose. So people who are attending second time, they become mastered even the meditation. You have won even the Buddha. You have conquered the Buddha. Even Buddhas cannot do anything to you. So now you need to put little more effort. The dose, the pesticide dose has to be increased a little more. If you become enlightened, there is no need for you to come for the second course. So you have come here surely because you are not enlightened. So don't think you have got the whole 100% first time. So put your whole effort totally into every meditation. And mind and meditation is just like mother-in-law, daughter-in-law. They cannot stay together. It's ultimate law. It's ultimate law. Whenever your mind possesses you, your meditation will never happen. Whenever meditation possesses you, mind will never be there. So I tell you, when you meditate, don't let your mind come in. Don't let your mind come in. Your mind will tell, no, I am feeling giddy, I may faint, I may fall. Don't bother. If you fall, we are here to take care. Volunteers are here to take care. I know that I am in a country where lawsuits are common. So all techniques are foolproof techniques. Nothing wrong will happen to you. Nothing wrong will happen to you. There are thousands and thousands of people who have practiced this technique. I think it's the 54th or 55th ASP. In 1 year, last 1 year, I do ASP only in weekends. Only 1 year over. Almost every weekend. 1 year and 2 months I think. Last year, January I started. And January, 1 year, 3 months. Almost practically every weekend I am having a programs. All over the world, thousands of people have practiced this meditation. The only side effect which they have seen is bliss and the growth, spiritual growth. No other side effect, after effect. So, put your whole effort. Don't bother. Your mind will try all its best. I have knee pain. I have back pain. I think I have a little headache. Let me practice next meditation. These all will be the tactics of your mind. Don't listen to it. Don't believe it. So, put your effort so that your whole being is boiled. Actually, it is an alchemy process. It is just an alchemy process. Some of the dirt will be removed from you. Some of the positive things will be added to you. And the boiling process will be done. It is almost an alchemy process. So don't worry about it. Put your whole effort. You will see that you are transformed. The next thing, you can all introduce yourself to each other. Then we will start the meditations. You may ask why we should introduce ourselves to each other. Because next 2 days you are going to be here, there. Somebody may be sitting next to you, somebody may be sitting in front of you, somebody may be unknown persons, new persons will be sitting in front of you, next to you. If you do not know the other, you will feel little uncomfortable. I have always seen. Whenever I tell them, please close your eyes and tie the ribbon, they will just look here and there. Whether he has closed the eyes or whether she has closed the eyes. There are some guys who will stand up and see whether everybody else has closed their eyes or not. If you know the next person, if you are already known to each other, you will not have uneasiness. You will not have discomfort. You will be able to close your eyes immediately and tie the ribbon. That is the reason I tell you, go around, introduce yourself to each other. Please introduce yourself to everyone. Let you take the slip. Please see the slip. There are 7 points mentioned in that slip. These are called 7 energy centers. Just if you read the name, that is enough. I will read out from below. Mooladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipuraga, Anahada, Vishuddhi, Anya, Sahasrara. You don't need to remember the names. Don't worry about it. Just understand, that is enough. I'll give you the English names. Please write down the English names. Then it will be easy for you to follow. Mooladhara is root center. Swadhisthana is spleen chakra. Don't think spleen is there. That is the way they use in English. Third, navel center. Next, heart center. Anahata is heart center. Vishuddhi is throat center. Anya is brow center. Sahasrara is crown center. In all the religion, these energy centers are mentioned in different ways. In every religion, the mentioning of this energy center exists, including Christian theology. Even in the Christian theology, mentioning of these energy centers are there. May not be in the Bible directly, but in the energy centers, it is there. In the theology, it is there. Almost all the mystics, they speak about this energy center. The modern day Kirlian photography, just like X-ray, there is a Kirlian photography. In Russia, they use this Kirlian photography as a diagnostic system. Anybody who knows about the Kirlian photography? Who heard about it? Just like X-ray, they photograph your aura body, your etheric body, the subtle body. By photographing the subtle body, 6 months ago they are able to diagnose fatal diseases like cancer. Just by photographing you. Just by photographing, they are able to diagnose the disease 6 months earlier. Not 1 day or 2 days, 6 months earlier. Actually, any disease happens to you physically only after happening in energy wise. 6 months ago, they are able to diagnose the problems. Through this Kirlian photography, they proved the existence of chakras. When a person meditates, the chakras get expanded. When a person is stressed or worried, the chakras get shrunk. It is very clearly proved. Each and every one of your energy centers are related to some particular emotion. For example, love is related to your heart center. You may ask how. Around the world, in all the culture, in all the language, love and heart are used as synonymous. Love and heart are used as synonymous. Not only in English language, in every language. Any of you who knows some language in which the love and heart is not synonymous? Can tell me. Because more than 50-60 language I referred. In every language it is synonymous. Love and heart, 2 words are used as synonymous. It is not that God has created all languages in 1 day, CD translation packages, and dropped in one country. No. Every language is developed, different languages are developed by different person in different place, in different country, in different situation. Then why love and heart, these 2 words are synonymous in all the language, in all tradition? There is some more deep connection between these 2, love and heart. If you see some of your childhood friend, suddenly, surprisingly, you see him or her after 20 years with whom you have a loving memories. Suddenly you will feel something is happening. in this region. Something will be coming up. That is what is love. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, the moment I see you, I start weeping. Many people weep, oh again. Some weep out of love, that is different. When you see somebody with whom you have loving memories, cherished memories, joyful memories, just your heart overflows. You can feel exactly in this region something happening. How many of you have felt that when you meet somebody, when you see somebody after a long time, that something will be happening here?
I have a story.
People who are attending second time, please give chance for the first time. Let them all relate with me. You can very clearly feel that something is happening in the Anahata region. I always tell, love is a peacemaker. If you have the peacemaker, you don't need pacemaker. When you don't have peacemaker, you need pacemaker. Love is a emotion which is related to the Anahata center, heart chakra. Worry or depression is related to navel. You can always see. Understand totally in the heart, that is more than enough. If you take the notes, you will miss my discourse because my speed is such, you will never be able to capture. Ask the people who are with me for more than 2 years. People who attended 40 ASP, I think my PRO and all, they attended 40 ASP. 40 ASP they attended. Ask them if they can take notes or anything. No. So it is impossible. Don't try to take notes. When you try to take notes, you will miss a lot of things. So just take insight. That is more than enough. Just understand. That's more than enough. Whenever you don't understand, you are free to raise any question. It is not that you should continuously listen. You can just ask questions. You don't have to feel, oh, I will be asking crazy questions. All questions are crazy. Be very clear. All questions are foolish. So there is no such thing separately, crazy question or foolish question. So you are free to ask question. If you don't ask question also, don't think you look like an intelligent guy. So we always think, if I ask question, I may look like a fool. But most of the time when you don't question, you actually not look like, you act like fool. We actually do that. A small story. One guy went to bar. There one salesman was standing. Sales representative. He was dressed up in a very smart way. This guy was very much impressed seeing his dress. He also wants to have the same type of dress. He went near that salesman and asked, what is these shoes? What shoes are there? What shoes are they? This guy replied, crocodile shoes. Immediately this guy, he didn't understand. Not only he didn't understand, he doesn't want to show that he has not understood. He could have at least asked one word, what it means, where I will get it. He didn't ask any clarification. He doesn't want to show that he is ignorant. He went to the next person, one of his friends, asked, what is crocodile? The friend said, oh, it's an animal which lives in the river. If you go to Brazil, you may get it. This guy sold his old Ford car and whatever savings he had and took a ticket, flight, went to the Brazil, got hold of a tourist guide. With his help, somehow he went inside the jungle, started traveling inside the jungle, and somehow he managed to get a boat also, and he was traveling in a river. He was just rowing in a river. Suddenly tourist guide shouted, hey, here is a crocodile, here is a crocodile. Took out his big knife, jumped into the river, had a big fight. Almost he was lost, but somehow he managed to kill that river, kill that crocodile, and managed to pull it out of the river. After pulling it out, he just turned the crocodile and shouted, "Oh, there are no shoes on this crocodile." If you miss one point, if you would have raised one question, if he has raised one question, if you ask only once, what is crocodile shoes? And the whole journey would not have been there. If you miss one point, if you miss one thing, the whole thing will be lost. So I tell you, whenever you have doubt, don't think if you ask some question you will look like a fool. If you don't ask, only then. If you ask, you may look like a fool, but if you don't ask, you may act like a fool. Looking like a fool or acting like a fool, what is best? You decide. Looking like a fool is much better than acting like a fool. So, whenever you don't understand anything, stop and directly question. There is no need to just record. Don't just take the notes. Understand, you will see that the notes is taken in your heart. And one more thing, even if you miss the joke, don't miss the laughter. There are many guys who are just sitting and watching me. And some guys, I know this joke already. One more small story. One big intellectual philosophy professor. As you all know, the philosophical professors are my favorites. One philosophy professor went to attend a discourse by one of his own students to see how he speaks. As soon as the student knows that professor is coming, he prepared too much for the discourse. He started giving a discourse. The discourse was so nice, the whole hall is enjoying. Everybody is just bubbling, overflowing with the joy. And everybody enjoyed. But throughout the discourse, this guy had a long face. You know the philosophy professors, how they keep their face. Long face. That guy kept a long face. Not even once he acknowledged or smiled a little bit. The student is totally disappointed. What is this? I prepared so much. The whole crowd is enjoying except this one man. And after the discourse, this student went near the professor and asked, "Sir, was it not good? Have you enjoyed? How is my discourse?" "Oh, you simply picked up from one book. I know the whole discourse. You simply picked up from one book and repeated it. I know every word of your discourse is in that book." This guy got shocked. Then the professor challenged, "Tomorrow I will present that book to you. Tomorrow I will bring that book and give it to you. You can see by yourself. The whole book, whole your discourse, word by word it is there in that book." The guy is shocked. Next day, he was received a book from the philosophy professor, dictionary. The book is dictionary. These philosophy professors, they know how to make anything dull. Anything can be reduced to dullness. If you think you know already, you are also a philosophy professor. If you think you know already, you are also philosophy professor. So don't miss the laughter, even if you miss the joke. Granny is thinking, I know all these jokes, how can I laugh? Don't think, even if you miss the joke, don't miss the laughter. People ask me, Swamiji, I don't know the language. In India, that's one more problem. For English ASP, Tamil people come and sit. For Tamil ASP, English people come and sit. And because getting seat is very difficult in India. Enrolling is very difficult, too much of crowd. So they ask me, Swamiji, I don't know the language, what should I do? If you don't know the language, then you are the right person to sit. When you don't know the language, at least you are clear you don't understand. You know you don't know. But if you know the language, you don't even know you don't know. You understand half of and you think that you know. That's a problem. So even if you miss the joke, don't miss the laughter. Nasruddin was telling a small joke to all of his friends and a cup of coffee. He missed the joke so much, he lost the punchline. Nobody was able to understand. Nobody could understand. They missed the joke. But somehow one guy started laughing uproariously, good belly laughter. Others all asked him, what have you understood? Why are you laughing? Keep quiet. The guy who laughed, he told, laugh yourself, otherwise he will tell the same joke once more. So if you don't laugh, I'll tell the same joke once more. People who done SP also understand. If you are not going to laugh, I'm going to tell the same joke. Your worry and depression is very closely related to navel center. Whenever you get some news which is shocking, which you are not able to bear, the first blow will be for stomach. You get the stomach upset. How many of you experienced? Yes. You get the first blow for stomach, and again you say, I can't digest it. This expression that I can't digest exists in all the language. When you get some shocking news, they're exclaiming, oh, I can't digest. I can't stomach it. Exists in all the language. Worry is related to the navel center. Each and every emotion is related to one chakra. If you use that emotion, that chakra opens. If you abuse that emotion, that chakra gets locked. Emotion is the energy which puts the chakras into motion. Energy plus motion is emotion, which gives the energy for the chakras to move, is emotion. Every emotion is very closely related to some one chakra. In our 7 sessions, we are going to have 7 sessions in these 2 days. We will work on every chakra, the emotion related to that chakra. We will discuss about that emotion and a technique to awaken that chakra. If the chakra gets awakened, that emotion gets purified. If that emotion is purified, the chakra gets awakened. It's like a circle. You can awaken the chakra and purify the emotion, and purify the emotion and awaken the chakra. Both can happen. If this happens, that happens. If that happens, this happens. These 2 days, every session, we are going to first understand the emotion, how to purify it. Then do the meditation to awaken the chakra. Purifying are the things we are going to do in this whole course, whole day. First we will work. Let us see what is love. I'll take some of your help to understand what is love. Answer me what you feel as a love. Please don't bring all philosophical answers. I've always seen, as soon as I ask what is love, people say, selflessness, Swamiji. Are you selfless? Is your love is selfless love? Give me the answer which is your experience. No, philosophy. I know much more philosophy than you if I start speaking philosophy. So give me the practical answer, because now we are here to work on the practical level. If you just want to know the philosophy, go to the website and touch meditation. Just type www.meditation.com. 3000 websites open. Not one, not two, 3,000 websites are open. You get thoroughly confused. So I am not here to talk any philosophy. I am here to talk only something practical. So answer me what you feel as love. Let us start with Nidhi Jackson. What do you think as love?
How you feel when someone else is enjoying you.
Okay. If you say that somebody loves you, what is the scale?
Well, you don't know if somebody loves you.
Alright, when you love somebody, what is the
Scared?
care? Okay. Then let us go to Shalini.
What I think love is, I guess love is it's a sort of feeling you get there towards someone or something. I guess the closest thing I feel like, sometimes I feel like the closest thing to God that you can come.
Okay. Mangala Venkatesh.
It's an intense positive feeling within oneself.
Towards somebody or within oneself?
Could be towards any object or person or anything.
Do we? What is love?
Feeling that I have when I'm around a person or an animal, you know, a good feeling that I have a connection.
Then BONGU, Bongu Sudarsha Rao. Yes.
It's a feeling, it's different in the different situations. Like with a child, it's a different feeling. With parents, it's a different feeling. With the wife, it's a different feeling. The God is a different feeling. It's very difficult to express. I don't know the right word.
Okay. Okay, let me put the whole thing in nutshell form and present. The best answer, down the answer, is given by her, Nidhi. Caring. This is the only word which we can directly understand. This is the only expression. If we love somebody, we care for them. If somebody cares for us, we say that they love us. That's all. Caring and attention is the only thing with which we can measure the love. All other things are just superficial words. This is the right, straight word. Caring. When you care for somebody, you say you love him. When somebody cares for you, you say he loves you. But slowly, what all the ways it gets degenerated. The feeling for caring others or the feeling of attending others or expecting that others should attend you. How it gets degenerated. How it locks your anahata. Most of the time, attention need, asking for others' attention towards you becomes a attention need becomes a big necessity. If you scan your life, you will understand 80% of your actions are nothing but, not 80, I think 90. More than 90% of your deeds, your doings are just asking the others' attention. In every step, you ask the others' attention. You want others' attention. If they are not attending you, sometimes you just force you to attend. In every step, if everybody attends you, you feel very good. If you are not attended, you feel you are not nobody. Have you seen these kids? When the kids play, they will throw something or they do something. And then they will slowly turn and see your face. Whether you accept or acknowledge it or not. If you acknowledge, then they will go ahead. If you don't, then immediately they will again look you back and just sit silently. And some will start crying. Each one will respond their own way. From the very young age, you ask for others' acknowledgement, certificate. Asking others' acknowledgement, certificate, attention. All these things. Asking for the attention. Asking for the others' care. Asking for others' certificate. Our whole life, you can see, continuous is nothing but collecting certificates. From the very beginning, first collecting good certificate from the parents, then collecting good certificate from the teachers, then from the friends, then from the professors, then from husband, then from kids, then from grandkids, then from the community. From everybody, we want good certificates. Whole life you can see, it is nothing but a long signature campaign. You have a big notebook with you. Wherever you go, you carry. You just immediately write, I am a good person, please sign it. I am a good son, please sign it. Good wife, please sign it. Your life is nothing but a long signature campaign. When somebody is not signing, you feel bad. If more person signs, you feel more good. Your ego is pampered. You feel you are attended. You are cared. You feel good about yourself. That you are somebody. More and more sign, you feel you are bigger and bigger person. That is why in our life, every step we expect others' opinions, others' certificate, others' care, others' attention. Have you seen the kids playing? They build castle in playing cards. Have you seen? With the playing kids build a castle. They build buildings. Just like that, you also build your personality with other certificates. And kids are intelligent, they build their castle with their own cards. You build your castle with other certificates. Anytime any guy, if he takes away his certificate, what will happen? Whole castle collapses. And as long as you dance according to their tune only, they will let their certificate to be with you. When you dance according to your own tune, what will happen? Immediately, certificate will be taken away. How long you can be dancing everybody's tune? So, when you dance for your own tune, when you live on your own, immediately the certificate is taken away. Then, if one person removes his certificate, the whole personality collapses, tumbles down. That is why, even if the person who is not certifying you, even if he is not directly involved in your life, the person who is commenting about you or not certifying you, even if he is not directly related to your day-to-day life, you feel depressed. Just one guy in the road, if he says, "Are you dog?" immediately you bark at him and prove. If somebody asks, "Are you mad?" you yell at him and prove. Any one word from one person can easily depress you. If you think you are a very sensitive person, if you think you are continuously getting disturbed, if you think that you are an emotional person, be very clear. You are not an emotional person. You are a weak person. You allow so many persons to interfere in your life. If you allow so many persons to rule your anahata will never open. heart opens, only when you center your whole energy on the heart. People ask me, Swami, should we not live a compromised life? Should we not adjust ourselves? Adjustment is different and compromise is different. Understand? Adjustment means you will never be disturbed by anybody's opinion. You are totally centered on you. Even after that, you just adjust out of love and compassion with others. That is adjustment. Compromising means you are not solid about yourself. You yourself just by the other's opinion. You are like a centipede with 100 legs. Centipede can move only with 100 legs. If one leg is taken away, what will happen? It will fall. You are also emotional centipede. You need 100 persons with you. All the 100 should praise you. They should say, oh, you don't you know about him? He is such a good person. She is just such a good person. Everybody should pamper you. Only then you feel like moving. Otherwise you feel like drop, dead. If you just live based on others' opinions, if you just live for the sake of others, if you just live a compromised life, it is much worse than live dead. I tell you, the physically being handicapped is nothing wrong. Psychologically being handicapped is the worst thing. It is the worst thing. If you continuously bother about others' opinion, you are psychologically handicapped. Any fool can put you in depression. It's a homework. Please, all of you do it. Do this as a homework, small homework. When you go back, just write how many persons can put you into depression in your life. Just write a list. It will not be big homework. I don't think it is going to take 10 days to write this. Half an hour if you sit, you can write. If it takes more than half an hour, it is not worth writing. Then you are in continuously depression, don't bother about the list. Half an hour is more than enough. Remember, who all can put you in depression? Who all has got the capacity to put you in depression? Then you can be sure you are slave of all of them. You are searching or asking for all these guys' certificates. You are behind their attention. I tell you one thing. If a man gives his attention, don't think he will simply give. He will give his attention only when you act as he wants. So psychologically he will be ruling you. I have seen so many so-called leaders. They are not leaders, actually mass is leading them. These priests or the politicians, both are actually not leaders. Don't think they are leaders. Mass is actually leading them. Mass opinion leads them. It is not that they lead the mass. Mass opinion leads them. You are also, you think you are a leader, but mass opinion only leads you. Actually, God is a very intelligent person. You always think that you have your own will. He makes you think you have your own will, but He guides in His own way. And women also, very intelligent. You may think that you are deciding. She will do such a way that you will think you are deciding authority and you will decide what she wants to decide. You will exactly decide only what she wants, but you will have a clear conviction that you are the authority. It's a very subtle way, and most of the time you are ruled, but you don't even know you are ruled. Make a list, yes.
Why Rama sent Sita away after putting his exile? But somebody, some person in his kingdom said something and he sent away Sita.
Yes, it's the right question.
What is the question?
In Rama's kingdom, one Dobi commented about Sita's purity. Then immediately Sita has been sent out of the kingdom.
He's giving value to that person's opinion.
That person's opinion. I tell you, it's my honest feeling, Rama is not enlightened. At least from this incident, I say, he is simple king. He is not a human being. He is just a king. Whatever you may give the justification, at least from my experience, I cannot accept this, any judgment for this incident.
He tested Sita.
Yes, not only tested the Sita, disrespected Sita. There are many people who give many explanations. Oh, no, he is a king. He is supposed to be an ideal person. He is supposed to show the path for the whole society, for whole humanity. But somehow I am not able to digest this incident. So, whether it is a Rama or Kama, mistake is mistake. So, from my point of view, I can be sure Rama has done surely a mistake. Just giving respect to, yes.
Rama is said to be an avatar, one of the avatars.
Even if he is an avatar, if he has done a mistake, means mistake only. We cannot justify it. We cannot justify it. If we go for justifying, yes.
Is it possible that he had a reason to do it behind it? There was a reason behind it.
What was the reason? Tell me.
It could be just so with the people that a king listens to his people and does accordingly, because it was that age where the people's voice were heard and he cared everybody, he wanted to see everybody happy, and there was only one person who is.
Oh, everybody happy. Then what about Sita's happiness?
Even for the people's happiness, not for his happiness, but for his wife's happiness.
Oh, so you see one thing. If you can't care for your wife's happiness, how will you care about the other people's happiness? What are you talking? Very sensitivity.
According to Ramayana.
So very sensitivity. I don't think this incident can be justified. You see, it is not that I don't have devotion for Rama. Surely I know much better about Rama than you all. I know him much more intimately than you all. It's not that I have a disrespect for Rama, but this incident cannot be justified. I tell you one thing. There are few incidents maybe added to their life which not happened. There is a possibility. When the person who records the history, writes the Purana, if he has got his own understanding, it might have entered into the incident. Either the incident is not totally recorded from all the angle, or the incident is insertion. This type of justification may help, but otherwise, if the incident is true, it can never be justified in any way. Anyway, the incident can be justified as it is. I tell you, if you cannot be sensitive to your wife with whom you lived so many years, who followed you to the forest, and who was with you continuously, and this Sita, if she would have thought, she would have stayed with Ravana, and she would have been much more comfortable, much more happy, much more joyful. She would have had all sorts of luxuries. But she never did that. She never even thought about it. She never even imagined. And that time, the kingdom of Ayodhya is very small, and kingdom of Ravana is too big. She would have been a queen of 3 worlds. So, no way this incident can be justified. You can understand in 2 ways. Either it is inserted by somebody who has not understood Rama, or the incident is not totally recorded. There may be some other possibilities that this Dobi would have commented and Sita would have got totally upset or disturbed by this comment. Then Rama would have told, go and meditate, spend some time alone to grow out of these comments. If it is that case, then okay. Or if it is an insertion, it is okay. If the incident is true, we cannot do anything except blaming Rama. Except blaming Rama. We must be honest. Let's not support him just because We have vested interest on him. If you hold on to principle, you will reach the state of enlightenment. If you hold on to personality, there is every chance of missing it. So don't hold on to personality. Don't justify the persons. Don't bend the principle for the sake of persons. Bend the person for the sake of principle. I always tell the people, don't hold on to me. Hold on to my philosophy. Don't catch Nithyananda. Catch Nithyananda. If you catch Nithyananda, that is not going to help you. Catch Nithyananda. Catch Nithyananda if he helps you to put Nithyananda. Catch Nithyananda if he helps you to guide towards Nithyananda. So, catch the principle. So, from my experience or from my view, I can tell you this incident cannot be justified. It is totally wrong. Then any fool Dhobi will comment and you will just send your wife away to the forest. It's surely wrong. It's surely wrong. I think then if that is the case, then we will be waiting just for the Dhobis. Which Dhobi will comment? Let us know. If that becomes an ideal, then we are all waiting for Dhobis. Actually, one day, one devotee, I know that she is having problem with her husband. She purchased a big Rudraksha mala and she went to the house with a big Rudraksha mala. I asked, "Hey, you are going with such big Rudraksha mala. Are you not afraid your husband will run away?" She said, "I am waiting for that only, Swamiji." I am waiting for that only. And one guy went to Himalayas and took mantra diksha. He took some mantra, came back to the house and started repeating it. Wife came and asked, "Hey, what are you repeating?" He was not replying, just repeating. "Hey, you guy, tell me, what are you repeating? You went to Himalayas and came back and you are not even speaking, you are just sitting and repeating." That guy did not reply. "Are you guy, you tell me, what are you repeating? What for you are repeating?" This guy did not reply. He shouted at him and threw pillows on him. That guy did not even just he was repeating the mantra. She got totally frustrated and told, "You fellow, all these years I was living with you. Now just suddenly you went to Himalayas and came back and started repeating some mantra and you are not even speaking to me." Again he was keeping silent. "Fellow, it is not worth living with you. Let me leave you. I am going to move away from you. I am divorcing you." She shouted and packed her luggage and she was about to leave. Again she asked, "At least one more chance I am giving you. I have decided I am leaving you. Tell me, what are you repeating? What is the thing is happening?" The moment she left, this guy said, "Wow, I never thought that mantra will work so quickly."
Yeah, let's move on to our next chakra, which is Swadhisthana chakra. Which is the spleen center. Now, we'll closely look at the thought trends that develop in us, which make us experience fear in our life. How many of us are stopped by fear in life? A lot of us. Literally, there's none who will say, I have no fear. And there are some of us who have fear even to raise our hands. I would say almost every human being is stopped by some fear or the other in life. So just pen down what are the fears. You can just say it. So the many fears that we have and we list out. So in Sanskrit, Swadhisthana means where your being is established. Swa means self. Adhisthana means established. Swadhisthana means where a being is established. So what blocks the chakra is fear. Fear of death. What unblocks the chakra is facing the fear, accepting the death itself. A Nirbhaya Dhyana meditation will open this chakra, and what keeps alive is practicing authenticity in all dimensions. All our fears are actually fear of death under various disguises. That's all. Every single fear is related to fear of death, but in a convoluted way. Because it is convoluted, we do not see it as fear of death. Without fear, the word death, as we come to see, it loses its meaning. Death is not something that happens at the end of our lives. It's happening at every moment of our life. Every act of ours is unconsciously related to death and fear of dying. Death changes the very quality of our life. It's not the end, but the climax of our lives, towards which our whole life has been oriented. Why is that? Because our idea of life is controlled by our concept of death. Greed is actually very easy to handle because it is in your freedom. But fear is difficult to handle because it is not in your control. The fear is rooted in deeper layers, a deeper DNA strands. For a normal man, 2 DNA strands are alive, and all your fear is rooted in these 2 DNA strands. So your greed is not your blind spot. Blind spot means that which exists in you, but which you cannot see and identify its existence. In fact, others see your blind spot easily. So your greed is not a blind spot for you. You can see it, you can choose it, allow it, accept it, and it exists. But fear is different. It's rooted in deeper strand of DNA, which is dormant, inactive most of the time. That's why fear creates a stronger emotional chemical reactions in you than greed. That's why you have expressions like butterflies in the stomach, churning in the stomach when you have fear. Fear manifests in many ways in our life. So quickly pen down what are the fears that you have. Just pen down the types of fear. What are the fears actually? Just pen down. Just take a few minutes to write what are the fears that you have. So the layers of fears. The fear of losing wealth, name and fame, identity of the outer world, fear of losing your health, both your physical health and mental health, fear of accidents or fear of losing parts of the body, fear of losing your loved ones and their life, and fear of ghosts and God and death. All our fears are actually fear of death, but under various disguises. That's all. Every single fear is related to fear of death, but in a convoluted roundabout way. Because it is a convoluted roundabout, we don't see it as fear of death. Without fear, the word death itself loses the meaning that we have been associating with it. So why do we bother about death? Because you do not know what will happen after that. That is the unknown factor. That's why you have fear. If you know which house you will be coming back after you die, you will just transfer all your things to that house while you are alive. That's all. So, but death is not like that. It is totally unknown to you, and that's why you have fear of death. Usually, we think death is what happens at the end of our lives. If death was nothing more than that, it would be so easy. But death is not something that happens at the end of our lives. It is something which is happening every moment of our life. Every act of ours is unconsciously related to our death. The fear of dying. A death changes the very quality of our life. It's not the end, it is the climax of our life, towards which our whole life is oriented. Why do I say that? Because our whole life is controlled by our very concept of death. Even our social structure is dictated by our concept of death. In fact, all great religions and world philosophies have arisen out of trying to answer one question, that is, what happens after death? In trying to answer this one question, different life solutions have taken root. The cultures which believe in a single life with no concept of reincarnation have poured all their energies into excelling in life, and they have achieved the peak in terms of assimilation of information, gaining of knowledge and material comforts. These cultures have given rise to science. Science helps us live life at its optimum and helps us get the maximum out of this life. The cultures which believe in reincarnation have turned the focus on their life inwards. Their search is different, and they are not motivated to live life in a hurry because eternity is granted to them. You can see play of this concept clearly in the behavior of the people. In India, if a program is scheduled at 6 o'clock, you can be sure that it won't start before 7:30 because people have eternity before them. Our whole mental setup, the course of our lives, our society, our culture, our religion, everything is based on nothing but our idea of death. We try our best not to think about death, but death pervades every moment of our life. When we understand the depth, the secret and mystery of death, we will understand the secrets of life. We need to solve death and see it as a mere continuity in a different form. Otherwise, we will miss the life itself. If we understand and remind ourselves again and again that death is nothing but continuity in another form, slowly we'll be out of fear of death. And when we stop facing death, we will know what extent we have been missing life. We take life for granted and we live so superficially that we miss many aspects of life. Understanding death will simply teach us to look into life with more awareness. Somehow, for most people, life never goes beyond the Swadhisthana chakra. Life never goes beyond the fear of death. And we live and die between the Mooladhara and Swadhisthana chakras, between desires and fears. And we don't know any other way of life, or we don't have the courage to take on any other way of life. In earlier times, people lived without the life security that we have today, and there was no vaccination available against fatal diseases. There was no satellite-based advance warning of natural calamities, and there was no security against famine or floods. So therefore, people were always mentally prepared for struggle, even after death. So we all live in constant fear of death. We are ready to escape it at all costs. Death is seen almost as our greatest enmity. A beautiful story from Socrates, a Greek philosopher. Socrates was killed by being forced to drink the juice of the poisonous herb called hemlock. Just before he drank the poison, one of his disciples asked him, "Master, are you not afraid of dying? You appear to be so calm." Socrates replied, "Why should I be? I know that only two things can happen after death. Either I will continue to exist in some other form or name, or I will cease to exist after death. In first case, there's nothing to worry about. In the second case, who will remain to worry? So either way, there is nothing to fear." Socrates was fearless of death purely because he had a clear understanding of death and its consequences. Death is always looked upon as a discontinuity, and that is why people suffer when they see death. The basic understanding of death is lacking. Death is never discontinuity. It is either continuity in some other form or simply liberation. That's all. So when man understands this, he will realize how foolish it is to suffer on this account. Man is very attached to the physical form, and that is why he suffers so much. The body is mere vehicle for the soul. This has to be understood very clearly. Although the only certain thing on planet Earth for man is death, he always taken by surprise when it actually happens. That's the most surprising thing about man. A lady was celebrating her 100th birthday, and her entire family was there for this occasion. So they were opening all the gifts and reading all the cards that had been received from the family and friends. And they showed the lady one card that has been sent by her 94-year-old friend. The lady said, "God, she's still alive." We are able to apply death to everyone else except us. We are all like this. Everything in life we are prepared for except our own death. The irony is everything in life is so unpredictable except death. So the only thing in life is death. So, but the last thing we would like to be told is that sooner or later we are going to die. When you conquer the fear of death, you conquer the death itself, because death is just one more imagination. And just like how in the Muladhara chakra, our greed and fantasy makes us imagine the world to be more beautiful than it actually is. Here, our fears makes us imagine death to be more frightening than it actually is. We wear glasses of greed and fear, which do not allow us to see reality. When you experience death psychologically, you release the energy that has been locked in the Swadhisthana. Swadhisthana is located at the 2 inches below the navel center, and with this energy center activated open, the whole quality of our life changes. We start experience the real life when the fear of death is removed. Any questions? So our one's quality of life changes when the Swadhisthana chakra opens. There is no longer fear, just acceptance. It is as difficult for a person without the Swadhisthana open to understand as it is for a blind person to think that he can move around without his cane when his eyesight is restored. So absence of various fears, which gives rise to confidence, boosts one's success in all endeavors, just as fear was the cause of failure before. As we discussed before, almost all our fears, including the death, are in one way or another a transference of our fear of losing our identity, our ego. It is a threat of separation of body, mind from the spirit, and the consequent loss of identity that instills terror in us. The meditations that we are going to do, if done with awareness, can reproduce the feeling and helps us face eventual, certainly, squarely low. this meditation is called the darkness meditation. And we'll be doing this during the upcoming program, the Paramashivoham Level-1. We'll be doing this meditation, Nithyananda meditation, a guided meditation. We'll be working on this meditation to come out of the fear and fear strokes. So please do join to this program, which is upcoming starting from February 17th. Now we'll do one round of power manifestation of consciousness over matter. So all of you, please go ahead and bring your object of coconut, preferable. Otherwise, get your object of a round fruit. We'll do one round of power manifestation before moving on to our next session. Yes. Now please sit straight with your head neck back straight line and hold your object on your palm. If you are absolutely comfortable, you can manifesting the power from the palm. You can keep it on the silicon. That means you can keep it on a phone, or computer, flat surface. And now let's start manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. So please sit straight with your head neck back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your whole inner space. Any thoughts that are coming, just let it come, let it go. You be in the space of unclutching. Bring again and again your awareness to your third eye. And with this space, start chanting the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare the object in your hand to move, to vibrate, to move, to roll from your hand, and manifest the power of consciousness over matter. Let us start.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham.
Now, please go ahead and share your experience of consciousness over matter power manifestation. Yes. Now, let's learn more about fear. The understanding fear compilation from various satsangs of Swamiji, which when we learn more, our more powerful cognitions about fear, our consciousness, the conscious part is clear. So what is fear and fear stroke? Let's listen more to unlock the Swadhisthana chakra.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् ज्ञानसम्बन्धाचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्.
Whenever you are afraid of losing something which you have, or afraid of no confidence to achieve something which you want to have, the fight between your potentiality and your negative approach about your future. Understand? I'm using two big sentences. Your fight between your possibility. One more thing. If you are sure that you don't have possibility, you don't have potentiality, you will not have fear. Fear is the fight between the faith or belief which you are having that you are capable and the negative idea about your future. It is almost like you fighting with your positive and negative energies. If you are very sure you don't have potentiality, you can't achieve, you won't have fear. If you are very sure you are going to achieve, you won't have fear. If you are very sure you are going to achieve, you won't have fear. If you are very sure you can't achieve, you won't have fear. It is a fight between these two, dilemma. That is what we call fear. Fear can happen only with what you can comprehend with your logic. You are not afraid that you will not become Bill Gates. No. Are you getting frightened every day that you are not going to become Bill Gates? No. But you are afraid that you will not become like your brother. You are afraid that you will not become somebody who is closer to you, your goal. With Bill Gates you are very clear, you can't become that. But with your immediate goals, you have the possibility. Understand? Possibility creates fear. It means what? Fear is the root of life. Are you afraid that you can't live on the planet Earth more than 300 years? No. But you are always afraid that you may not live more than 70, 80 years. You may have premature death. You are not afraid that you can't live more than 300 years because you know for sure that is too much. Anything you are clear will not create fear. Anything which you think is possible, that creates fear. Possibility creates fear. Fear is part of your life from the same source. Understand? Two ways you can get out of fear. One, by blocking all possibility, or breaking the boundary of possibilities. If there is infinite possibility, if there is no boundary, there is nothing which limits you, then you can become fearless. Or blocking all possibilities. Just stop, nothing. Nothing is possible. If nothing is possible, you won't have fear. If everything is possible, you won't have fear. Fear is the base of life and base of death. If you can understand fear, you will live even your death. If you can't understand fear, you will die even while you are living. You will be just dying even while you are living. Whether you want to die even while you are living, or you want to live even your death, is up to you. Just this understanding, suddenly something will click. Oh God, if this is so easy, why I was wasting my time with all these small things? That clarity, that freedom will suddenly click if you can just understand these truths. You don't even have to practice and do all meditation, these, that, nothing. Nothing is required. Just understand logically.
Human biomemory of human being can experience only two signals. One is love, another one is fear. That's all. All other signals are converted to this love and fear, unexperienced by you. Human biomemory is not capable of experiencing jealousy. It is not capable of experiencing ego. It is not capable of experiencing worry. If you decode, if you go down, worry, jealousy, ego, all this will get decoded, will get converted. Finally, it will boil down to the binary of love, fear, love, fear, love, fear. That's all. Everything boils down to fear and love. You do not know any other experience existentially. All other experiences, all other emotions are psychological. But this love and fear is physiological. Your limited love, unlimited fear, all these are components of you. Blessed are those who can dissolve these components into the ocean of knowledge. Sit and list all your components and tick one by one what all you can dissolve with this knowledge of soul, the science of soul. For example, if you write 50 components of you, if you can dissolve even 10 or 20, you can easily call yourself as a seeker. If you can dissolve more than 60%, around 30, I'll call you. I'll surely give you the title, you are living enlightenment. If you can dissolve above 40, even if there is 10 remaining, I'll really call you as radiating enlightenment, because those 10 will not have power over you. Whenever you go through the basic fears, huge energy from Swadhisthana gets released to take you out of that fear. There is an automatic mechanism inside you. There is an automatic mechanism. If you go through any pain, after a certain limit, you will fall unconscious, because there is automatic anesthetic method. It just puts you in unconscious layer. You will fall into the unconscious, you won't feel the pain. Same way, even fear. After a certain limit, if the fear is too much, there will be huge energy rush inside you. That energy rush is intelligent enough to push all other pains, all other sufferings, all other thoughts, all other problems.
Nitya Kriya, restoring Hatha Yoga to the world. A series of healing yogic processes revealed by Paramahamsa Nithyananda to care and cure for diseases and disorders. Practice Nitya Kriya and awaken your Kundalini energy. To find out more, visit www.nithyananda.org/nitya-kriyas.
Human mind basically oscillates between fear and greed. It continuously moves from this extreme to that extreme and that extreme to this extreme. The oscillation between the fear and greed is mind. Please understand. It's like if I have to give an example of a web camera. The web camera is here. This end and that end. That camera continuously moves to this end to that end, looking this corner to that corner. That camera is consciousness, and the movement from this end to that end is called mind. Your consciousness's attention, when it moves from the fear and greed and fear, the extremes, that movement only is called as mind. As long as that movement is there, the highest possible coherence does not happen in you. Highest possible coherence happens when that consciousness just stays without oscillation. When that consciousness stays in restful awareness, then the highest possible coherence happens in your system. How that consciousness can stay without jumping between those extremes. Whenever your unconsciousness pulls you towards the fear extreme, consciously slap it with greed. then it will come to the center. When the unconsciousness was rushing towards the greed, consciously slap it with fear. It will come to the center. Whenever your fear is awakened, you forget greed. You forget about your future. So the greed, when it takes over, you unconsciously slap your unconscious consciously with fear. It will come to the center. When the fear takes over, consciously slap it with the greed. It will come to the center. Being in the center suddenly raises you to the highest possible coherence. That is what I call niyamaha. So whether it is related to non-violence or non-stealing or non-greed or truthfulness or living like God, any vow, any law, any flow, whatever may be, please understand, whatever it may be, when the fear takes over, slap it with greed. When the greed takes over, slap it with fear, so that you are in center continuously and experience the highest coherence. What Buddha calls as middle path is exactly this. Suddenly you will see. You are taking the decision out of the niyama, highest possible coherence. Any decision taken in the highest possible coherence only should be executed. That is your life. But any decision taken in the extreme fear, extreme greed, you are in mess. Even if you are successful in that decision, you will be completely depressed and missing something vital in the life. So any decision comes out of highest possible coherence will fulfill you and fulfill the world, because you are the world.
Fear and greed is the fuel for your engine. If the fear and greed is the fuel for your engine, you will constantly carry irritation and depression. If you have the fuel, you will be in an irritative mood. If you don't have the fuel, you will be in depressed mood. That's all. How to move the body, how your body can be kept alive without the fuel of fear and greed. As on now, you are kept alive just by fear or greed. Either by fear or by greed. That is why your body is completely frozen. You do not feel life flowing in you. If you can touch the source of the prana, if you can touch the third source of energy, which is not fear or greed, then you will understand the more you use your body, the more you become alive. But for that, you should understand how to move your body without fear or greed. Only when you live an intense life, you are alive, where you need to be constantly expressing all your energies. I always tell people, only when you are cornered, you express completely yourself. You completely express the energy which you have in your life, which you have in your being. Only then you start expressing the next level energy, what we call prana. In Sanskrit, we call that as prana, means life force. We do not touch the life force at all. We live just with the Muladhara and Swadhisthana. Muladhara chakra, root chakra is greed, desire, sex. The Swadhisthana, next chakra, is fear. That's all. We live only in this two layers. Fear or greed. That's all. We never come up to the third level. If your body is running based on the fuel of fear and greed, you will be running with the past memories, recorded system. Naturally, you will not tend to move your body more. One more thing, whenever you move your body with fear and greed, you feel so much of irritated. The movement means you start feeling the irritation. Any movement, unconsciously you associated all movements with irritation. I always tell people, once in a while, try to be alive. Do something which does not give you money, name and fame, or which does not give you any fear. Neither fear nor greed. Something. You will catch the knack of how to move the body, how to flow with the body through prana. There are different levels from which you can operate the body. One level from fear, one level from greed. The next level is from prana, means life force. Try to operate your body from life force. Let the cognitive shift happen in you. Move the source of your energy from fear, greed to prana. That shift has to happen in you. Only then you will have the sensitivity to flow with the body. Then you will understand moving your body is a pleasure. It is not pain. When you understand moving your body is a pleasure, you start working more and more. You become really productive. Not only productive for society, you start feeling the fulfillment. You start realizing you are living your life intensely. The understanding which you are having, you are the center and your desires are your own, your property. Your fears are your property. Whatever is happening inside you, your mind is your property, is a lie. You are the property of your mind. This will bring so much of disrespect to your mind. So much of rest and unclutching between you and your mind. As long as you think your mind is yours, you will never be able to stop fulfilling what it says, what it anticipates. You will never be able to escape from its roots. Even if you escape from the desires, it will attack you in the name of fear. Your mind is very intelligent. When you escape from your desires, it will create fears and make you do the same thing what it wants you to do. In a different way, it will enter through the back door. It will enter through the back door. Whether it is your fear or desire, it is not yours. The very understanding your fears are not yours will leave you so freely, with so much of rest. You don't have to stop or you don't have to escape from them. You don't have to stop them. You don't have to escape from them. At the most, what can happen? Death. Let it happen. For whom it is not going to happen? Tell me. Everybody, it is going to happen. Everything, it is going to happen. Not only for you, even for me. At least what you think as me, this body is going to die. Everything is going to die. There is nothing which is not going to die. Let you have this courage. What can happen? That's all. Your fears are not yours. You are not needed. You don't need to protect yourself from those fears. You are not continuously needed to protect yourself from those fears. Neither you are needed nor you need to protect yourself from those fears continuously happening. Your desires are not yours. Your fears are not yours. You are only being created
and given an illusory idea to you that you exist so that you will continue to fulfill your fears and desires. Your fears and desires created a lobby and put you as a president just to fulfill what they want. This is the essence. What you think as you is not Swayam Prakasa, self-emanating. You are self-emanating. The original, true you is self-emanating, not what you think as you. When you understand, your fears are not yours, your desires are not yours, and you are the property of your fear and desire and all other things. Suddenly, you will lose respect for them. Losing respect for them will unclutch completely you from whatever you think as you will disappear.
Every moment is given birth by the present moment. Next moment takes birth from the present moment. Next moment takes birth from that moment. If only one DNA strand is awakened in you, you are more matter, material. Constantly you will associate yourself with matter. Matter means what? Fear and greed base. So naturally, if this moment you feel yourself more as a body, the thought which is mixed with this moment, you see, the life is time and space. This moment is the time. The thought which is mixed with this moment is space. If this is based on fear and greed, next moment will be more tired than this moment. The next moment will be little more tired than this moment. Please understand how the tiredness is added moment by moment by your mind. If you feel you are a matter, naturally the fear and greed will be there in your inner space. So this moment, the time and fear and greed, these two is the mixture of your life at this moment. So when next moment is given birth from this moment, naturally that will also carry the fear and greed. One step more, one unit more. So naturally from that next moment takes birth. Again, one unit more fear and greed. The more you feel as fear and greed, the pure space gets reduced. Only the fear and greed gets transmitted. So the quantity of matter becomes more and the quantity of consciousness is less in the transmission. So naturally, every moment you feel more and more tired. I tell you, actually when you live consciously through mind, more you have experience, more it becomes wisdom. When you live unconsciously with the mind, more you live, more it becomes boredom. Whether your life is getting into the wisdom or boredom is dependent on the consciousness with which you are pushing your mind. If every moment your body handles fear and greed, you feel you are a matter, and next moment is given birth from this moment of fear and greed, naturally it leads to aging.
Sacred Art Store. Nithyananda's Sacred Art Store.
All your fears are illusory. All your joys are delusory. I am creating new word. Then comes the tremendous fear. Then the incident which is going to happen, how is it going to be? Is it frightening or joyful? Understand the truth. It is neither going to be frightening nor going to be joyful. It is going to be life, auspicious. Life is auspicious. It is additional. Life means adding, adding, adding. It is your idea delusory. It is your idea, delusory idea about joy, delusory idea about fear is the salt of your life. Which makes good water into ocean water. The river water becomes ocean water because of your delusory ideas about joy and delusory ideas about pain. Otherwise, the incident itself adds, that's all. Any addition is auspicious, understand. So by existence, because you existed, and existing, going to exist, you can have only auspiciousness. Drop your interpretations and understandings about auspiciousness. Relax from the delusory fears and illusory joys. Let the incident happen the way in which it is supposed to happen. Let the flow happen the way in which it is supposed to happen. If you are in delusory fears, maybe you can use the techniques for illusory joys. What is techniques for illusory joy? Positive thinking. Listening to positive ideas. But nothing will happen. Understand that positive thinking will not change your life, it can change your life. The understanding positive thinking will not change your life, can change your life. Because you will not expect too much from positive thinking. You will not try to squeeze positive thinking. You will know, this can take away my delusory suffering for next half an hour. That's it. Whether worrying about the past or worrying about the future is happening in me in present, this moment. So same way, whether illusory fear or delusory greed is happening in me, which is reality. I am real in me, in this delusion and illusions are happening. Have this understanding and face the illusion and delusion. That very illusion and delusion will lead to evolution. Please understand. All changes, whether getting more and more caught in illusion and delusion, or evolving out of illusion and delusion and reaching enlightenment, both happens by the illusion and delusion. How you handle it. See, the cyclone of fear and greed, courage and fear, fame and defamation, pain and pleasure is constantly attacking you. When you understand the fear and joy, pain and pleasure are illusion and delusion, that very understanding will make a huge change in you. You will feel like the earth on which you are standing is removed
almost everything will collapse. Allow that collapsing. Allow that understanding to happen. See that the whole thing tumbles down. Whatever you build as your identity suddenly will change. All your strategy planning for your future will suddenly change. All the logic with which you build your life will completely be shaken. Allow that. Do not have the fear. Then what is reality? Allow this tumbling to happen. Allow this shaking to happen. By understanding that our courage, our fear, our greed, our pains and our pleasure all are illusion and delusion. Many times life really tests you. Do you stand this fear, which is delusion? Do you stand this greed, which is illusion? Or are you going to react in a foolish way and create bigger problems, bigger mess? Whenever fears take over you, or greed takes over you, when courage takes over you, when the pain takes over you, look into it. What is the percentage of it is real and what is the percentage of it is illusory or delusory, and what is the percentage can be attributed to the real incident, may not happen in your life. Stand and see when the wave of fear takes over you, when the wave of greed takes over you, when the wave of courage takes over you, when the wave of pain takes over you. Wait, look, see what is the percentage, the possibility of delusion and illusion. What is the possibility of the real incidents which may not happen, and how this fear is going to impact your ability to handle the real incident if it happens. The ability to face, the ability to look, the ability to see. Please understand. What is reality will flower in you. Allow that flowering. Now don't bother. Now don't worry too much about it. Allow the delusions and illusions to be removed from your inner space. You will see the real incidents, which is reality, will never hurt you. I tell you, I really wanted all of you to know, anything happens is addition and auspiciousness. I tell you, even if you think this is the worst dream happening in your life, I tell you, even the worst dream wakes you up. In the dream, Even if the tiger is chasing you, or elephant is chasing you, a snake is chasing you, or your spouse is talking to you, you wake up. So anything happens is auspicious. Human mind, when it is caught in collective delusion, can be exploited and manipulated to any level, to any extreme, to any extent. So do not bother to drop this fear and greed created by illusion and delusions. When you drop, you will settle down in a space which I don't want to describe, because the moment I describe about that space, you already start imagining about the space and you have created one more illusion about that space. If I use one word, restful awareness, then you catch hold of that word, restful awareness, restful awareness, restful awareness. Arey, you don't understand that restful awareness which I am talking happens in you when you give up this illusion and delusion. But you are not interested in giving up this illusion and delusion. You are interested in some shortcut for restful awareness, restful awareness, restful awareness.
Putting all my trust in you, 'cause you know it's best for me to lead a blissful life, a life with no more strife. Can't believe the things I do, just to spend a little time with you. Nothing will compare, I know you will take care.
You're always showing us compassion. Your love is endless like an ocean. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. My life become a meditation. Ever since we had a deep connection. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. Oh, every time I see you, my heart just gets expanded. Oh, my heart begins again. Every time I think of you, I just start to melt. To be better.
Before taking any step in your life, do you see or do you feel? A sort of feeling uncomfortable, because now you are master of your unconscious. You do not allow fear to even open up. Before that itself you know how to suppress. That is why I am saying uncomfortable feeling before starting anything big or new, because fear suppressed automatically gives you a deep uncomfortable feeling inside the navel center. One more thing, fear and lust, these two are very powerful emotions which can straight away make changes inside your system. Lust, just few seconds are enough. It can change your whole physiology. It can change your whole system. Same way fear, few seconds are enough. Whether you are trying to escape from it or trying to suppress it, it will do its job, whether by self-surrendering or self-realization. You can surrender yourself when you feel nothing can be done. You can experience yourself when you feel everything can be done. Nothing can be done, everything can be done. Both can liberate you from fear. Both are technique, method. Nothing can be done. If you are in tune with the idea, nothing can be done. You are Bhakti Yogi. You are Bhakti Yogi. You surrender. If you think everything can be done, you are Jnana Yogi. You explore and experience. If you work in this path or in that path, going beyond fear is possible. But you should be completely connected to some one ideology. Either completely tune yourself to surrender, or completely tune yourself to strong willpower. You may ask, how to completely tune yourself to strong willpower? Anything which creates boundary, which binds you, which limits you, you are not that. Do not believe anything which binds you as part of you. For example, body. Body limits you to 6 feet. Mind. Mind limits you to whatever you can understand. If you think your mind is you, you will always feel you don't know many things. Because whatever you understood logically, only that has become part of you. But you are not just what you understand logically. Still there are so many things which can't be understood by your mind. Do not think anything as your part which binds you. Either think very clearly and understand you can't do anything. Self-surrender. Or think and understand very clearly you can do everything. Atmajnana, self-realization. If this path or this path, both can lead you beyond fear. Your fear itself can be transformed or used to achieve the life. If you are filled with too many phobias and fears, you have potentiality to reach the highest experience of enlightenment. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I have too many fears. I'll tell them, possibility for enlightenment is more. Too many doors are available. Person who doesn't have many fears, for him, the availability of doors also less, number of doors also less. Because he lives a dull life. Person who lives a dull life will not have much fear. There's nothing much to lose, nothing much to decide. Not alive, but a living, alive being who is doing many things, who is handling many things, who is taking many decisions. Only he will be filled with fear. Only he experiences fear. If you are experiencing fear too much, too many doors are available. One more thing, only if you open, it can be called as door. If you don't know how to open, then it's again wall. If you are experiencing too many fears in your life, one advantage, if you know the right technique, all those things can become door and you can be liberated. If you don't have that key, if you are not a meditator, you are caught in a big prison. Having too many fears can be used as a technique or a method jumping into the super consciousness. All you need to do, every time when fear happens, do not disrespect you. Do not lose confidence. Do not condemn yourself. What kind of a being I am? Actually, people who have got fear does not have so much problem. People who are afraid of their fears, they create more problem. When you brood over, when you brood too much about your fears, you start thinking you have problem. When you think you have psychological problem, you have psychological problem. All your problems, your fears are nothing but you trying to break your boundaries. You just want to get out of your boundaries. You just want to be more. You say, boss, I want to be more. I want to expand. I want to be something else. That is what causes the fear. In a way, if you know the signs of fear, fear can be considered as a blessing. If you are courageous enough to face the fear, it can lead you to liberation. If you are afraid of your fears, if you have fear about your fears, you are gone. Over. It's like thousands of people at a time suppressing you. Just coming out of the fear is not the goal. From fear directly jumping into enlightenment. Sometimes just by changing your attention to something else also you can come out of fear. Fearlessness means taking quantum jump into the consciousness where you will never experience fear of losing anything. The idea death becomes meaningless to you. The idea death becomes meaningless to you. You understand whatever can die, let it die now. Whatever can't die, let it be with me forever. Whatever can't die will never die. Whatever can die will never be alive. Even now, it can't be alive if it can die. You may ask, my body is alive, it's going to die. How can you say whatever is going to die can never be alive? Be very clear, your body is not alive as you think. It is constantly changing. It is constantly dying. The body which you are having this moment, you are not having next moment. Means, again, whatever is dying will never be alive. Whatever cannot die will always live. In you there is something which can never die. Your inner space, pure consciousness, uncorrupted, beyond your logic, that will never die, will stay forever. Relaxing into that, whatever can die in you, not only it is not even alive now, it cannot do anything. Whatever can die is already dead matter. It cannot do anything. Whatever can't die can never die, and it can do everything. Whether you connect yourself with whatever can die, or you feel connected to whatever can't die. In you, there are few things which can't die, and there are few things which can die. Those few things which can die, like your body and mind, are not alive even now. Those few things which will never die, your inner space, consciousness, it will never die, it will live forever. Now you need to understand whether you want to identify yourself with the things which can die or which will never die. Fear of death is in you because you think there is something which you have now will be taken away from you. No. Anything you have cannot be taken away. Anything which can be taken away, you never had. You may be thinking you had, you may be thinking you are having, but you don't have it. Anything which can die can never occupy your inner space. Anything which can't die can never be taken away from you. These are all very subtle, transforming truths.
Minute for peace. Increase peace. Meditate a minute. See the results. minuteforpeace.org.
Imagination added to your fear is, we can say, the main reason for all the phobias. When imagination is added to your fear, it becomes phobia. Constantly you are feeling frightened. Constantly you are feeling frightened. If you have fear about others, at least at some place where the other person is not there, you will be free. You will not have that fear. If you start creating fear about yourself, you can never escape from that. You can never escape from that. I have seen many people, they start creating fear about themselves. They start creating fear about themselves. They can never be free. They can never relax. They can never be at ease with themselves. It's I can say, the worst hell. If they start creating fear about themselves, they can't live in joy, live in bliss. People don't want responsibilities, not because that they don't want the freedom which responsibility gives. Just because they don't know how to handle the responsibility, the fear of responsibility. The fear of life, they start acting, I renounced everything. I have seen in Himalayas, the so-called yogis, they leave their house, everything, and come and settle down in a small temple. They will settle down in Himalayas. They will sit outside the temple for their food, taking bhiksha, for begging. They will become attached to that spot. Nobody else can sit in their spot. They will fight for that spot. They left their property. They left their house. They left everything and came here. Now they will be fighting for the 2 feet by 2 feet place. Means what? They did not renounce because they don't want. They renounced because of the fear of responsibility. Many times you start renouncing because of fear of responsibility. If you renounce because of fear of maintaining a fear of attachment, please be very clear, you will be surely enjoying in some other way. If you are renouncing because of fear of attachment or fear of maintenance, better you enjoy, live. You are not yet ripe for renunciation. Don't take that big step. Don't be arrogant to renounce. Sometimes out of our ego, arrogance, we renounce. The biggest fear human beings have is fear of losing identity. Fear of losing the identity. I tell you, even fear of losing death is not great fear, like fear of losing identity. Fear of losing death itself is nothing but you don't know how you will be after death. If you are very clear, you will be in some way, you don't have the fear.
Here, you are not very clear about how you will be after death, how you will be after you leave the body. It is the identity, the fear of losing identity that is much worse than fear of death. Here, when you pass through this neutral zone, when your breath stops, your mind also stops. You do not want this space. That is why you just jump this space. You never keep your awareness. You are never aware of this space because you do not want to lose your identity. If your mind stops, you will not have identity for a few moments. You will lose your identity and you always think you are only identity. You exist just on identity. When you feel your identity is lost, you feel you are no more. Fearlessness does not mean non-existence of fear. It means the fear will be there and you will have tremendous energy or courage to live with it. Who can flirt with the fear, the maximum fear, and the energy or the courage to live with it is what? Is the quality of Bhairava. Bhairava means it is not that he doesn't have fear, he can flirt with fear. He is not affected by fear. One more thing, the very quality of life is fear. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I am always having the fear of unknown, what to do? I tell them, please be very clear, you are alive. There is a possibility of losing something, that is why you are afraid. If you don't have any possibility, you will never be afraid. Fear is the basic quality of life. You can be fearless if you are in graveyard. If you are already in graveyard, there is no need to be afraid of anything. Nothing to lose. If you have something to lose, you will have fear. Nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. That is the quality of life itself. If you are afraid of fears, if you are frightened about fears, again, don't think you are detached from fear. It's one more kind of attachment. All detachment is one more kind of attachment. The negative way of attachment is detachment. If you are afraid of fear, if you are frightened about fear, again, you are in fear. Your consciousness will be moving around the fear. The constantly cherished memory is fantasy, greed. Information dumped into the unretrievable archives is fear. Unfortunately, when you dump something forcibly into the retrievable archive, some part of your brain gets the fear it may come up by itself. That fear itself constantly reminds and pushes that material to surface again and again. The self-contradicting experience, the inner conflict, which you dump into unretrievable archive, the force with which you dump creates a fear it may surface by itself for some reason. This too creates a conflict. So now three factors. One, the fantasy, and the fear. The fantasy may take over. Second, the unretrievable archive. The memory is dumped into the unretrievable archives, and the fear it may surface by itself. Third important factor is the inner conflict between these experiences. This is the mirror on which the cosmos is reflecting in your system. Fear weakens your immunity. Weakening your immunity means what? Allowing the cancer to happen, nothing else. See, cancer cells are there always around you in the air. When your immune system is weak, you are allowing the cancer to happen. Please understand, whenever you allow the fear to work on you, you always attract and manifest whatever fear you carry. If you are constantly having the fear that you may get cancer, you may get into accident, you will attract and manifest exactly the same. Reality comes out of reality. Origin of reality is reality. Naturally, reality cannot be giving any suffering. Reality cannot be giving any fear for you. You cannot be greedy of reality. Because reality, how can you be greedy of you? How can you be afraid of you? How can reality be greedy of reality? How can reality be afraid of reality? Then, if you feel, no, I'm having greed, I'm having fear, then look into where you are having it, not what is. When you look into where you are having it, only you will understand the idea having it is only having it, not you are having it. If there are few moments in your life without fear, then how can fear happen in you? See, anything happens should be eternal. If something is not eternal, it has not only not happened once, it never happened. If illusion cannot be eternal, not only it cannot be ephemeral, it cannot even exist. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 0.
Now let's enter into the next chakra, which is Manipuraka chakra, the navel center. The Manipuraka chakra is located at the navel center, and in Sanskrit, Manipuraka means the city of jewels. So what blocks the chakra is blocked by constant worry. What unblocks the chakra is the chakra flowers when you stop worrying about worries. And the diabetic kriya meditation will open this chakra. What keeps it alive is practicing integrity. Worry is constant chaos without any clarity happening in you. This is what is known as worry. These knots in the thought flow affects the Manipuraka chakra. The Manipuraka chakra is in the navel region. Just do this small test. Whatever you feel negative thoughts coming up, look into them and see where they are raising from. You will see that they are always raising up from the navel. Whenever you feel worried, whenever a situation arises that you simply cannot handle, the first thing to get affected is your navel region, your stomach. You can physically feel depression as a weight in your stomach. That's why we always say, I can't stomach it, I can't digest it. This expression is there in all languages. It is universal. Constant worrying locks the Manipuraka chakra. When you worry, you will not know whether it is fear or greed with which you are suffering. You will not know if it is a past or future that is causing anxiety in you, but you will be suffering. All you will experience is just chaos and confusion. What you are saying are what are you saying are the reasons for worry? I'm not asking you for the reasons for worry. I'm asking you what is worry. If I ask the reasons for worry, this session will never end. Each of you will be ready with a long list. My business is down. I have no place to, no peace of mind. I have so many problems that cannot even imagine. I don't have children, which is my worry. My children are my worry, and so on. So we all have so many worries all the time. And if we cannot find any worries, we will worry about not having any worries. When we have no worries, we start feeling insecure. Before defining worry, I just want us to recognize a few things about worry. First, if I ask you why you worry, you will list so many reasons. You always think that worry is caused by external matters. And you always blame the people around you for that. If the cause for worry were external, there should be at least one person who has beaten all these causes and free from others. But is that the case? Anyone who you meet has got somebody or the other. Isn't it? So whether they are rich or poor, married or unmarried, with children or without children, working or having their own business, everyone seems to have worries. This because although we think that the cause for worry is external, actually the cause for worry lies deep within ourselves. That's why everyone has some worry or the other all the time. Second, when you worry about something, you will feel you have a definitive point of reference against which to run your life. This is why worrying gives a direction to your life. Without worry, you feel as if you have no axis about which to move. And so you actually nurture your worries. So there is a story. 3 men were sitting abandoned on an island. They did not know for how many years they had been there. Suddenly, one of them found a bottle and picked it up. He rubbed his hands over it, and suddenly a guinea appeared out of it, and they were shocked. That the guinea told them, "Thank you for freeing me from this bottle. Each of you may ask for a wish, and I will grant it for you." The first man said, "I want to marry my girlfriend and live happily." The guinea said, "All right, your wish will come true." The first man disappeared from the island, and the guinea looked at the second man, and the second man said, "I want to become a wealthy businessman." The guinea said, "All right, your wish will be granted." The second man disappeared, and the guinea asked the third man what he wanted. And the third man said, "I am going to miss my two friends who have been with me all these years. I want to be with them." The guinea said, "All right," and it disappeared, leaving the three men just as they had been on the abandoned island. The third was actually attached to his worry, which is being marooned in the island. So you are secretly in love with your worries. You are so fond of them. So though we claim that our worries give misery, we are so attached to them. We are so attached to our worries that we carry them with us all the time. Another story. Three fishermen went to sell fish one day, and it became so late that night when they were returning home. So they decided to spend the night in some house on the way. So they entered the house of a lady who sold jasmine flowers for a livelihood, and they requested to spend the night there. The lady agreed, and they went to sleep in the room given to them. The house was filled with the fragrance of jasmine flowers. But however hard they tried, the fisherwomen could not sleep. They were tossing and turning, and they did not know what to do. Then suddenly one of them got up and brought in an empty fish basket and kept it by their heads. They went to sleep in no time. So we carry our worries with us everywhere we go and feel comfortable nurturing them. But we also complain that we are so worried all the time. We want to be free from something, but we are not willing to transform and be free from it. This is what is called as being self-contradictory. If we don't want to worry, then we should not worry. On one side, we don't want to worry, but on the other side, we want to worry all the time. Third, each person thinks that only he has got a lot of worries, that only he is unhappy, and everyone else is very happy. But the strange thing is, everyone thinks this way, irrespective of our culture, financial status, age, or anything else. We all have worries. In a certain kingdom, another story, in a certain kingdom, it came to a king notice that everybody is in his kingdom was depressed because each person felt that they had the maximum worries, and no one else had such worry. So the king announced worry exchange offer, where people could bring in their big worries and exchange them for someone else's small worries. A big space was made ready, and in the center of it, a huge worry pot was placed. Anybody who wanted could come and dump his own worries inside it and pick up any other worries they wanted. The only thing was they had to pick up some worries. The whole kingdom gathered for the event. The people who moved around and met each other and started talking to each other about the worries. After a long time, the event was declared open for the worry exchange. And a lot of time passed, and not a single person came forward to drop their worries in the pot. The king asked his minister what was happening. The minister replied, Your Majesty, after all that interaction, everyone thinks that their own familiar small worries are much better than everyone else's worries. So, if we get down to the bottom of our so-called worries, we will understand that we are simply manifesting things that we are not so bad at all. We simply talk in the air without getting down to the actual facts. If you get down to the facts, it will be not even 1/10 of the worry that you worry about. So what is worry? An unwanted but continuous stream of words happening inside us all the time is worry. Just watch your mind when you are worrying about something. You will see that a continuous stream of thoughts is being generated in your mind. Totally disconnected thoughts, usually negative thought. An influx of negative and repetitive words will be like a current in your mind. As we already discussed in the first session, there is always a constant inner chatter happening in you all the time. If you observe closely, you will notice that we all use the two kinds of speech, speaking in and speaking out, speaking to others. What we call speech or conversation, speaking in is speaking to ourselves. Actually, this speaking in is a continuous process that goes on inside us. This speaking is only what we call, in other words, inner chatter, and what is called worry also. Worry is nothing but this continuous, unconnected, uncontrolled inner chatter happening in your mind. This inner chatter becomes your master and takes control of you. Whatever words you speak out, you speak carefully, because if not, society will take you to be careful. It is not acceptable by society if you are not careful with what you speak out, but your speaking in is not controlled by in any fashion. You don't control what you speak inside because you feel there are no consequences. Also, we don't give as much fear or respect to ourselves as we give it to others. So we simply say what you wish inside of us. We dump all negativity inside us by living with a negative inner chatter. So it is like throwing garbage inside us constantly. At least with the outer conversation, there are breaks. With no conversation happens. But inner chatter is continuous. It can drive you mad. Actually, many times, even outside, we speak only to escape from your own inner chatter. That's why so much of talking goes on in the world. People are afraid to be silent because there is a madhouse inside them. So they meet up, socialize, talk, and keep themselves occupied. So what exactly do you mean by this inner chatter? Just try this small exercise when you're by yourself. Just sit for a few minutes with your eyes closed and keep a pen and paper with you. Don't focus your mind on anything. Just witness your mind and just see what is going on in your mind. Almost as soon as you close your eyes, you will see that there is a continuous stream of thoughts flowing through your mind. Write down honestly and whatever thoughts are there. Just write whatever is going on. However unconnected our thoughts may be, do this for few minutes. Now sit down and read what you have written on the paper. You will be shocked. Whatever you have recorded on the paper is your inner chatter. If you read it, you will see how disconnected, how irrelevant your thoughts are. One moment you will be here, next moment you will be in America, the next moment you will be in your office, the next moment you will be thinking of your children. So this is the mind you have entrusted your life to. So this is the mind that generates all your worries. And this is the mind that is living your life for you. So if you understand this step, the rest is easy. A small story. One day there was an accident on the road. People gathered around and saw that brand new car crushed against the wall. They asked the driver, "Why are you driving the car if you don't know how to drive properly?" "Of course I know to drive. How to drive?" replied the man. So then, "I only don't know how to stop." So the man knew how to drive but did not know how to stop. You are also driving a vehicle which you don't know how to stop. So it's a very dangerous thing. Your mind is like a vehicle that you don't know how to stop. Just try to stop the inner chatter even for a few seconds. Can you? So when you try to control it, the number of thought increases. So to understand worry, you need to have a deep insight into the nature of our mind. The way to worry is through your mind. And the way out can also be through the mind. But if you keep searching for answers in all the wrong places we search outside of all the time. We think, if I had more money, all my worries would be over. And if I have more good relationship, Buddha had 10,000 disciples whom he used to address every morning. One day, he bought a tightly knotted rope and placed it before them and asked, "Can someone untie this knot?" The disciple came forward, pulled and pushed the knot, but could not do it. One intelligent disciple came up and looked at the knot for a while and untied easily. Now we're going to do the how to address the worry by doing the diabetic kriya. So let's get ready to work on the diabetic kriya.
Today again I am going to give you the kriya, cure for diabetes, but more simple way. It will not have any complicated steps, but very powerful. Because yesterday's kriya, many of our devotees will not be able to do, or many people will not be able to do with a big tummy. So I have come up with an alternative, but powerful cure for diabetes. I'll teach step by step. Please listen. First, very sincerely. First step, Gomukasana. Let me show you. Let me read the instruction. This is from the, may have the reference. Garanda Samhita, Upadesha 2, 16th verse. The 2 feet to be placed on the ground and the heels to be placed contrary-wise, left heel on the right side and the right heel on the left side, under the buttocks, the body to be kept steady and the mouth raised and sitting equably. This is called Gomukasana. Please understand, see this. Either you can put your hand like this, or you can put your hands on the feet. Both are okay. Sit on Gomukasana. In this, I think every one of you will be able to sit. Even if you can't sit in Anilasana, this you will be able to sit. Second step. Uddiyana Bandha. Let me give the instruction. Contract the bowels equably above and below the navel towards the back, so that the abdominal viscera may touch the back. He who practices the Uddiyana without ceasing conquers death. So, hold. Hold as long as you can and relax. Then again hold and relax. Do this 21 times. Start doing. Hold. Hold, 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 hold. Vastrika. As the bellows of the ironsmith constantly dilate and contract, similarly, slowly draw in the air by both nostrils and expand the stomach as much as you can. Then throw it out quickly. This is Garanda Samhita, 5th Upatesha, 75th verse. Do this 21 times. Let me show you. If you want to learn, please understand. Do this 21 times. step, Murcha Pranayama. Let me give you the instruction. Inhale. At the end of the inhalation, gradually become fixed on the Jalandhara Bandha. Means put your chin on the chest. Hold as long as you can. And when you feel uncomfortable, exhale very slowly. This is the Hatha Yoga Pratipika chapter 269th verse. Murcha Pranayama. I'll show you. Inhale gradually. Then fix yourself in Jalandhara Bandha. Means putting your chin on the chest and lock. Hold as long as you can. Then relax as slowly as you can. Do this 21 times. Please start. next step. Brahmari Dhyana. Sit in the same posture. You can put your thumb into the ears and start humming as deeply as possible while you inhale and exhale. This is from Garanda Samhita, 5th Upatesha, 78, 9, 80th verses. Start. As deeply as possible, hum while you inhale and exhale for 7 minutes. Stop. Stop. Relax. You can open your eyes.
You can share your experience, how you felt about this Kriya. After doing this Kriya, you can share your experience. Now we'll moving on to next. Okay. But these kriyas you have to do fully, ma, not like half. All right, so let's move on to all right, ma. So no issues. So next time we'll be doing the whole program in the upcoming season, right? You can do that. Yeah. The next is Anahata Chakra, the heart center. So let's understand the heart center. Any questions in the meantime? You can let me know. Anahata means that which cannot be created and is associated with unconditional love. This chakra is locked by attention need, and where the constant need for attention and approval of others, this Anahata chakra is blocked. We will constantly craving for attention from others when we are not authentic about ourselves. Always we need somebody has to tell us how good you are. And the Anahata chakra flowers when we express selfless love without expecting anything in return. The selfless now, the beautiful example is Ramanuja. He used, when his teacher initiated Ramanuja, the Ashtakshara mantra of Om Namo Narayanaya, he told that do not give it to anyone, otherwise you will go to hell, others will go to heaven. But Ramanuja was so ready, the moment Guru initiated, he experienced that. Then immediately he got onto the temple tower and he, with the selfless love, he gave it to everyone, the mantra, thinking that even if I'm going to jail, jail, I'm fine, but everyone else will go to heaven. And that is the self-love Ramanuja radiated. Later, his guru recognized Ramanuja as an incarnation. And Swamiji's Atma Pramana, Arunagiri Yogeshwara is nothing but all my fantasy about how I wanted a guru to be enjoyed, personified, and become reality. That is Arunagiri Yogeshwara. In what best way the guru should be enjoyed? That personification is Arunagiri Yogeshwara. He is nothing but helping me to fall in love with my higher personality. Who is Arunagiri Yogeshwara again? From outside, he made me fall in love with him. And from inside, he made me fall in love with him. There are two types of love, exploiting and sucking love, and the chaste love. The chaste love, when it opens, the first thing you will feel towards the person is, I will be integrated to him. What a being. The exploiting or sucking love, we feel, let me possess him and do what I can, get what I can get out of him. Chaste love means the moment you fall in love, it will be, wow, I have decided I'll be integrated to him from my core. So that is the first station I took when I had a darshan of Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Wow, I do not measure or understand him. I knew that he was something that is more than what I expected as possibility, or whatever I knew as possibility. The moment I understand that, the first thing that came to me was, I will be integrated to him. Integrity is nothing but falling in love with the higher personality in you, the higher side of you. It is a romantic with the higher side of you, with the higher possibility of you. I saw Arunagiri Yogeshwara as my higher possibility, my higher personality. When I fell in love with him, when I decided to be integrated to him, it just became a flowering of me. So now let's listen from Swamiji about the Anahata and how to heal the Anahata. We'll be doing a meditation called Mahamantra meditation to unlock the Anahata chakra.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. It's nice to be here again in Malaysia. I'll start with a new opening, with an inquiry of what for you are here. Anybody can give me an answer, or your question. It is supposed to be a question.
that what do you want from this 2 days program, or what for you are here, what's really you are expecting or looking for. Now let's do the summary. Some says, I want physical healing. Some says, I want mental understanding. Some says, I want to improve my life. Some says, I want moksha. All of us want so many of these things. What for? What for we want physical health? What for we want to progress in our mental understanding? What for we want knowledge? Knowledge by itself is not a big thing. Knowledge is necessary for some purpose. Knowledge by itself is nothing but a load. It's no use. Knowledge by itself, we are not searching for it. And one person says, I want to get close to God. And the other one says, I want moksha. By all these words in your mind, with all these sankalpas in your mind, really what you are searching, please analyze. Let's take a few minutes to analyze what is the goal of our life. We have these big words, moksha, getting close to God, improving my life, spiritual progress, I want to attain knowledge. These are the words which you all spoke. What do you really mean by that word? What do you really understand by that word? Let us analyze. First thing which we need to learn, first thing which we need to understand in our life is really what we are searching. Don't bother whether you will get it or not. That is secondary. First thing, let us be clear what we are searching. Analyze. Take few minutes. You can pen down few lines of what you are searching. Really, what is your search? Behind all these words, what you are understanding. First, come out. By the word moksha, what do you mean? Please tell me. Never to come back again. That's beautiful. And then by the word getting close to God, what do you mean by? See God. What for? So that you can get some boons. Just to have the bliss, the joy. Alright. See, just to have the joy, even if you want to see God, that's okay. So, you wanted the bliss. And why do you want, why you don't want to come back again? Because you see these are the suffering. So, you want bliss again. So, asking that I want to get close to God is asking for bliss. Saying that I don't want to come back is again asking for bliss. And the third thing, I wanted to improve myself. What are we going to do by improving ourselves? Who said that I want to improve myself? Yes. What do you want to do by improving yourself? Or what do you want to achieve?
To be more meaningful and
to be
more meaningful.
I'm not able to understand.
More meaningful.
Oh, more meaningful. Of course, to be more meaningful means again more bliss. Bliss is the meaning of the life. Nothing else. So again you wanted more juice out of life. Out of the life fruit, more juice. So directly or indirectly, all of us are searching something called Ananda, bliss. The unending energy. The unending taste. Unending juice of life. For that we have so many words.
even your search for physical healing is nothing but searching for joy. Inside your system you feel an uncomfortable feeling, a discomfort. The discomfort which is inside your being drives you to come out, to heal yourself, to feel again the calmness of your body. So you rush to doctor to take some medicine. And inside the mind, if you feel restless, inside the mind, if you feel disturbed, then you run to have peace of mind. Somebody told, I want peace of mind. Who is that? Yes. I asked 1 piece or 2 pieces. Even the peace of mind is nothing but trying to solve, trying to find some solution for your inner restlessness, inner unsettled feeling. Somehow or other, directly or indirectly, we are all searching something called Ananda. Please understand, it will be nice if you can take few minutes to write really what do you expect in your life. Not only in this program, what is actual goal of your life? What for still you continue to breathe? What for still you get up from your bed? There are some people, I don't have anything, just still death does not happen, so I'm continuing so many. If you say it that way, again okay. Write whatever you feel, whatever you think, what for still you are breathing. Take few minutes and think deeply. What do you really want to do in the life? What do you really want to achieve in the life? What you are really looking in your life? If you think that there is nothing much to seek, Swami, just I am living till death comes, or I am waiting for death, you can write that also. I am just waiting for death. Then again you are waiting for death. Somebody is copying the next person's paper. Please be very clear, you write what you want, what really you want in the life. And one more thing, it is going to be with you. I am not going to read, or you are not going to read it to somebody else. It is actually you searching your own self. See, continuously you give time for others. You think about others, you spend time with others, but you never think about yourself. You never spend time with yourself. You never give time to contemplate about yourself. Here I am creating time and space for you to look into yourself, for you to search yourself. All I am trying to do is, I am giving a space in which you can search yourself, you can seek yourself. The first step is start seeking what do you really want. Try to pen down at least some 10 statements. What all you think is the essence of your life. What all you think as essence of your life, or what you are really searching for. You need to write the purpose of your visit here. You are supposed to write, why did you come here? Don't write because my sister sent. Anybody is here, just because my sister has sent me here, I am here. Because my husband is here, I am here. Huh? Oh, that is okay. See, that is okay. Then again, it's like a moksha, asking for moksha. I just wanted to be away or liberated from him or her. That is perfectly alright. Then you should write, I want moksha, liberation from my husband, that is why I am here. If you are here because your husband is not here, it's okay. But don't be here because your husband is here. How many are yet to do? Everybody is finished? Alright, we will go to the next step. Directly or indirectly, we are all searching for bliss, ananda. We may give 100,000 names. You may say physical healing. Physical healing also is nothing but ananda. You are feeling some uncomfort inside your system. You are feeling some uncomfortable things outside your family. You are feeling some uncomfortable feeling in your stress, in your mind. The feeling of dukkha in your body is disease. Dukkha means misery. The feeling of misery in your mind is stress. The feeling of misery in your home is interpersonal relationship problem. The feeling of misery in your being is what we call bondage. All these things are nothing but the feeling of misery. So all your search is only one thing, bliss. If you are here for physical healing, you are in search of bliss. If you are here for mental healing, peace of mind, you are in search of bliss. If you are here in search of God or moksha, you are here for bliss. If you are here to develop your being, improve your personality, develop your relationships, again you are here for bliss. If you are here to gain knowledge, again you are here for bliss. Whatever is your purpose, directly or indirectly, it is related to bliss. You are in search of ananda. But again and again, all the enlightened masters from Buddha, all the enlightened masters again and again point towards yourself. Bliss is within you. Bliss is continuously happening in you. Your very life is bliss. Ananda Spurana. Spurana means, this is the program's name. This program is called as Ananda Spurana. Spurana means life, the very living energy. Ananda Spurana means life bliss. Your very life is bliss. Your very living energy is bliss. The next question comes. We are not feeling that way, Swamiji. We feel life is only misery, life is only suffering. At the most, we can feel that it is bearable suffering. That's all. But we don't feel life is bliss. Why? Where is the gap? How such a big gap arose between you and Master's words? Surely Masters are not liars. There is no need for them to lie. That your life is bliss, already you are in bliss. But according to our experience, it is only suffering. Life is suffering. One says, masters say life is bliss, but your experience is life is suffering. Why the gap? Where you are missing? What is the missing link? These 2 days we are going to do only one work. we'll try to find the missing link and connect it. All we are trying to find is the missing link and connect it. The missing link has to be discovered. Somewhere we are blocking, we are stopping the bliss happening to us. How we stop? How can we stop the stopping process? Is the whole thing we need to understand. How we can stop and stop the process of stopping. That is the whole thing need to be understood, which we need to understand. Here I am trying to introduce about the 7 chakras. These are 7 energy points which is in your body, which is energy centers, which stores tremendous amount of energy, bliss in you. The amount of energy contained in these chakras, a huge energy is stored. A tremendous amount of energy is stored in these energy centers. If you can unlock them, bring them to day-to-day life, you will be able to experience what I call bliss. If you can just work on these chakras and awaken them, you will be able to bridge the gap. You will be able to connect the missing link of the Master's words and your life. In every energy center, continuously the bliss is happening. But you stop the bliss in every energy center, you block it. These energy centers are directly related to some emotions. Each and every center is related to particular emotion. For example, this heart center is related to love. That is why in all the languages of the world, love is directly associated with the heart. Not only in Tamil, in almost all developed languages, the love and heart, these two words are used as synonymous. What about Chinese? In Chinese, what's the word you use for love and heart? For heart, what is the word? And love? Both don't have any common word. Anybody knows? Or do they use both words to mean the same thing? Do they use, say for example in English, we ask, don't you have heart? It means we say, don't you have love? We mean. In Chinese, do they use the words as synonymous? Heart and love is used as synonymous in any expression?
Love comes from the heart. Love comes from the heart.
Now what I am saying, in Chinese language, do they use these words as synonymous? Love and heart. That's nice. In all the languages, I also verified at least in 50 languages, we use the love and heart as synonymous. Why? There is some deeper connection between love and heart. And there is a next thing. Worry is always related to navel center. That is why whenever you hear any shocking news, the first blow will be for your stomach. You will have stomach upset or nausea problem. The first blow will be for your stomach. Any shocking news, you will feel like vomiting or stomach upset. Because the stomach is directly related to worry, navel center. Same way each and every chakra is related, each and every center is related to some emotion.
If you know how to use that emotion, you will awaken that center, use that energy. If you use that emotion, you will use that chakra, you will use that center. If you abuse that emotion, you will abuse that center. Using the chakra and using the emotion is one and the same. Abusing the emotion is equivalent to abusing the chakra. When you don't use this center, when you abuse these centers, that energy creates disease in you. We need to understand, any energy if you abuse, it will kick you back. Even an ant, try to put your finger, it will turn, try to do something. Whatever it can do, it will do. At least a small pinch or bite. It will try its best to resist. Whenever you abuse, the energy naturally tries to take revenge. Same way, each and every chakra is a powerful energy center. They are not only just energy, they are energy with intelligence. They are power with intelligence. They are not just force. Understand? Force is different. The power is different. Power is force with intelligence is power. Power without intelligence is force. So it is force with intelligence. When you don't use, when you abuse them, they also create enough trouble for you. Physical disease, mental disease, all these things are because you abuse these chakras. So the first thing we need to do to achieve the bliss is to use these chakras properly. As I was telling you, heart is directly related to love. Let's analyze what is love. We will work on the first chakra. Let's analyze what is love. What is your understanding by the word love? Sound. For example, sound. No, for example, when somebody says, I love you, when somebody says that they love you, how you think that they love you? You say to somebody, to your kids, or to your husband, or to your parents, family, that you love them. What do you mean by that word? What do you try to convey by that word?
Something from the heart, love from the heart.
All right. Then? இல்லைம்மா அன்புனா என்ன இங்கிலீஷ் சொல்ல முடியாதாம்மா? Because I wanted everyone to understand. All right, I will translate. Okay, ma, okay. She says that showing the love is what I understand by the word love.
When it's unconditional and selfless.
That's nice. Now I got a person to argue. Let's start unconditional. What do you mean by the word unconditional?
So we take your good and bad, all your qualities and accept it.
Are you able to do that?
With my spouse, yes.
Really? Where is your spouse? Who is the person?
Sure.
That is right. Let me explain this word unconditional. 3 things. First thing I want you to know, all our love is conditional. Either we expect monetary benefit or we expect the psychological support
means that moral support, feeling of family, which gives you the strength, mental strength, or a good certificate, a name, good name. Without these three things, I don't think our energy flows towards anybody. Can you say, now with this three scale, after analyzing your love with this three scale, you are showering love, you are radiating love without even these three reasons? Difficult. That's right. You are honest.
A good feeling about someone or something.
Good feeling about someone. Okay. That's acceptable.
Say I would stand by you.
Oh, that's safe, very. I'll stand by with you is a very safe answer. Yes. All right, thank you. Now, compassion is not love. And I tell you, all our idea of compassion is nothing but the projection of ego. Compassion, a real compassion can happen only as a empathy, not as a sympathy. Sympathy is just an ego. I am in a high pedestal, I am just giving you. That is not compassion. Empathy is only compassion. Feeling the suffering of the other is only compassion. That can happen only by enlightenment. Usually it never happens. If you have real compassion, you will straight away be able to heal anybody. You will radiate energy. You will feel the empathy and you will share their suffering. With sympathy, with compassion, we won't share their suffering. We just sometimes, not sometimes, many times we feel good about others' suffering. Honestly do a check with yourself. When somebody suffers, what do you really feel? You really feel inside, let him suffer. Or at least you feel, oh, I am not suffering. Oh God, at least I am saved. If you hear a news about London terror, or if you hear a news about American tornado Dennis, if you hear a news about Indian tsunami or Indonesia tsunami, first thing what do you think? Oh, I am not suffering. God saved me. One corner of your mind feels good when others suffer. Understand, compassion is not as compassionate as you think. Our compassion is not as compassionate as we think. Yes, please answer. Say what you want to say.
Public, and they want to stand together, gather together. Love is very important.
No, only sound, no words. நீங்க சொல்லுங்க, நான் என்ன சொல்றாங்க?
Says to be the public to stay together, you need love. That's what it is.
To stay
together, the love is needed.
Not only it is needed, it's a basic base. Without that, how will you stay together? Of course, what he says is right. No, it is needed, I know. But what I am asking, what is it? All right. Actually, what he said is an honest, straight answer. Whatever we know about love is nothing but showing affection. We don't know anything more. Please be very clear. You might have read 10,000 volumes about love, or a great philosophies about love, big books about love, but never ever think that you know something about love.
more than showing affection. If at all you can complicate a simple thing with big words, you will become philosopher. How to become philosopher? It's a very simple thing. Straight thing. Try to complicate simple things as complicated as possible. Take a simple thing and complicate it as much as possible with a big words, with a big stories, with big adjectives. Use all possible big words and do an intellectual gymnasium. Supply brain candy and make huge theories out of that simple concept. You can become philosopher. Nothing else. That's all. He has put the whole thing in a very simple form. Showing affection. Whatever we know as love is nothing but showing affection or giving your attention. Giving your attention. If somebody gives their attention to you, you say that they love you. If you give your attention to somebody, you say that you love them. That's all. Nothing more. If you find that person is not giving his attention nowadays as he used to give, you say, early time he used to love me, now he doesn't care for me. You don't know anything else except showing attention. If somebody shows his attention to you, his or her attention, you say, he loves. If you show your attention or love to somebody, you say, you love. Whatever you understand by the word love is nothing but simple, pure attention. That's all. Money, all these things follow. That's next. When you give attention to somebody, naturally you try to give your wealth. You try to give some whatever you have. That follows, that is different. But the first thing is attention. Showing affection. Why? Continuously we need attention. Analyze. Continuously we are asking attention from others. If you scan your life little bit, from morning till night you are continuously asking others attention. If you are a housewife, morning you get up, do breakfast, this, that, everything, cook. From morning till night you do so much of work. The end of the day, what do you really want? A good word from him, that's all. That's why when you serve, if he doesn't say anything, what do you think? You open your mouth and tell that food is nice. Will you lose something? We expect at least few words of attention. Few words of encouragement. It's nothing but attention. Whole life you work, but if you scan and see what far you are running, in the end of the day you want a certificate. Good wife, good husband, good son, good sister, good mother, good daughter. You want that certificate. Husband is waiting for wife's certificate. Wife is waiting for husband's certificate. Son is waiting for father's certificate. Father is waiting for son's certificate. Continuously, everybody is running behind other's certificate. Everybody is waiting for other's certificate. Everybody is begging for others' attention. He is standing in front of you with a big begging bowl and asking, please give me little attention. And you are standing in front of him and asking, please give me little attention. When both begging bowls hit each other, only sound comes. Nothing more happens. When both begging bowls hit each other, only sound comes, nothing else happens. Understand, it is pure sound. Attention need is nothing but continuously trying to exploit other person. One more thing you need to understand, attention is energy. If more persons give you attention, you feel more energetic. If the more persons want you, you feel you are wanted, energetic. If more people give their attention to you, naturally you feel you are wanted, you are energetic. That is why these politicians, when they see a big crowd, you will see that they will give a wonderful speech. They will give you a great speech. They will give you all boons and all promises. The more the crowd, more the promises will be. Why? Because when they see the more crowd, they feel energetic. Continuously they are given attention. When you get the attention, you feel more energetic. You need to understand few basic things. Attention is energy. That is why you are continuously asking for it. If you can create energy in you, you will give to others. You will start giving attention. If you have excess energy, you will start giving attention. If you have low energy, you will be asking for attention. Attention and energy is one and the same. The person who is continuously energetic, alive, will never ask for attention. Will only continuously give attention. He will be attending others. He will be giving attention to others. Person who is in low mood will be continuously asking attention from others. Understand this one thing. Attention is energy. Attention is energy. Now, all we need to do is to increase our love or to give attention to others. You don't need to do anything. All you need to do is only one thing. Start creating more energy in you. The moment you start creating energy in you, you will start radiate that energy. You will start showering your energy on others.
So we seek attention, and when we need something, that something is not love, it is attention. So we don't need love, we are love ourselves. So when we say that we need love, when we say that we need to be loved, we are really in need of attention, not love. If you see children, they build a castle out of playing cards. They will place the cards at a certain angle to each other and build several layers of such patterns in a pyramid shape. If you remove even one card from castle from anywhere, the whole castle will collapse. The higher the castle, the more chances of collapsing. So just like this, we build our own self-image like castle out of people's opinions of us. So we move around collecting all these labels, but we don't know that we are not the labels, but the stuff inside the parcel. When we are dependent on others for our happiness, we are giving them control of our life. Be your own source of energy and inspiration. Come to a clear understanding that the real joy is not possible when you place your center on someone else. Whenever, whatever we do, whatever we think, we are subconsciously seeking approval from the people around us. If we are not seeking it openly, we are seeking the attention in subtle way. So we are very keen that we should earn a good name from everyone. A small story. A lady once went shopping with her husband because she wanted to buy a coat for herself. They visited many shops, but she could not find what she wanted. The husband became tired and he asked, "Dear, do you know the exact kind of coat you wanted to buy?" The wife replied, "Of course, I'm looking for a drop dead coat." The husband could not understand what she meant. He asked, "So what is drop dead coat?" She replied, "When people see it, they will drop dead." All the time, we are looking to see how we can collect certificates from people. Every action of ours is unconsciously reflected to what people will say to it and how people will react to it. So identify 5 ways you have built your own house of cards. Explain what will happen if one person withdraws his or her certificate. Just do this exercise for a couple of minutes. So why do we bother so much about others' opinions about us? First reason, we don't know anything about ourselves. We know ourselves only through others' opinions of us, only through others' certificates. The second reason is when others give us their approval and attention, they are actually giving us energy to move on. So, attention is energy. That is why we feel so boosted when they give us attention. In such good spirits, it is a subtle form of energizing ourselves, and we are not even aware of this. Constantly, we are trying to get external world to give us certificates or attention. Our inadequate inner image makes us want this attention from others. So, what is the solution for this? Is responsibility. Life always demands your expansion because expansion is the natural law of life. So, when that is why you carry such a deep fear of life, especially life in the form of other people, because people are most living expression of life. So, the more you engage with life, the greater the expansion that will be demanded of you. Now, the Mahamantra meditation clears the unblocks the Anahata chakra, and taking responsibility more and more will continue that the chakra is open. Now, how to do this meditation is it's a two-step meditation. The first step, is humming. Humming is not om or om. It is just if you close your lips together and produce the sound from inside, it's not just om or any other mantra. The humming should be as lengthy as possible, as loud as possible, as deep as possible. It should start from the navel. So we hum for 21 minutes and the second step is sit with a blissful smile. Just witness your awareness on the anahata and witness the thoughts with the space of unclutching. Throughout this meditation, your attention should be on anahata. So let's do this two-step process of the meditation. Get sit straight, close your eyes. Start humming the Maha Mantra.
Nithyananda, if you're all able to see us and hear us clearly, please let us know in the chat. In just about a few minutes, we are all going to be entering into the darshan and into this very powerful initiation that we are going to be receiving today. Today, as we all learned about DNA, right? The power of DNA, the DNA consciousness, what your DNA can do to you. And listen very carefully. One of the most important aspects for the darshan today, one of the most important aspects that you're going to be learning today about your DNA is awakening your Jivatman DNA. See, even the greatest scientist, Albert Einstein, it is proven that he only had less than 10% of his DNA completely awakened. And for each of us, every one of you that are sitting here, the initiation that we're going to be receiving today is where Swamiji is directly going to be working on awakening your Jivatman DNA. Did you know each of you have a huge amount of memory stored in your DNA? Like, what if I told you Ma Anandeshwari, or Ma Hedy Schlaf, or Ma Margarita, or Ma Sangeeta, Ma Susan Solander? What if I told you all that your DNA has the memory of all your past lives stored within it? You can access it. You know, recently there was a study conducted by scientists, and it's something very interesting. Okay, so what they said is the entire data, all the data available on planet Earth, the entire data available on planet Earth, the petabytes and petabytes of information that's available on planet Earth, few trillion petabytes of information can be stored in a single strand of DNA. DNA, if you elongate the entire DNA, it is scientifically proven that the capacity of the DNA, what it can store is profound. What your DNA can store is profound. Can I request each of you to share from morning till now? What is your understanding about DNA? You know, there is one a very interesting fact that's published, that study about DNA that you would not know. Your DNA, the genetic material, it carries all the instructions from your generations to generations. Whether you're having diabetes, whether you're having cavity, whether you're having any issues, that is carried over from generation to generation. There was a study, very interesting one, that was conducted on the people who migrated, the people who were victim to the genocide and during the World War. And when this study was conducted on Jews, it showed that even the third, fourth generation Jews carried a certain amount of trauma or unexplainable depression in them. This is known as the transgenerational trauma because of the suffering that their parents were put through. They had carried this. This has been, so many studies have been conducted to establish this. Now, on one part, yes, your DNA does store all the suffering of your ancestors, all that is carried over. And on the bright side of it, your DNA carries all the powers and possibilities. Like, let's say, Ma Yogamalar, let's say when you were in your fish body, the ability to swim, that memory is stored in your DNA. Just by awakening your DNA without being taught swimming, you can swim. We all can do this. Let's say you lived in a plant body and you had the ability to photosynthesize. You ever had the ability as a plant, you would have had the ability to generate food just using sunlight. Now, please understand, the exact same possibility is still stored inside you. What if I told you, just through one initiation, when your DNA is awakened, you have the ability to do photosynthesis. Ma Samarpini, I know you have done Nirahara. Do you know when you did Nirahara, this is the exact science that Swamiji awakened in you. Like each of us here, every one of us are experiencing this every single day. When we receive initiation, Swamiji is awakening our DNA's extraordinary capabilities, which even we do not know is existing in us. So today, through the initiation of Sadanrittamurti, understand each of us are going to be experiencing this phenomenal science. And then to all the viewers, Nithyanandam, very nice to see all of you here. All the viewers that are watching us on YouTube. Can I request all of you to post it in the chat? What is one unique factor about DNA that you have not heard before? Something that you learned newly today? Understand, 98% of your DNA, all that you use is just 2% of your DNA. The digestion, processing, everything is done only with 2% of your DNA. Rest 98% of your non-gene portion of your DNA is called as junk DNA. Junk DNA or dark DNA, because scientists had no clue about this. Swamiji was talking about the epigenome, right? This is an emerging field of study called the epigenetics, which is above the DNA, because the entire science that you have been taught till now is only about the 2% of your DNA. All that is studied, all that is known is only 2% of your DNA. Imagine 98% of your DNA is still untapped. Every initiation, Swamiji is working on awakening and tapping the extraordinary possibilities stored in your DNA, in your consciousness. Like, for example, without ever being taught about singing, dancing, swimming, you will be able to start manifesting it, flying. All these possibilities are stored in your DNA. This is what is called as epigenetics. Study beyond what we know as a normal DNA. Above DNA it is called. Epi means above, genetics means DNA. So this subject, DNA, is something that's very, very, very interesting. Personally, for me, it is one of my most favorite subjects because it is so mysterious. The more you study about it, the more you unravel, the more you understand. And the best part is, we have an avatar who is working on, who's directly already awakened our DNA. And you should know that 3 billion DNA, more than 3 billion DNA that is there in your body. Now, we all would have heard this, right? If you stretch out all the DNA put together in your body, if you stretch them out, it could go up until Pluto and back. It's funny, but it's a very common comparison that we hear. But it is true. Your DNA, when it is all stretched out, it elongates to a huge distance. One single strand of your DNA can extend for up to 2 meters. So it's huge. And we have like billions of DNA. Now, today's initiation is all about awakening your DNA strands. Ma Parameshwari is asking, okay, can DNA of a master could be transferred by Guru Uchishta or Guru Padam? The foot of the master, the water that you offer to the Guru's feet, you're asking if that can transfer the DNA. Actually, I'll tell you one very interesting thing, Ma Parameshwari. Swamiji had beautifully revealed how when you manifest powers, you are actually radiating, you start awakening Swamiji's DNA inside of you. It's a science. Because when we say Swamiji's DNA, what is it? You should understand that a little bit more scientifically, because Swamiji says his DNA as an avatar is completely awakened. If you actually study Swamiji's DNA, right, Swamiji's body, it is not normal. His whole body, the physiology of his body, how it operates is so different. Doctors have been always spellbound. They do not know how Swamiji's body functions, because it does not, Swamiji's body can alter as per his will. He can just change, which completely shatters all the all the definitions of science. It goes beyond all the barriers created by science. In fact, it is not cognizable by whatever medical field has studied till now. It's because Swamiji's DNA is completely awakened. He accesses all of those extraordinary possibilities. And that is what Swamiji is giving to us out of his compassion for all of us to experience through initiations. Yes, can I request all the participants to come and settle down, please? Can I request all of you to please be seated? Please sit straight. Yes, I request every one of you to please settle down. I request all the participants to sit straight. Please settle down. Yes. Now, today's initiation is going to be very, very powerful, because in the initiation today, Swamiji is going to be working on unwinding the sounds. See, we all have our DNA. Chit, the consciousness, is the closest to Jata, matter, the DNA. So the closest matter to consciousness, Chit, is DNA. So this DNA is combined with the consciousness through the sound. It's formed, the sound goes as knots and it is combined around our DNA. The problem here is we all carry so many unconscious sounds. We say, oh, life is like this, life is like that. We all learned about it today, right? Akasha Tattva. Where we go on uttering casually, we all go on uttering negative words. And they go and coil around our DNA and they become granthis, knots. They literally become like knots on your DNA. Now listen very carefully. These knots refrain your DNA from expanding, experiencing consciousness. When the wrong sounds are coiled around it, you cannot actually experience the possibilities of your consciousness. When that sounds are uncoiled, when it is unbound, you start experiencing the extraordinary possibilities that your DNA stores. The closest to your consciousness is DNA, and the DNA is made of hydrophobic material, which is what helps it all, bind, be bound together. And this DNA, whatever you're using, you may think, okay, I'm having so many things that I can do. I'm much more than a normal person can do. Yes, but still it is only 2% of your DNA. The entire part of you, Nithyananda Christina, the entire body of yours, all the functionalities, all the capabilities, everything is just 2%. And that rest of the 98% is called the junk DNA. And today, Swamiji is going to be working on making each of us taste that Jivatman DNA. Swamiji says it is not junk DNA. Science calls it junk DNA because scientists have not yet discovered it. But now with the field of epigenetics, scientists are starting to understand about it. This entire field of epigenetics is dedicated to study the rest of the DNA. What earlier science had kind of brushed aside saying junk DNA is what science is now going back to study. But we Hindus were so advanced. We did not just know about this. We did not have this epigenetic study thousands of years ago. In fact, our masters had the ability to store the knowledge of enlightenment in the DNA of people. That is why if you see in Mahabharata, you will have the reference of how in Abhimanyu had in his DNA the entire knowledge of the how to cross the Chakravyuha was stored. The DNA can store so much of information. And these powers were a regular, accessible part of our lives. And that is what we are going to be experientially understanding today. Are you all ready for the initiation? You can see all of you are very interested. I know DNA is something very, very interesting, and that I always enjoy learning about DNA because that is personally one of my most favorite subjects because there's so much to know about it. There is so much. And every time when I see what science is catching up, I'll be like, oh God, I heard Swamiji tell this 6 years ago, 7 years ago, because Swamiji has revealed so much about DNA, like just too much. Sound, DNA, frequency, consciousness. If we just study what Swamiji has done, I'm sure that we will be contributing majorly to this entire field of epigenetics because Swamiji has phenomenally contributed to the entire field of DNA, tapping the human potential, what we can, and actually what our capabilities and powers are. So coming back to today's initiation is where we are going to be receiving this process, and Swamiji will be conducting carrying forward this very, very powerful process, awakening all the powers in us, along with awakening